is up, everybody? Welcome to the Transparency Lookout. Woo! You guys, it's hot. I just ran my ass off. Come on in, come on in, come on in. Let's check this out. Ooh. Again, good morning, moderators. Special shout out. Also, special shout out to the people that are the watchers out there that are from Massachusetts. Two people came up to me, they're like, we don't know how to Cash App. We don't know how to Cash App. And they did it like seriously, like old school church envelope style. It was a hoot. Anyways, they know who they are. I want to say it right. So hold on one second. Okay. All right. So it was, Heather and Nikki. Bang, bang. They listened to me while they were on their trip to Italy. So again, good morning. Come on in. Woo-wee. Again, I developed a cold since being here. The Lally cold. So let's see. We're waiting on Bev. I still beat Bev. I'm all over the place and I still beat Bev. Ridiculous. So much to talk about. Let me grab my notes over here. Like I said, been all over since we've been here. I've been waiting all 28 days for Nicholas to talk about some stuff. So I'm really excited to hear about Nicholas and his extractions and the data. So we grab some. You guys are gonna hear it first from the first time here. Let me just tell you guys something. When Guarino took the stand, I'm gonna play it during lunch. He was asked about some text messages, and they were from pages 156, 157, 158, 159, and it said, JJ to Mike, how did Kara do, by the way? JJ meaning John O'Keefe to Mike Guarino. How did Kara, Kara, how did Kara do, by the way? And so Lally asked him to read that off. Then Lally said, who's Kara? And Mike said, I have no idea. And Alan Jackson said, Your Honor, can I have a minute with counsel? Objected to it. I don't know if Lally was giving him the wrong sheets to look at, to read. But Mike said he had no idea who Kara was. And then the objection, it was stricken from the record. And we're going to talk about who Kara is, what this was all about. I don't know how this could possibly, it said it was from John to Mike, but Mike says he has no idea who Kara is. This is on January 28th, and we're going to talk about it. Because then I did a little, super sleuth thing. So again, come on in here, guys. I think Bev's trying to get started here. We'll see what happens, but welcome. It's a hot one. Again, good morning to everybody. Hey, Lana, just came across your channel. I usually use Court TV to stream, but since they are not as amazing as Lana, I am here for your commentary. You are hysterical. I was dying. when you were talking about Jackson doing the pirouette. Yes, and I actually asked Jackson this morning when I was down at the courthouse if he was gonna, do another one. I saw an amazing sign that was made. I guess it was in honor of me that Mr. Jackson should be going on Dancing with the Stars once this is all finished. Now, wouldn't that be awesome if Alan Jackson goes on Dancing with the Stars due to his pirouette? It's not muted, so whatever you're saying is going to be on there. So again, guys, I apologize. I got the loudly cough. All right, here we go.
Doors open, you may be seated.
May I call the case, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 2282 CR 00117. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The counsel is asked to see Judge Canoni.
Okay. Did you want to see me at sidebar?
I did, if you would sidebar or an open court, it's up to the court.
Why don't I see you up here and see?
We are kicking the day off with a sidebar. A sidebar for all. You guys, I think there's going to be a lot of those today. A lot of those today. Again, getting out your juror notebooks right here. It's made its way all the way. Ooh. Say the 20th all day. Sure is. Let's see what other things I wanted to talk about. Oh, guys, it is so tiny over there at 34 Fairview. You ain't missing nobody on that on that lawn. If he in fact was there from a car. When Lally was doing his we're going to be picking up with the direct examination of Nicholas. He was skipping pages. Okay, he was using his Adobe when he was using for the screen up top for everybody to see, and he was punching in. He would tell Miss Gilman to punch in whatever page. So for a fact, he went from page 36 to page 42. And I want to read verbatim. It went from at 2:43 p.m., page 36, to then he jumps to page 42, which jumped him to about 7:41 p.m. Now, 7:41 p.m., Karen says, okay, let me know if you end up leaving. 7:42, I'm waiting for the plumber. I actually think he's in the driveway. Again, this would be pages 36 through 42 missing until he gets to the 7:41 mark. Then at 7:43, this is a very, very interesting text message. We're taking Mike's car. Not like we took Mike's car. We're taking WE''R. We're taking Mike's car. So I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves. Now, I went ahead and went back to the Waterfall Bar, back to McCarthy's, back to Mike Camerano's testimony, back to receipts and my handy dandy spreadsheet. And at 7:43 p.m., there should be no, we're taking Mike's car. You'd already left. You were physically at McCarthy's at 7:43. You're already there and had been there since 7:25 p.m. So also, I think it's interesting that the next text would be, he's not going home afterwards. He's not going home after ? John says 8 on a Friday about the whole plumber thing. And then John says he may have to get Michael. 7:44. You have a plumber coming over at 8. Knowing me and PAP, however he wants to say, if that's his dad or Pap as a friend, I don't know, could have handled it. Good luck. Now, looking up into John O'Keefe and what he was involved in while he's been a police officer, before he was a police officer, Bella, I think you said it was 2010 was the last time he renewed his plumber's license?
Yeah, like it was every 2 years, so it lasted for 2 years,
Yes. So here, John O'Keefe, last time he renewed his plumber's license was 2010, but he has experience being a plumber. So he said, good luck, at the end of that text. John's dad is a plumber. Well, I think John had his license as well. So, now, again, then Lally switches from page 43 and jumps to page 49. Again, what I was telling you guys about that I wanted to talk about. I was trying to rest my throat, though. He's missing page 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and jumps to 49. And at 8:20, so we're missing everything from 7:44, unless there's nothing there and Lally was putting something in the mix of this. I don't know. Don't see how that could be the case. But from 7:44 p.m., mind you this, they're already at the bar. They're already at the bar. They've been at the bar since 7:25. So telling Karen Reed that we're taking Mike's car, you'd already taken Mike's car. You're already physically at McCarthy's. Like, it's on the cameras. And they determined that McCarthy's camera was 12 minutes fast, which meant that you weren't there at 7:37, but in fact, they were there at 7:25. That's when Karen Reed, again, when they jump and they go to 8:29. Yeah, or I'm sorry, John says to Karen Reed, yeah, but he lives right down the road. I'm sorry, Karen says that to John. And then he responds with, Karen, this storm is going to be intense. Okay, well, if he can't, he can't. She's talking about him not being able to leave. You're like, basically, when Mike has to leave, why aren't you just leaving with Mike? Make sense? Like, then John says, I'll do it Monday. And then she says, I better still not have this problem on Monday. You plan on being there. Karen says, I'd like to know I can take a hot shower here if I need to. And then he says, figured you'd be in Canton. And then John says, I'm getting off my phone. Let me know what you're doing. And we're going to get into some of this other stuff. Again, though, there are anywhere between 16 to 17 pages missing that they did during direct examination that I think are going to come up in cross. Right here, we're at a sidebar. So let's see. Something that I thought was interesting is John wants to say, why is Karen announcing that she's going to go drinking or whatever? I went back to Mike Camerino's testimony, and during that testimony, he was asked, what time did you get to John's house? And he says, I don't know. And I think that that's interesting. I think that's on purpose, because in the text messages, he says, I probably won't get there until 5 or 5:30. Okay. So JJ to Mike, you guys are on tonight. JJ to Mike, at the driveway with her now. I'll text you when I'm back. Mike to JJ, everything okay? JJ to Mike, yeah, stupid shit. And Lally tries to squeeze in there that, oh, was that talking about the doctor's office? You know, do you know if he was at the doctor's office talking about somebody talking down at the bottom of the driveway? At the driveway with her now. And then JJ to Mike said, just told doctor that they got into school. Then JJ said, want to drop Maddie off and go to the hillside for a bit. Then Mike said to JJ, I wouldn't be able to get there till about 5:30. So obviously that text messages happen. Those text messages are happening before 5 because he's saying that. But here at 2:30, at 2:45, he is scolding Karen, okay, for wanting to go and saying that she's going to go drink. All right. And saying that people aren't going out. So Mike then texts, and see, what's interesting is that Law and Crime never showed the screen of the text messages back and forth. But then Mike says, leaving in 10 minutes. And then John says, okay. Never once does he say, hey, I'm running late. Hey, won't be there until this time. So I'm going with the fact that unless they talk on the phone, Mike Camarino was over at that house between 5 and 5:30. Now, when John says at 8:32, I'm getting off my phone, let me know what you're doing. And then Karen says, I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it. Now, there is talks going back and forth if this is the four, meaning the kids and those two, or could the two other people be somebody else? So I'm not ready just to assume that it is, I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship, would like to limit it. I'm not convinced that it's the two kids that she is referring to at 8:33. Okay? I'm not convinced of that because it does not make any sense to me. It does not make any sense. Nobody would ever say that, in my opinion. Nobody would ever say, I think the four of us together is toxic about two little kids and about you're trying to have a relationship with this person and be in a serious relationship. And then you think that you're going to say that and you would like to limit it. And my response to you, if you said that about, I'm just putting myself, if I was in John's shoes, okay, I would tell you, I would block you. I would never speak to you again. So anybody out there that's thinking that that's about the kids, I don't believe that it is.
I think it's about the kids 100%. She said you've been saying it for a year yourself.
It doesn't mean that there aren't other people in the equation of when you're hanging out. Again, could it be? And if it is, then I think that that's very interesting of something to say that Karen would say, I'm going to limit, like you're always over there. You're going to be spending the whole weekend. The kids are going to be there. It's not like the kids go to a different parent's house because John's in a divorce situation. John has the kids 24/7. The kids are never not going to be with John. Okay.
That was their bone of contention.
And can you imagine me and somebody have a conversation being like, listen, we're only going to hang out when the kids are at friend's house or when they're, when would we ever hang out? You want to limit those situations. Well, when would it be that you could even have situations to hang out with somebody?
Also,
Like again, in a divorce situation, I think it's different. In a divorce situation, if you're like, okay, it's new to them, I'll come over on the weeks that you don't have the kids because you're going to try to ease into that, things like that. But that's not what this is. John is not. He's not in a divorce situation where he has the kids.
People say things in relationship texts, and I think that's what she's doing.
All right, so we're back to the sidebar here. Sidebar.
All right,
It's really long.
so. So moving on to the voir dire motion the other day, or voir dire hearing in response to the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery and motion to exclude defendant's expert, Dr. Marie Russell. So the Commonwealth was alleging violations of Rule 14's reciprocal discovery requirement, and the Commonwealth asked for exclusion of Dr. Russell. I did find and do find that there was a violation of the reciprocal discovery obligations of the defendants. I was looking for a remedy. You called it a sanction, Mr. Jackson, but I called it a remedy. And I did tell counsel, as you know, at sidebar a couple of times, at least last week, that I did not want to exclude the testimony if I did not have to. So we had the voir dire, and I'm satisfied that the voir dire provided the Commonwealth the information that the defense should have provided the Commonwealth. So I am going to allow Dr. Russell to testify, but her testimony is very limited, and I think you even sort of acknowledged it the other day, Mr. Jackson. So she'll be allowed only to opine whether or not the marks on John O'Keefe's arm were the result of an animal attack. I find that she is a medical doctor. She's an experienced ER doctor, albeit, several years ago since she's worked in that capacity, but that she does have specialized knowledge in that field that may assist the jury in this regard. But she can't testify as an expert on police activity. There'll be none of that. And she will not be able to testify as to what the injuries are inconsistent with. She cannot testify that they're inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle, road rash, scratches from broken glass or taillight matter, or anything else. So that's beyond the scope of which she can testify. The second part of the Commonwealth's motion, Commonwealth argued that they were not provided reciprocal discovery regarding the biomechanical engineers and others, but specifically ARCCA, Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Rentschler. And I do find, though I understand why the defense didn't respond, but it is a violation of Rule 14. So we had this voir dire. The Commonwealth was looking to see what each person did, their independent opinion, what their testimony would be, and whether they were qualified to render the opinions that they qualified. So from what I heard the other day, Dr. Wolf can testify to what his involvement. Dr. Rentschler, though, I have some concerns. It's clear to me that in Massachusetts, biomechanical engineers are not qualified to testify as to medical causation of an injury. Only an MD can do that. So I'm going to reserve ruling on the rest of his testimony. There are certain things he can testify, and I'll hear you again before he testifies next week. Let's just proceed with the trial today. So, okay, so those are my rulings. Are they clear, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Are they clear, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so are they ready to come in? Thank you. We'll just go right into it.
All
Thank
eyes,
you.
jurors entering. Yee. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoli, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
All right, good morning again, counsel, and Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So we appreciate that you were patient, that we got a lot of work done this morning before you came out. It's cool in here now, as long as you're away from the sun from the windows, it should be fine. The county has done a really terrific job of making sure that they got this building nice and cool for us today. So I appreciate what the county's done as well. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left on Tuesday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes, nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Tuesday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. All right, thank you very much. So may we call the witness, please? Trooper Guarino, please.
And here we go.
Same situation, if you might please step up, stay standing.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
Thank you.
Good morning.
morning, everyone.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Taking you back to the other day, I have been showing you, so you had testified about some extraction reports that you had conducted from the various forensic extractions that you had done pertaining to both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document, asking to review that with a couple of minutes.
Okay. Okay.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes, it's,
What do you recognize that to be?
Karen Reed's phone call logs.
And that's specifically from January 28th and January 29th, is that correct?
Yes, it starts the 28th at 12:33 to, I'm sorry, the 29th at 12:33 to 3:19 p.m. on the 29th.
And just for ease of reference, does it sort of go in descending order as far as the earlier calls are on the last page and then the more recent calls are on the first page?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May we approach, please?
Okay.
Ooh, Yannetti wants to approach again. Remember, Yannetti is doing the cross-examination. So this is Karen Reed's phone logs, January 28th, January 29th. It's going to be interesting to see these times, and then knowing with what we know about the times of certain text messages. Again, this is something that you couldn't find anywhere in terms of any reports, any motions. There was no exhibits that ever showed Karen Reed anything as far as I've ever gotten my hands on. So this is new to this channel. It should be new to probably everybody's channel that's watching this trial today. If anybody has ever seen these, you special. You special. Again, I apologize for the lally cough. He made me limb greeny. It's interesting that we're having a sidebar over call logs. Very, very interesting. Suzanne, thank you so much for the cash app. Sherry D, thank you for the cash app.
Yes.
Showing you another document, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
this is Karen Reed and Kerry Roberts' call log.
And that's an extraction report that you created from the defendant's phone, is that correct? Yes, sir.
Carrie Roberts.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want the seat to introduce and admit as the next.
Okay.
No objection.
This is where we left off yesterday, or
6:34.
Monday.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Come on.
Showing
Ellie?
you another document, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the chats from John O'Keefe and Chris Albert.
And again, that's an extraction report that you created from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want the seat to introduce and admit as the next. No objection.
Slowly, you really do need to keep on. It's 6:35.
And may I approach, oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you another document, sir. Ask you to look at that. Look up when you finish.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, this is Karen Reed's, the full chat report of everyone from the 29th on. So,
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce in a minute as the next exhibit. We have no objection.
6:36.
Okay, so on Monday, we left off on, they admitted Karen Reed and Chris Sullivan chats.
Sorry,
Karen
may I have the
Karen
last
Reed and Aaron O'Keefe chats.
one? May I
Karen,
approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Katie Camerano calls and chats. And Karen
So
Reed,
returning to you what's now been marked as Exhibit 636. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish a portion of this to the jury?
Yes.
And sir, I'm going to direct your attention to the exhibit before you that's now been marked as Exhibit 636. And Ms. Gilman, if I could, I'm sorry, Guarino and Ms. Gilman, if I could direct your attention to page 3. And do you have that before you, sir?
yes, I do.
And on page 3, who was that a conversation with?
Laura Sullivan.
And that conversation essentially continues from page 3 to page 6, is that correct?
Yes, it does.
And so I'm going to ask you, similar to what I asked you the other day, if you could read from that conversation in its entirety, indicating who's speaking, content of what's being said, and the date and time associated with that message.
Yes. All right. First message from Laura Sullivan at 12:45 p.m. on January 29th, 2022. Karen, it's Laura. Please call me. Karen says, hi, Laura, at 1:07 p.m. Karen then says, John passed away, 1:07 p.m. Laura, Karen, I'm shaking. I'm so sorry. At 1:07, Karen says, we found him outside in the snow at 5 a.m., 1:07 p.m. Laura, I can't stop crying, 1:07 p.m. again. Karen, thank you, 1:07. And Laura finally says, why was he out there, 1:07 p.m.? Oh, sorry. Karen replies, he left the party we were at. I don't know what time. I didn't even go in. I went to bed. That's at 1:08 p.m. Laura says, "Oh my God, 108. Karen, my heart breaks for, my heart breaks for everyone" at 1:09 p.m.
Thank you, sir. So in those text messages, Ms. Sullivan, in the afternoon of the 29th, she indicates to Ms. Sullivan that they located Mr. O'Keefe around 5 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 28 to 29 of those messages in the exhibit before you. Page 28 to 29, who was that conversation with?
This is Karen Reed and John O'Keefe.
These are conversations from the early.
Yes.
These conversations on page 28 through 29 of this exhibit occur in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could, sir, again, please read as far as who's speaking, what they're saying, and what date and time these are being sent.
Yes. So Karen Reed to John O'Keefe at 12:55 a.m. on the 29th. "I'm going home." Followed by, "I'll see you later." At 1:02 a.m., she texts John again saying, "Your kids are cucking alone." And at 1:04 a.m., she says, "I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone."
Thank you. May I approach this to retreat?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Charles?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Lally's trying to point out that she said 5 a.m. instead of 6 a.m. That's
So I'm showing you two documents. And Mr. Officer, we can put the lights on. You recognize each of those documents, sir?
Yes, one is Karen Reed call log report. Just want to confirm which one this is. Yeah. For John O'Keefe, and then John O'Keefe's full call log report on the 29th.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the defendant, Ms. Reed's call log reports, and specifically, if I could draw your attention to what's been, they're enumerated as far as certain box numbers, correct? 1 through whatever it goes on the last page.
Yes.
If I could direct your attention to boxes 113 and 114.
Okay.
See those entries, sir?
Yes.
Now, as far as the time related to box 113 and 114, what are the timestamps associated with that?
1/29/2022 at 12:36 a.m. 41 seconds, and then another one at 12:36 and 10 seconds a.m. on the 29th.
And is there any indication within that report as far as whether or not those calls are answered, those calls are missed, those calls are rejected? What's listed?
It says answered.
And we'll get to this a little bit more in a moment, but with regard to that 12:36 time, from your review of both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is there a voicemail that the defendant left Mr. O'Keefe at that time frame?
There was a voicemail at 12:37 a.m. These ones here, it looks like they're 3 seconds and 5 seconds long.
And they're listed as answered, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention over to Mr. O'Keefe's call report. And specifically, I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to what's been labeled as box number 134 and then 134 with the 1 in parentheses following that.
Okay.
And do you see those entries, sir?
Yes.
And what is the date and time associated with those entries in Mr. O'Keefe's records?
His records shows number 134 is 12:36, 9 seconds on the 29th, and then 134 with the 1 in the parentheses, 12:36 and 9 seconds as well. But call duration 0 seconds.
And as far as any indication on those calls, as far as whether they're answered, they're missed, they're rejected, or what are they listed as?
There's nothing. Also 133 is the same call. That one says missed, and it's at the same timestamp of 12:36 and 9 seconds.
So the same call around the same time frame shows up in Mr. O'Keefe's report as missed and shows up in the defendant's report as answered, correct?
That is correct.
And that is around the time that the defendant is calling the victim repeatedly and leaving voicemails on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, Trooper Guarino, you conducted an analysis of both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That's correct.
And from your analysis of that phone, were you able to determine approximately how many calls occurred from the defendant's phone to Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the time period shortly after 12:30 a.m. To the time period shortly after 6 a.m.?
There was over 50. I think it was 53 or 55.
And any of those calls from your review of those records indicate any sort of conversation as far as duration, as far as being labeled as answered, anything to that effect?
That Mr. O'Keefe actually picked up the phone and spoke to Ms. Reed?
Yes.
No.
Now, with regards to those phone calls from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you find from Mr. O'Keefe's phone in relation to voicemails left by the defendant?
There were 8 voicemails on Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the 29th till the phone was discovered. All from Ms. Reed, no one else.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
It means that Jen's calls didn't get picked up by voicemail.
Tell me with this, sir.
Not dial.
You recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
Holy
It's
shit.
the John O'Keefe voicemails from Karen Reed on his phone.
From that period that we were just speaking about on January 29th?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce in a minute the next exhibit. We have no objection.
Okay. It's 6:37.
Now, sir, from your review of the defendant's phone, before we get to those, from your review of the defendant's phone, what, if anything, were you able to observe or ascertain that the defendant's phone did at approximately 12:36 a.m.?
So by looking at the timeline in the phone, we were able to see that Ms. Reed's phone auto-connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house at 12:36 a.m. We know this because it's a password-protected access to the phone, so you would have to know the password to get into this Wi-Fi network.
And that would be the home in 1 Meadows Avenue, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish each of the 8 voicemails to the jury.
Okay. Are we going to hear which time each one is?
Yes, Your Honor. And Trooper Guarino, again, similar to the other messages, just for point of reference, the earliest of the voicemails is the last in the list and the most recent is at the top of the list. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as this first voicemail, what time did this occur?
12:37 a.m.
And with the court's permission, if I could play that for the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could have the second message. Sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could pause right there, please. I apologize, I just wanted the siren to go by.
Oh, that's fine.
And before Ms. Gilman presses play again, Trooper Guarino, what time is the second message?
12:42.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Now, Trooper Guarino, with reference to the third message, what time is that received?
12:59.
And again, when I say received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
That's the timestamp of the voicemail in his phone, yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with reference to that third message.
John, I'm dealing with a fucking kid. Nobody knows what the fuck you want, fucking pervert.
Now, the fourth message, Trooper Guarino, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
1:02 a.m.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, when you're ready.
That was awesome.
That was it.
So can we just turn the air conditioner off for just a second, please? So you just played it?
Yeah, Your Honor, there was no content. It was just like a 1 second long message.
Air?
And Trooper Guarino, with regard to the fifth message, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
1:11 a.m. Excuse me.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert.
And the sixth message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
1:18 a.m.
Gilman, if you could.
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. She's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
The seventh message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
5:23 a.m.
Gilman, if you could. The last and eighth message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
6:08 a.m.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Gilman, if you could pause there for 1 second, I'm sorry. With respect to this message received on Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 6:08 a.m. From your knowledge of the investigation, where was the defendant, who, if anyone, was with her or around her at the time of this message at 6:08 a.m.?
Jen McCabe, Kerry Roberts. During the message, you can hear someone on the phone with 911.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Yes, I just want to say, 34 years old, getting that, they're taking a tax notice now. Yeah. I Weird blanket. I will keep blanket carrying.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Can we turn the air conditioning back on? Thank you very much.
Now, Trooper Guarino, in addition to the 53 phone calls that you testified about, the defendant made to Mr. O'Keefe from that time frame following 12:30 a.m. to approximately just past 6 a.m. Did you note any other calls to a contact listed within the defendant's phone as mom?
Yes.
And when were those calls placed?
I believe there's one at 1:10-ish in the morning. I forget the exact timestamp. There's also one at around 4:40 in the morning, and then at 4:42, right around 4 in the morning. Two of them, the first two weren't answered, and then the third phone call was answered.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed's phone from that same time period, what, if any, phone calls did you observe to a contact listed in the defendant's phone as dad?
It's the same number. So when I looked at it in one report, it showed as dad. And then when I looked at it in Cellbrite, it came up as mom. So I don't know how it's attributing. Maybe she has it listed twice. I never looked at her actual phone. So this is what the extraction is showing me.
Now, sir, you testified the other day that upon your review of the defendant's extraction reports, you were not able to determine there were no listed GPS locations for the defendant's phone?
Correct. Like routes or anything like that.
And that was because it was turned off in the phone, is that correct?
That would lead me to believe, yes, that location services are turned off. So
Objection, move to strike.
Yep, so no gas. What can you tell us about that?
well, GPS coordinates and location services on, that's what would get us locations in the phone. So if they're not there, they could be turned off.
Objection, move to strike.
I'll allow
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what, if any, analysis with respect to GPS and/or health data? Well, let me ask you this from your training experience and your casework with respect to forensic analysis of electronic devices. What is health data in a cell phone? How is that recorded, and what, if anything, can that tell you?
Here we go.
Okay. So in an iPhone, you can have health data. To use that health data, the phone, if you don't have an iWatch paired to it, is basically just a high-tech pedometer. It's just every time you move the phone, it's going to track steps, and that's if you have it turned on. If you have the iWatch on, it'll get beats per minute, and you get a much more robust health data from it.
Jen McCabe had a watch.
Now, with respect to the health data and with respect to the GPS location for Mr. O'Keefe's phone, initially, what, if any, sort of analysis did you do with respect to that?
So we checked his native locations. At 12:19, the phone is, well, I should say this, at 12:12 in his location shows that he's at the Waterfall Bar. The next set of locations shows he's at Dedham Street by Cedar Crest, and then Waze is activated for 34 Fairview. So, and then it shows me his entire route to 34 Fairview.
And what is Waze, sir?
Waze is similar to Apple Maps. It is the GPS program that, you know, punch in like a Garmin type thing.
I'd like to take you back just for a moment, just to the health data from the Cellbrite extraction that you did. Specifically, you looked at data from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as the health data was concerned, there was some entries from 12:11 a.m. to 12:32 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what you observed and what, if any, significance those entries had to you as far as the health data was concerned?
Yeah, so the health data shows, like I said, the phone is basically a high-tech pedometer. If you're moving it around, it's going to think you're taking steps when you might not actually be walking. His health data showed while he's driving that he's traveling and taking steps.
Objection. Move to strike.
100% move to strike.
I need a foundation.
Mr. Guarino, over the course of this investigation, your analysis, you became aware of other witness statements, surveillance video, things of that nature as to Mr. O'Keefe's whereabouts from approximately 12 a.m. to at least 1 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're aware of around the time just past 6 a.m. When it's...
So let's hear the question.
Cool. That's fine.
Go ahead.
This is going to get super
You're
deep.
aware of the time being just past 6 a.m. that you've already testified to as to when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered and 911 was called.
Yes, that's correct.
So, sir, with respect to, again, that time period starting at 12:11 a.m., what, if anything, did you observe with respect to the health data of Mr. O'Keefe as signified within the phone?
So it marks when he's taking steps, ascending, ascending stairs, and distance traveled.
And so from that period of 12:11 to 12:32, there are essentially 4 time periods that you delineated. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you remember the precise times and sort of the distance traveled within those time frames?
I don't remember the precisely off the top of my head.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the trooper refer to his report, just those
Yes,
numbers.
we have it with you, Trooper?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Show that shit on the screen. Let's go. Let's go. I'm going to get tore up. Because for the record,
Okay.
And sir, if you could just list for the jury what you found.
Yes. So at 12:11 and 9 seconds in the morning to 12:21 and 5 seconds on the 29th, it shows that he's taking 170 steps, going 99.6 meters or 326 feet. At 12:21 and 10 seconds to 12:24 and 22 seconds, it shows 80 steps and 87.74 meters or 287 feet. At 12:21, 14 seconds to 12:24 and 37 seconds, it stated ascending, descending 3 floors. And then at 12:31, 56 to 12:32, 16 in the morning, 36 steps, 25.46 meters or 85 feet.
Now, sir, with respect to what's listed as steps, does that indicate, from based on your training experience and familiarity with this sort of health data, what, if anything, does that tell you as to whether or not the person with the phone is physically taking steps?
That's not the case.
What is the case?
Like I said, the phone has internal measures. The phone has internal measures in it. Like I said, it's basically a pedometer. So the movement of the phone, the distance traveled, it's going to register as steps. You don't have to physically be walking and moving the phone for it to register movements. Just waving it around and then could potentially cause it to think you're walking and moving.
You mentioned that from your review of Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you indicated there was a Waze search for 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could just explain to the jury sort of what is Waze and what kind of information are you looking at there?
Waze is a GPS program. So you put your address you're looking to go to. It's going to tell you the fastest route, where the police are, etc.
And when that Waze search was conducted, is there a precise time pursuant to your review of Mr. O'Keefe's phone associated with that Waze search?
Yes, it was at 12:20 in the morning.
And so from all of those steps and everything that you, if Mr. O'Keefe is searching for 34 Fairview Road, inferably he's not at 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, with respect to the location, can you describe to the jury, are you familiar with the term based on your training experience known as native locations?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is?
So native locations on an iPhone, the way it pulls GPS data, it uses satellite, Wi-Fi signal, Bluetooth, location services on apps. It takes all that data and uses it to get you the best location of where you are, unlike where you'd have like a handheld car-mounted Garmin GPS that's just using strictly satellite.
Now, from your review of that data, when that Waze search is conducted at approximately 12:20 a.m., where is Mr. O'Keefe physically located at that time?
The vehicle or whatever they're in is by 138 Dedham Street. They had already passed Cedar Crest Road.
And from review of that native location data, what time does the phone arrive in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
12:24 a.m.
Now, the next entry as far as the location data, when is that and where is it indicating that the phone is at that point?
That shows me it's there the entire night, right in between 32, 34 Fairview. So,
and 32, 34 Fairview, that sort of intersection of those two residences, if you know, where is that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was found just after 6 a.m. in the morning?
I was only going by the photos that Sergeant Good had taken and from the Canton PD cruiser cam, but that area would be within 3 feet, give or take, of the area where the GPS signals all plot for the rest of the night.
Now, Trooper Guarino, you testified the other day to a tool that you use called Axiom, is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to the location data in the tool of Axiom, what, if anything, can you tell the jury as far as how that works and how accurate it is?
So, like Cellbrite, Axiom will also show the native locations in an iPhone. They're able to display the range of accuracy in meters, and then also the speed of the phone in meters per second.
And were you able to ascertain from using the Axiom tool and the location data for Mr. O'Keefe's phone as far as its speed in meters per second at 12:25:36 a.m.?
I don't remember it off the top of my head. Sorry.
Your Honor, with court's permission, may the trooper refer to his
Thank you.
report for the numbers?
Go ahead.
It's 0.6346 meters per second and a 16.75 meter lever of accuracy, so at about 54 feet measure of accuracy.
Now, sir, if you could, just based on your training experience and your use, familiarity with this Axiom tool, for the record, that's AXIOM, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So as far as that degree of certainty or accuracy with regard to the measurement, can you speak a little bit about that and explain that to the jury, how that works and what that means?
Yeah. So, as I said, the iPhone tries to use multiple things to get you the best area of location where you're at. I can tell from personal experience that being at 34 Fairview, it's at the bottom, Fairview, where 34 is on Fairview, it's at the bottom of a hill, and it's also at the bottom of Cedar Crest where they sort of intersect. That area there has many hills, so the GPS signal can weaken due to natural landscape, buildings, weather, multiple factors.
And as far as the degree of accuracy, what, if anything, does that tell you in regard to the location of the phone in reference to that degree of accuracy?
So it plots a point where it believes you are, and then the degree of accuracy says you could be in this bubble, but if it's way outside or way far away, it's all going to show by how well the signal strength is to the satellite. So, like I said, if it's a poor signal, it's going to blow out. It's going to show you could be in this giant circle. But as it gets better accuracy, it's going to shrink back down. It's going to say, no, you're right about here.
And to that point, or to elucidate that point that you were just speaking on, we'll get to this more in depth in a second, but at some point in 2023, did you go to 34 Fairview Road to conduct some GPS mapping?
Yes, I did.
And when you were in that area of 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to satellite connection, cell phone connection, things of that nature, as far as the strength of the signal?
So on my way to work, I actually drive Fairview quite often, and being there in person with my phone, I'll go from 4 or 5 bars of service. When I'm there, it's 1 or 2. So that tells me that strength of signal there is not great.
Now, turning back to this location data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you mentioned that you testified that at 12:25:36 a.m., it has a certain accuracy and it was traveling a certain speed, correct?
Yes.
Now, what, if any, speed is recorded in this location data between that 12:25 a.m. and 6:15:36 a.m.?
Your Honor, may I just
Yes.
read? Thank you. What time frame exactly are you looking for?
What I'm asking is, what, if any, speed was recorded by the location data between that first 12:25:36 a.m. and 6:15:36 a.m.?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking for before that. No, there's no real speed registered until the phone is found the next morning.
And so that would be at the 6:15:36 a.m. time frame, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what speed is recorded at that time at 6:15:36 in the morning?
It shows 0.24
04.
meters per second for speed, and then with an accuracy rating of 7.58 meters, which is 24 feet.
Thanks. Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to May 8, 2023, where did you go with relation to this investigation on that day?
I went to 34 Fairview.
And who, if anyone, went with you?
Trooper Proctor.
Now, what was the purpose of going to 34 Fairview Road on that date in May of 2020?
We wanted to take measurements of where Officer O'Keefe's body was found, and then basically a diagonal straight line to the door, how the distance that would be.
And what, if any, tools did you bring with you, and what, if anything, did you use in the course of this analysis on this day?
So I loaded in the GPS points into a program that the CERT team uses called SARTOPO. It's a GPS mapping program that you can view through an app. So that way I was able to see exactly where I was via the app. We also used one of the big long tape measures that's on like the big thing that would get us, from where we believed his body was to the front door.
And from that, as far as the determination of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was located, what, if anything, did you use to determine that?
As I said before, the photos and video from Sergeant Good of KNPD and the KNPD cruiser cam video.
So the cruiser cam video that from Officer Sarah's cruiser, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The one that shows where Mr. O'Keefe's body is when Officer Sarah arrives on scene, correct?
That is correct.
Now, with regard to those particular GPS points, what time frame did you start as far as your mapping was concerned?
We took the last, we mapped the entire route. So at the waterfall bar and then on from their drive on Dedham Street down to 34 Fairview.
And as far as these locations, how were they measured as far as what kind of measurements were you using in order to plot those points?
We loaded into Google Maps and just able to show it with the KMZ file to show exactly where he went.
And so what I'm asking is, as far as the GPS locations that you were recording, how were those measured as far as longitude, latitude? Is that how they were measured?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, latitude and longitude.
And you started with Mr. O'Keefe at the Waterfall Bar in Canton. What time was that, if you know?
12 a.m. was the last point.
And then that time frame when Mr. O'Keefe's native locations are putting him in the area of 34 Fairview Road, when was that first time frame?
The time he arrives?
Yes.
Yeah, about 12:24. I forget the seconds, but 12:24 a.m.
Now, eventually, when you had all of these points as far as the direction of travel, location data, all of those things, what, if anything, were you then able to do with those GPS locations?
I cross-referenced them with his health data and also mapped it out to see exactly where he would be.
Now, with respect to the data that you were able to recover, if you could describe to the jury sort of the path of travel, starting with the waterfall as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's phone was, where it traveled, and where you noted it at various time points along that sequence.
Okay. So, as I said, 12:12, it's at the waterfall bar. Then there's a 7-minute break in location data. When the phone comes back up with location data at 12:19, as I said, he's by Dedham Street and Cedar Crest Road. At 138 Dedham Street, right around there, 12:20 a.m., 34 Fairview is put into Waze. He then proceeds down Dedham Street, takes a left onto Oakdale Road. That goes to the end of Oakdale, takes a left onto Maplecroft. As he's going by Maplecroft and Pinecone Road, right around 12:22 and 14 seconds, was a data point listed that he's ascending, descending the stairs. So he's over a half mile away from 34 Fairview at this point. They go down Maplecroft, take a right onto Cedar Crest, all the way down Cedar Crest. They do not turn onto Fairview Road. It goes by Fairview, does a 3-point turn or turns around somehow, and then goes back to Fairview and takes a right, where it finally stops between 34 and 32 Fairview.
So at the time that health data is being recorded, again, you cross-reference the GPS data with the health data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so at the time that the phone has that recording of the health data of descending, and is it ascending or descending, or how does that read in the health data?
I have in my report, and that's what's copied from the thing. It's ascending/descending stairs.
And at that point in time, cross-referencing that health data with the GPS location, where physically is Mr. O'Keefe's phone at that particular time frame?
Maplecroft by Pinecone Road, right at that intersection.
And has Mr. O'Keefe's phone arrived or been in the area as far as the GPS, specifically of 34 Fairview Road?
At that time?
Yes.
No, not at all.
And so from the GPS locations that you observed of the defendant's phone initially, the phone passes by Fairview Road and then reverses direction to come back, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then as far as between 12:25 a.m. and 6:15 a.m., there's no movement of that phone, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, movement did you observe following 12:25 a.m. until the period of 6:15 a.m.?
None until it was found at 6:15.
Now, you mentioned that you took a tool and you did some measurements as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you able to ascertain then some GPS locations for where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found?
Yes.
And what, if any, measurements, the accuracy of those GPS measurements and latitude and longitude, what was the accuracy of that?
Can I read the exact thing? All right. So from 12:25 and 30 seconds to about 12:35 and 36 seconds, the GPS accuracy is tight on him for the first few seconds and then blows out and encompasses pretty much the neighborhood, 34 Fairview, 32, 31, and I'll read the exact. It's 12:25 and 30 seconds. It has a 33-meter degree of accuracy, which is about 100 feet. That area encompasses 32, 34, and 31 Fairview. 12:25, 31, it's 200-foot measure of accuracy that hits 31, 32, 34 Fairview, basically almost all the houses around. At 32 seconds, shrinks back down to 95-foot level of accuracy, hitting 32, 34 Fairview and the front yard of 31. At 33 seconds, it's 88 feet, again shrinking back in as the signal gets better, covering 32, 34 Fairview, 72 feet at 34 seconds, 59 feet at 35 seconds, and then 52 feet at 36 seconds. So as I said, signal weakens, it blows out, and then as signal gets stronger, it shrinks back in. The GPS coordinates themselves are all still right where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And so as far as, if I can take it back just for a second, the initial GPS coordinates that you marked as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, how accurate was that measurement as far as to itself where it was?
From what we had and then where we marked from, we believe we're in about 3 feet because standing there, even with the app, it's not perfect. I'm not getting a direct saying that I'm right on it. So we believe we're within about 3 feet of exactly where he was found.
And from that air distance of within 3 feet of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, how far was that, or how far did you measure that to be from the front door of 34 Fairview Road?
In a direct straight line to the front door, 72 feet. Not accounting the stairs.
Now, from your review of that data that you were talking about from that 12:35 and 12:25 and 30 seconds through 12:25 and 36 seconds when it fluctuates, what time period of that or what time period of any of the times that you observed is it possible that John O'Keefe was actually anywhere near 34 Fairview Road, the house?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Within those fluctuating circles of GPS data that you were talking about, what time periods did those encompass the actual inside of the residence of 34 Fairview Road?
It's about 3 seconds where it actually encompasses the inside of Fairview. That 4th second, it's right on the edge of the corner of the house. And then the 5th and 6th second, they're just showing the front yard.
And that time period, as far as those GPS data from those circles, with reference to the following time periods after those, what, if any, based on your training experience, what, if any, opinions were you able to draw from sort of that data?
So he would have to go from the GPS point that's listed. It would take him, a second and a half to get to the house and then a second and a half back where his body was found, where his phone was underneath him. He'd have to go about 48 feet a second when I did a velocity calculation, which is about 32 miles an hour, a second to the house, a second back. There was no GPS points ever showing inside the home, the backyard of the home. There's no lat and long listed. It's just the degree of accuracy from the GPS signal.
So the 72 feet from where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found to the front door of 34 Fairview Road, in order for him to be inside of 34 Fairview Road during any of those measured timeframes, he would have to travel 72 feet and 1.5.
The objection sustained.
The objection sustained.
Sir, again, if I could ask you from Mr. O'Keefe's health data, as far as his specific physical location at the time that it indicates ascending and descending, how far away from 34 Fairview Road was it when it registered that?
It's over a half mile away. So Maplecroft to Pinecone Road.
In your opinion, sir, at any point in time from the data that you reviewed, did Mr. O'Keefe enter 34 Fairview Road?
I'll sustain the objection.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
This is going to be so interesting. A radius is a radius is a radius. I mean, you can't just say on this point we're just going to have a half of a circle. Like, what? This is going to get wild.
I'm showing you a series of documents. Review those and look up when you're finished.
Okay.
Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the plotted points I did through Google Earth, the maps, and then through LexisNexis, the track system, the GPS range and coordinates.
And the LexisNexis track system, if you could explain just a bit to the jury as far as what that is and how it's used to create these documents before you.
It's similar to that Sartopo program I used. It's a desktop-based GPS program. You put the points in, and then it will map them out and create, like I said, a KMZ file for you, so you can load into Google Earth.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I'm up for teaching.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
6:30.
Unity wants to send.
May I return to the witness, John?
Yes.
With the court's permission, may I publish this? Jury?
Yes.
So did you guys do geofencing?
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. I have a moment, John.
Yes.
I don't understand why everything that he has talked about, he has put nothing on the screen. He has shown, unless he's going to go now over all of this again, so that the jury can see this. I don't know if he doesn't want people at home to see this, but
In fact, Trooper, if you're more comfortable standing for some of your testimony, you certainly can.
Thank you, Holly.
Gilman, if you could enlarge that just a bit. Now, Trooper, there should be a laser pointer up on the stand before you. If you could, first of all, let me just ask you, recognize what's up on the screen now as the next exhibit.
Yes.
And again, if you could just explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this slide, and then using that laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you have in this particular slide.
So I took an overview of the town of Canton. So this here is the GPS route, and then down over, I can barely see. Let me just look on the map here. It's not much better.
what are we looking at?
The waterfall bar is right up, I can't really tell honestly from this, but it's on Washington Street. That's it's down here. I'm sorry. That's why I included an overview of everything, so you could see the full range from the time period with that GPS locations.
Mappable.
All right, if I may,
This is a joke.
I don't know.
Keep your voice up.
I don't know if this is going to work any better, but if I could ask if we could turn the lights back on just so the witness can see
Sure.
what's before him, and then. With the court's permission, I think the map is still viewable to the jury, and now the witness can actually see the exhibit.
Can everybody see it?
No, nobody
So I
can
guess,
see shit,
Trooper, I'm
Ken.
sorry. Now with visible before you, if you could just indicate again what we're looking at in this.
Yep. So when you zoomed in, it actually closed it out, but it's down over here is the waterfall bar. There's a couple of points there listed. And then right around here is when the GPS tracks go, and their route, once Waze is activated, down to 34 Fairview. There is a zoomed in version of Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide.
Those are seconds. Oh, look at that. Look what they're using.
Uh,
Look at what
so-
they're using.
What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is the track. This one shows the 12:22, 12:22 and 14 second GPS point where right here where the little arrow is. That's exactly where they were when the phone is registering the ascending, descending stairs, like listed in Cellbrite.
If you could, using that laser pointer to illustrate to the jury where that point is in relation to where 34 Fairview Road is.
Yes. So this is where they were with the ascending, descending stairs. They would continue down through this little piece here, take the right onto Cedar Crest. They continue down Cedar Crest, missing Fairview right here, and then turn back around and then come to the house.
And this gentleman, if I could have the next slide. And Trooper, what are we looking at in this slide? Specifically, if you could explain to the jury as far as the blue circle with the attached to the
If you could look this way, please.
attached to the LexisNexis tracks, if you could explain to the jury what that is and what that signifies.
Yeah, so as I said, we loaded this in through LexisNexis and it gave us the GPS points for the route. The point is 348. I just want to double check. Yeah, point 348 is at 12:25 and 30 seconds. The blue circle is the estimated range, so how well the signal for the GPS is. And 34 Fairview is right pretty much by that L.
Gentlemen, if I could have the next slide.
So it's a
Yeah,
radius.
there we go.
You know what a radius is, motherfucker?
Trooper, is this essentially the same image, a little bit closer without the graphic as far as the LexisNexis?
That's correct. Yeah, this is 34 Fairview right here, 32, and then again, this is where all the points are for the duration.
As far as the blue circle that's up on the screen, what does that represent as far as this particular point in time for this GPS point 348 at 12:25 and 30 seconds?
Yes, this is as I said before, the range of accuracy due to satellite strength. So as I said, it blows out as it loses strength and then will come back in as it gets better signal.
Gentlemen, if I could have the next slide. Again, Trooper, what's up on the screen? What are we looking at this as far as 12:25:31?
Same area where the 348 is. This is plot 351. Again, as you can see, strength of signal blows out, encompasses almost the whole neighborhood. All the houses around.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. Again, sir, is this the same GPS point of 351, number 351 at 12:25 and 31 seconds?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, again, just explain to the jury what we're looking at in the slide.
Same thing, just the degree of accuracy and the strength of the satellite signal to Officer O'Keefe's phone.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide.
12:25:32.
And again, sir, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this slide and what time frame we're talking about.
Yep, this is point 349 at 32 seconds. Again, latitude and longitude, they're all right in the same area. And that's that.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. Again, Trooper Guarino, is this the same GPS plotting point in the same time frame of 12:25, 32 seconds?
Yes, it is.
And again, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this, in particular in relation to the earlier slides with reference to the accuracy that you talked about.
Yeah. So again, the accuracy blew out as it lost signal, and now it's shrinking back in as accuracy gets better.
Gentlemen, if I could have the next slide. And sir, what GPS point or what time frame are we looking at in this particular slide?
It's 12:25 and 33 seconds. Again, same area, lat long, right in the yard of 34 Fairview.
And Mr. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. Trooper Guarino, is this the same GPS point of number 348 and 12:25 and 33 seconds?
That's correct.
And again, if you could explain to the jury as far as the accuracy and what we're looking at in this.
Yep, so I believe they actually wasn't that much of a drop off. Yeah, so it went from 88 feet to 72 feet. So the circle still doesn't look like it really shrank much.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide, please. And again, Trooper, what time frame and what GPS point are we looking at in this one?
This is 12:25 and 34 seconds. Again, same thing right there, the corner of 34 Fairview and 32 Fairview.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide, please. Trooper Guarino, this is the same GPS point number 350, 12:25 and 34 seconds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, using that laser pointer direct the jury's attention to what we're looking at in this.
Yep. So 34 Fairview's here. So as I said, this point here is the last one where it sort of cuts out the little corner of the house, but everything's still showing directly. This is where it's believed to be.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. What GPS point and what time are we looking at in this one, sir?
This one's 35 seconds, 12:25, 35 seconds. Same thing again. GPS point still saying it's right there where his body was, but again, it dropped from 72 feet of accuracy down to 59 feet. So it's going to show the outside only of the house.
So the signal strength is strengthening at that point, is that correct?
That is correct.
If I could have the next slide, Ms. Gilman. And again, sir, same GPS point of number 346, the same time at 12:25, 35, is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. Mr. Guarino, with regard to this slide, what GPS point is being depicted and what time frame are we looking at?
This is GPS point number 345, and it's 12:25 and 36 seconds. Again, showing that the signal strength has, again, grown and gotten better.
As far as growing and gotten better, what accuracy or what degree of accuracy in feet are we looking at?
This is within 52 feet.
Ms. Gilman, lastly, from this group, the next slide. Again, sir, this is the same as the previous slide, GPS point number 345, 12:25, 36 seconds.
That's correct.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, just illustrate to the jury what we're looking at.
Yep. As I said, there's any plotted points anywhere other than right in this area for the rest of the night. This is where it stays, and there's varying degrees of accuracy, but there's nothing ever showing it anywhere else in that neighborhood.
Yeah, Coach John.
Yes.
Do we have that last one?
I just gave it back.
If you could take a look at that and look up when you finish.
Yep.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, this is a second map I created with the Cellbrite locations from their native locations. The previous one was from Axiom. So I used both programs to map it.
Why did you use both programs, sir?
As I said, Axiom showed movement and degree of accuracy where Cellbrite doesn't. It just gives you the native locations. I use two programs so I can corroborate what I'm seeing in one is the same as the other, because if not, then I need to find out why.
And as far as the information from one program to the other program, were they corroborative of each other?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce and admit the next exhibit. Go, Terry.
And one, yes.
May I return to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
With the court's permission, may I publish this? Jury?
Yes, with the lights on still?
I think so. I think so. Trooper Guarino, starting with the first page that you have before you, First of all, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the first page of that next exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer you have before you, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this first page of this next exhibit.
Yes, so again, this is from the Waze app. They're tracked from 34 to 34 Fairview, down Cedar Crest, again, returning back here. So that's just the bottom half. I just wanted to get a closer view of where the GPS plots were from Cellbrite.
And the next slide is going. And again, sir, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this slide.
So the purple dots are the GPS points and the route taken. As I said, goes up to, I believe that's 51 Cedar Crest, and then reverses back. And then this is the final point. It's right here. 34 Fairview is right here. There's a little yellow push pin on it.
And again, sir, I'm sorry, just from the timing of the plotting of the points for the dots that you have there, if you could just, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to the path that Mr. O'Keefe's phone takes in reference. If I could ask you first, if you could just illustrate to the jury this particular line, where is 34 Fairview?
Right here.
And then if I could ask you with the laser pointer to direct the jury's attention to the path of Mr. O'Keefe's phone in sequence, or how it travels and arrives at that location.
Yep. As I shown, goes down Cedar Crest, misses Fairview, goes up to here by the house with the pool, turns around, goes back, takes a right onto Fairview, and then stops ultimately right in between 34 and 32 Fairview, where there's like a flagpole and a fire hydrant right there.
Tell me if I could have the next slide. And Trooper Guarino, directing your attention to this slide, what are we looking at?
Again, I cross-referenced it with the points. This is Pine Cone Road, and then Maplecroft intersects here. And this is the ascending, descending stairs points in his phone. Doing a Google Earth elevation check. There's about a 20-degree dip, and then it goes up. And then as you go down Cedar Crest, the hill is about a 50-foot elevation change again. So it's pretty significant.
And so I'm sorry, sir, as far as the elevation change that you're talking about, how is that measured and how and where is that in reference to what's depicted up here?
So again, like I said, in this area here, there's about a 20-foot drop. And then as you go down Cedar Crest, that hill, it's about 50 feet. This spot here is the ascending, descending stairs. So
That does
as I said
not.
before, he doesn't have an eye watch on, so it's not collecting that great health data. It's still acting as a pedometer. So again, whatever movement he's doing is triggering something in the phone as he's ascending and descending these hills. Essentially, it could be tricking the phone into thinking it's stairs.
That's insanity.
Someone, if I could ask
It's
the
fucking
next slide.
insanity right there. Absolute insanity. Tricking the phone.
Trooper Guarino, what are we looking at in this one?
This timestamp is 12:19 and 32 seconds. That's when the phone initially starts creating the GPS points before Waze is activated with 34 Fairview searched. So this looks to be the time Waze is actually opened up.
And so from the purple dots that are depicted on the screen, as far as where is Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 12:19 a.m. in reference to 34 Fairview?
It takes
12:19 is right
minutes to get
here.
there.
34 Fairview is down all the way here. Number, you can't really see, but it's right in the bottom corner.
It takes 2 minutes to get there. I just did it last night.
And the next slide.
That's why I did all these streets. Boom. I can't wait to talk about it. Let me talk about
This is
it.
the same map, but just minus the tracks, graphic.
I'm sorry, Trooper, I lost track of what page we're on. Are there any other pages in that exhibit for you?
No, that's the last one.
May I approach this to retrieve now?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
This is going to be so interesting for me. This is going to be ridiculously interesting. So much so that, I mean, let me tell you what I also know about this is that you want as much you want as much information on the phone. You don't just want a 1 day like doing this. You want to take John O'Keefe's 6 months worth, as far as you can go back. That's what I was told from, I think, a very, very reliable person. Jesus. This is interesting. This is interesting. Woo-wee. Oh shit. Oh shit. I swear to God, if
Guarino, we're going to take our morning break.
Oh, right. Oh, my God.
File out when the jury does. So jurors, the lawyers and I have something that we have to do, so it'll be a little bit longer. Go back in the jury deliberation room. So we're gonna take a half an hour, 45-minute break here.
wow, why?
All right.
They're gonna voir dire him. They have to voir dire him. He is not qualified to fucking speak on any of this, in my opinion. Because he's done 200 or 300 hours with Cellbrite, that is not what this is. I want to see why they need 30 or 40 minutes here. This is, he went from 119 until right now 141. So 30 minutes. Like, whoa.
You are muted.
This is, woo. So I think there's voir dire coming on.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. This is another law and crime legal alert. Have you?
Okay. Well, so he's saying he measured from the door to, I'm guessing, the road, when he wants to say that it's 70. 70, what did he say, 74 feet? What did he say here? $74 feet. Jeez. I don't know. I don't know what to think about this. I mean, I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting because I have no idea what he was talking to Jen McCabe about. And we haven't even gotten to the part about, okay, John O'Keefe's phone, like he's talking about everything about 1225. Why hasn't he talked about the 1230 one moving around at 1231? Why hasn't he talked about any of the phone calls that Karen Reed made and where the phone was pinging at? True. I know the Lexus would have Wi-Fi, hotspot, Bluetooth. God, this is going to be so interesting. This is going to be so interesting because he's only talking about the 1225 time. He's only talking about, as far as what I've gotten here, he really wants to just talk. He does not want to go past 12:30 a.m. And he wants to say that the phone didn't move until 6:15. You guys, that's a lie. That phone starts moving at 6:04. 6:04 from 6:12. 6:04 to 6:12. that phone is moving. Okay, it does not begin moving at 6:15. I don't know where he's getting that from. He also has put in a report that if John O'Keefe went inside, he was inside for 3 to 4 seconds. You guys, whew. So John O'Keefe waits until 12:20. What did he say? When he put it into Waze, this is what he wants us to believe, is that at 12:19 he's at 138 Dedham. So they're not going to let us see anything of what's going on. That they would need 30 to 40 minutes. 12:24 arrives at 34 Fairview. He was able to do some cross-referencing with health data, path of travel. 12:12 leaves Waterfall Bar. There's a 7-minute break. Then all of a sudden, so no time between 12:12 and 12:19 with all the hills they were traveling during that 7 minutes. Does his car register anything? Okay, but wait a second. Now we have some movement here, and we're going to say it's because of the hills. But between 12:12 and 12:19, whatever path they were traveling for that 7 minutes, the thing that's interesting is that John's health data breaks. So it's including the 170 steps that it takes, and then it starts a whole new walking of steps at 12:21. And he's saying, nope, it's impossible because John's not at 34 Fairview. Okay. And I want to know, is it possible, and did John go up to the wrong house at 12:21? Did John get out of the car and go to the wrong house at 12:21 to register steps? And did he go upstairs? I mean, "72 feet, direct straight line from front door, 72 feet." And he was saying that if he was in that house, here we go. 12:21 to 12:24, 80 steps. He's saying that has to be from him going like this with his phone. He's rapping to, DMX, X gonna give it to you, we gonna give it to you. And so he's in the car. Woo! Okay. Then that was from 12:21 to 12:24. Then during that same time frame, 3 flights of stairs ascending, that happened. And that was because same thing, he's going DMX and Karen's hitting every, she's just flying by the golf course. All right. Then braking hard, and then left, and then flying. I mean, but that's what they want us to believe, is that. But yet he talks to Jen McCabe at 12:29. Okay, his phone somehow, him and Jen McCabe, 8-9 seconds, right? 12:29. People forget about that? Are we not going to talk about that? We're not going to talk about Jen McCabe's call that was 8 seconds. Are we going to forget about that John was on the ground? I mean, and Jen's like, no, that must have been a butt dial, right? So at the same time that John's flying through the air, whatever. So they're not even attributing John being hit by a vehicle and him gathering these floors or steps. They're not even saying that any of that's from. They're saying that they weren't there yet. They weren't there yet. And they don't get there till 12:24 a.m. Yet Higgins texts at 12:20, "Where are you?" And John starts walking at 12:21. Jackson, y'all gonna make me lose my mind up in here. Yeah, exactly. Let me see if we got that. This is gonna cause hella controversy over tracks, I think. Cy Ray might have to do an episode on this case because if this guy botched it so bad and is using this, and Cy, you got it wrong. You're using my system and you got it wrong. I mean, how can you truly get it wrong though? Are you not putting in the right? I mean, what are you doing? If I was Alan Jackson, I'd call up Cy Ray right now. Let's go back to talk about Karen's messages here. 12:37 a.m. John, I fucking hate you. 12:42 a.m. sounds like heels. 12:59 pervert one. 102, just a 1 second error. I'm with your niece at 1:11. You're fucking another girl right now. 5:23 a.m. and then 6:08. Nowhere in there do you hear, "Hey, I'm out here waiting for you. Is it cool that we come in? Are you gonna come back out and get me? Are you gonna come get me?" Like, I don't see that in text messages. And we know that Karen's not afraid to send text messages. And then Trooper Guarino says that nobody left a voicemail on John's phone except for Karen. So I have to go back, and I know there's testimony out there that there's people that testified that they 100%, "Hey, Karen's looking for you." Was that just through text or Carrie Rod? Like, "Hey, let me know that you're okay." Just text. Like, were those calls? Nobody called this man. You know, the only person that left voicemails for John. So we know that his voicemails were not full. So check this out as well. We know that John's voicemails was not full. So if in fact Jennifer McCabe butt dialed John O'Keefe, it would have picked up, right? And she would have been able to leave a voicemail because it wasn't full. Because Karen was able to leave voicemails at 5:23 and 6:08. All right. So I think it's interesting that she says you're fucking another girl right now. What was this after party intended for? Okay. In order for Jen McCabe to butt dial and not leave a voicemail, she would have had to catch it, okay, and then hang it up. All before the voicemail got to the beep, leave a message, okay? That is not a butt dial. That was a 100%. You talked for however many seconds it was. No way around that, in my opinion. You guys, how many times do butt dials happen and you're doing something and your friend answers it on the other line and they're hearing you like order your food at like the, I don't know, drive-through or whatever the hell it is that you're doing. Ah, yes. You need to see this shit. It's going to be interesting. This is gonna get wild. Woo! I want to know what qualifies him to say that your health data that can be picked up by somebody going like this, or, you know, going like this with your phone. I mean, I want someone to get up here and testify to that. Valley just skipped over a lot of things, but they need an extra break. I don't know what they're working on. Let's see what else.
Everyone thinks. The cooperative Tony that he sent the other day. He's fucking with Lally.
Again, remember, John's phone does nothing from 12:20, like 12:24, and basically 12:25 to 12:31. And then after that 5-minute break, from 12:31 to 12:32, 36 steps. And he's admitting that John got there at 12:24. So then he's going to say that the 36 steps from the 12:31 to 12:32 is, if John would have taken 36 steps, so that Karen and John are fighting in the car from 12:24 to 12:31, then John's like, okay, I'm getting out of the car. Then then John gets out of the car, and then he takes 36 steps. So, how could Karen? And if they're trying to say that he was hit at 12:31 to 12:32, which they can't, because guess who was sitting out there in their SUV? All the people that were there, meaning the Heather Maxson, the guys with the truck, they would have witnessed a hit and run. If you're going to try to say that John getting hit happened at 12:31 to 12:32 in 16 seconds, when those 36 steps were registered, and that would mean that Nagel was out there, Richie. Because remember, if you're going to go off of their testimony now that it's right, like, hey, we signaled for her to go ahead and turn, okay? So then they would have been a witness that Richie and the Nagels and Heather Maxson would have witnessed this. You guys, it's so small, so like of an area, that literally if you're parked where the mailbox is, you can get maybe one other car, unless you're bumper to bumper, possibly two, so then you're going to be at that fire hydrant. Okay. If Higgins's Jeep was where the mailbox is, and then you have to put the plow, because the plow is going to be extended out. It's a 4-door Wrangler. But, and then you have, everybody would have witnessed this. Everybody would have witnessed it. And there was no snow at that time. People would have witnessed the hit. Because if you're going to say that it happened after that, then, but there's no movement on John's phone after that. So you can't say it happened after that. You can't physically say that John O'Keefe was hit after 12:32 based on their, shit, based on the state's case, from the Commonwealth. If you're gonna, so John basically, so all of those people are lying about seeing it, because then it's like, why didn't you help the guy? And then they just let it go on. Or John's like, I'm fine. And so everybody was like, okay, well, we're gonna leave. And then he just died. I mean, this is wild. This is what they want you to believe is crazy. Because you're going to sit here and tell me that there's going to be no steps associated with the hit and run. John has to get out of the car. John would have had to register at least a couple steps. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's wild. And the only way that that's possible is you're going to associate anything would be that Karen hit him between 12:31 and 12:32 and 16 seconds. That's what they're saying. That's the only time frame that works. Otherwise, if you put it after that, then you're saying his phone didn't register any of that, even though he had his phone on him and he gets out of the car. And then he would have taken a couple steps when he got out of the car. And then you would have to think, if there's a vehicle that's come, like Karen would have had to pull up at least a little bit and then decide, you know what? I'm gonna blast this mofo, and that John's just standing there waiting for it. You know, if he gets out of the car, wouldn't John, like, even if he was like standing there waiting, and then he sees, oh wait, Karen's not getting out, she's pulling up with the vehicle, he's like, what are you doing, like this? So then he is even paying attention, right? And then she's like, you know what, screw this. But you have to get up enough of a ways, because then you're going to fly it in reverse, right? I mean, and John just stands there and just like, wow, what's going on here? Unbelievable. I think that they're fucking with the track system, and that's what I want to see. I want to see somebody talk about what it is that Nicholas just testified to. Again, you're going to have all of these people are there all at the same time, just minutes afterwards. And then you have Allie saying, Allie McCabe, I came and picked Colin up. Well, then why wasn't Colin at home? Why, when his dad came home after 12:25, 12:30, was Colin not home? If you picked him up at 12:10, I've been now in the area. I know how far it is. Colin would have been home before his dad. If you picked up Colin at 12:10. Mass people around there, and Karen's just going to decide to ram him. But you go and you look at these text messages, or I'm sorry, the voicemails, and talking about, you know, John, I fucking hate you. Heels, I believe she was walking in at 12:42 a.m. She was walking in, calling him a pervert at 12:59. Like, that's interesting, like, to use the word that you're a pervert. It's like, what were your guys' plans to go do at that house party that you would be saying that he's a pervert because of what he wants to do? That's what I think is interesting. What was the plans to go to the after party? What did Jen McCabe say? Hey, you're going to come with me. And like, what was Jen saying to Karen? What are these freaky ass mofos involved in? Okay. Karen wasn't saying that he was a pervert in the text messages during that day. You know, who was supposed to be at that party? That's just a really weird thing to say, you know, that he's a pervert. A cheater doesn't make you a pervert, but if you're trying to like do, you know, freaky ass shit, what was the surprise? Yeah. Who, you know, hey, do you want to watch, you know what I'm like, this involves something. This is just wild. I was told that those people, like, I've been told by multiple people that those people use coke and exhibitionists, people doing swapping out, all that stuff. So Aaron, you have to listen to all the voicemails. She most certainly says pervert. She calls him a pervert. Makes no sense. That's a really interesting word to use. And then I think about the fact that there was, some gay people over there at that house. I don't know. Jen even said it earlier in the night or early in the day with her text when she writes and says that I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship, would like to limit it. And that was at 8:33 p.m. Again, I do not think that she was talking about the kids. People can say, Lana, that's exactly what she was talking about. Well, hey, that's your opinion. My opinion is no. My opinion is that at 8:33, Karen was trying to limit those two hanging out with two other people because it was toxic for the relationship. If you're truly going to say that about the kids, that makes no sense because the kids aren't going anywhere. Okay? The kids aren't going anywhere. This is not a divorce situation where you're like, hey, I'm going to only come around when so-and-so has the kids because it's a problem, I don't believe that Julie Nagel asked for a ride and decided to stay. I think that somebody was bringing something over there. But hey, make it seem like you came for a ride because then it'd be like, well, why didn't you leave? Well, I decided to stay. Then why'd you call for a fucking ride in the first place, you weirdo? They had never been over there. What were they invited to go do? It's not the kids. I'm telling you, that comment is not about the kids, but everybody has turned it into that. I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship. The kids are part of your relationship. There is no way that this relationship would like to limit it. How are you going to possibly limit hanging out with children that he has all the time? How is that even possible? I don't think that Karen is an unrealistic person. I think that would be unrealistic of her to say, listen, we're only going to hang out when the kids aren't around. What? The kids are always around. Also, I can play you these clips, but I want to know what Mike was being asked by Lally. Lally just totally, I don't know what he was doing, but he played a text message that JJ sent to Mike on the 29th or the 28th, and it says, how did Kara do, by the way? And Mike Camerano was asked, who's Kara? And he says, I have no idea. I have no idea. Then Alan Jackson was like, wait, what's going on here? He was basically objecting. He wanted to talk to Lally. Then he objected and said, I want all of this stricken from the record. Okay. Again, this was when Mike Camerano testified. And it made absolutely no sense. Also, when Mike Camerano was testifying, as well as Nicholas, they were jumping all over with these text messages. Because of those text messages, I was able to determine that John 100% lied to Karen. He was already at the bar when he was saying that we're going to, Mike's going to drive, we're going to take his car. They were already physically at that bar from 7:25 when that text message was sent out a good 20 minutes later. already in McCarthy's, already having drinks. We're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves. 7:43 p.m. That was actually 12 minutes fast, or that's actually the text message. But the the McCarthy's camera has them coming in at 7:37 p.m. So that text message would seem like it's like 6 minutes after they walk in the door. Well, people had testified to finding out that the McCarthy's camera was 12 minutes fast. So you actually have to back up the 7:37. So he, in fact, walked in at 7:25 p.m. Him and Mike were 100% drinking beforehand because Mike got to his house between 5 and 5:30 that night. And I don't think that they were just twiddling their thumbs. Okay. So he's, after all, everything of those text messages and, you know, all afternoon, he calls her out about drinking. She hires a plumber. He gets pissed about that. Plumber at 8. Well, I think y'all both play games with each other. But we're taking Mike's car at 7:43. 100% was after John had already had drinks at McCarthy's. And he made it seem like people weren't going out. Then all of a sudden, you know, he's like, he might have to pick up Michael. Also, if you look at the text messages, like your kids are at home or the kids are at home. She doesn't know if there's a sleepover because, you know, she just doesn't say that one of them is. John had asked, what's his name? John had talked to his brother. They had canceled plans of hanging out due to the weather. But then at the same time at lunch, when John goes into D&E's, he tells Chris that, you know, they swap out information and ask him what he's doing. Julie says, then you and Bella should find people there that knew these swingers and buy them a drink and get them to talk about it. Girl, I got a lot of stuff for you, Julie. I can promise you that. I got a lot of stuff. I've been doing some undercover here. This town talks a lot, man. They all text each other right away. It's basically what you saw on the Matt McCabe texting. What was I saying though about? I want to unmute that. Oh yeah, Chris. He's asking Chris what they're going to do later. So he had all intentions of going out that night. Him writing Karen and saying, geez, Karen, I don't need you to be announcing that you're going drinking. Get out. No. Looking forward to hear from Kelly Dever, who told Paul Gallagher that it was 32 Fairview as Paul G went to 1 Meadows instead. Cannot wait to hear from Kelly Dever with the defense case. Julie's like, don't worry, Julie, I got you handled. I got it. The people that live at 34 Fairview. Remember when Karen just said it recently? She's like, we were dating. Also, I want to know why Karen's phone went to your kids are cucking alone, like the KUKING. I think that that's super, super interesting. We were doing texting samples yesterday. In order for Karen to arrive at 12:41 a.m. at 1 Meadows, now Karen wouldn't have known where she's at, by the way. So you're going to sit here and tell me that Karen didn't put in her GPS how to get back to where she was going? So 12:33 a.m. left 34 Fairview and would have gotten back at John's at 12:41 a.m. And she texted him from 1 Meadows at 12:55 saying, I'm leaving. See you later. 102, your kids are cucking alone. Well, cuck is spelled with a C, though. That's the only thing that's interesting is it's not, she doesn't spell it with a C. She spells it with a K, K-U-C-K-I-N-G. So we looked into that. And then she's like, I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone. She keeps on saying kids. She said the kids, plural. So she was under the impression she had never known that, you know, Kaylee was the only one home. But she wrote that he was clearly she's not back in Mansfield. She was writing that to get him to leave the party, to pick up the call and to go home. I'm sorry, but you're not going to write that to somebody that you just ran over. Okay? She's trying to get him to come back because he was still at that party. Like, what are you doing? Like, so I'm going to say that I left, okay? And that's a way to get him to go to, you know, to leave. Oh shit, she left. That means the kids are home alone. You know what I mean? Voice to text. Yep, that could be a possibility. So I believe 100% she was acting like she wasn't there anymore to get him to leave. You're not saying that and knowing that you just ran him over. That's not what you would do. Like, that's way too. This is about relationships. This is about, like, here, what can I say to get here? I need to get this man to answer me. I need to get this man to answer me. Okay. Don't you think John got to 34 before 12:24? I'm interested into seeing why John would put into his cell phone and dial up Waze at the time that he did over by the golf course. He started to get into Waze at 12:19, and I think that he would have made it based on where I think his vehicle was. If it was over by the golf course, I think that you could have made it from that where that golf course is to 34 Fairview. You know, no traffic. Obviously, it was perfectly fine outside. I think that you would have made that. There's no way that it takes you 5 minutes. That's like insanity. I mean, I'm just over there. No. But it's interesting that they have these little coordinates that they're saying like they're tracking where he's going. So I want to hear about that. I think it's interesting what she said to Laura at 1. I think Laura's responses to her, these Sullivan, at the 33:19 mark, she says 12:45 p.m. and then 107, 108, 109. She had texted Laura. And somebody would have texted me that, and as far as close as that they were, I would have been blowing up Karen, like calling nonstop. Like, wait, what the hell? What do you mean he was in the snow? What the heck are you talking about? But it's interesting. Let's see. I would love to know what the hell Bev's doing right now. Blowing on her bangs. It's a hot one.
Why aren't you going to what I caught?
Just hopping on, the LexisNexis data is a little damning if it's center of GPS circle. What did I miss? Because I want to know if it was if he fucked it up. So I'm curious to see about that.
He literally.
I also think it's weird. There was no phone calls or texting while she was physically on the property, but it's not if she intended just.
Put it back in session, you may be seated.
I don't know.
All right, so Ms. Giannetti, did that give you enough time?
Oh, I had enough time.
Okay. All right, so Ms. McLaughlin, why don't I hear you just briefly? If you could frame this, or Mr. Lally, whoever wants to.
Yeah, sure. The Commonwealth is moving to introduce a Google search the defendant conducted at 1:27 p.m. on January 29th, 2022. The Commonwealth would argue that the probative value of this Google search outweighs any prejudice to the defendant. The search in question is at 1:27 p.m. before the defendant had spoken to law enforcement. She conducted a search for DUI attorneys. The Commonwealth thinks that this is appropriate for the jury to hear as it rebuts the Bowden defense the defendant has laid out. Not that she did not intend to commit John O'Keefe. The defense has been that the defendant is essentially what's been represented in opening court was framed that she had no intent or opportunity to commit these crimes. Further, that she was not intoxicated at the time. So the Commonwealth feels that the probative value significantly outweighs the prejudicial value. It goes to her state of mind at the time that the search was conducted. Further, it also rebuts that there was any impropriety in the police investigation, or that, as the defense has put it, that the police did not search any or investigate any other potential culprits. It also would go to the defendant's consciousness of guilt at that time. This statement is before she voluntarily gave an interview with law enforcement. It goes to her state of mind prior to that interview. And so for all those reasons, the Commonwealth would suggest that that Google search is appropriate. And it's not a typical case where it's an invocation of counsel, where law enforcement had not engaged her, and it goes to her state of mind at that time prior to any police involvement, and further to rebut that there was any improprieties in the police investigation, or that they should have investigated anyone else.
All right, and I appreciate, Mr. Lally, you bringing this to our attention to give us time to look at it. Ms. McLaughlin, I appreciate that you provided a very strong limiting instruction proposal. I'll hear you, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you. Your Honor, you had asked that I produce proof of the phone call from Michael Proctor to my.
Oh, I didn't say proof. No, I asked if that was coming into evidence.
Okay, well, I'd like this marked for identification for the purpose of this document, if I could.
Sure.
Show counsel. It's been redacted.
Okay. So let's have it marked for ID before I hear you any further. So Madam Court Reporter needs to mark it.
Triple for identification.
All right, and if I may have that. Thank you very much. Just give me a minute, Ms. Giannetti. All right, so this is just that a call occurred, right?
That a call was made from Michael Proctor's personal cell phone number. You can see the last 4 digits there, to my client at 1:19 p.m. on January 29th.
Okay.
Approximately 8 minutes before she calls to investigate potential DUI attorney.
Okay, so focus on the law for me and tell me why I should exclude this.
Of course, yes. With regard to the cases that the Commonwealth has cited, I think the court has seen, one of them is an unpublished opinion, the other is a homicide case. They couldn't be more distinguishable from this case. With regard to the unpublished opinion, that appears to have been a gun charge where the defendant in that case did a search for a 9mm handgun on his cell phone. He did not ask for Google or search in Google for a handgun attorney. He made a specific inculpatory search that the court ruled was relevant, and it was not outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. In this case, we have a person being contacted by the police and then doing what a citizen has every right to do, which is to look for an attorney for representation. There's zero probative value to that, other than she's presumed to be innocent and she's seeking an attorney to defend that presumption of innocence. That's it. There's zero probative value. But there is an extreme and unfair prejudice in this case. Your Honor, the limited instruction that the Commonwealth has provided asks this court to instruct the jury whether her action in doing an internet search for an attorney indicates feelings of guilt by a defendant. I can't even believe that argument.
So let's just focus on the law.
I'm trying to, Your Honor. I'm flabbergasted.
So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to stop you. So on the balancing act that I have to do, I find that the probative value is outweighed by the prejudicial impact. All right. So I'm not going to allow it in, Mr. Lally, in your case in chief. Now, if you feel that through this witness or through any other witness, Mr. Lally, that it then is admissible, I just ask that you come to sidebar beforehand.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Let's bring Trooper Guarino back in, please. Yes, please.
I think it's perfect. I mean, if a trooper called me,
Trooper, do you have a bad back?
it was saying
just stand at any
God
time.
knows,
Your Honor.
Okay.
and I look up an attorney after they call me. Fuck, I mean, what the hell? I'd be a dumbass if I didn't look up an attorney. I'd be a complete fucking moron. And notice how she didn't look up a murder attorney. You guys are talking about, because Carrie Roberts was running her fucking fat ass mouth. Fuck you, Carrie Roberts. I should have said fuck you, Carrie. Absolutely. Yeah, Trooper Proctor wanted to talk to me about, he thought I was drinking, like, get out of here. And you're just now finding this Google search? Like, that should just tell you that they didn't do anything. There's no investigation in this case. Like, this just came to our attention. We were just going through our Google searches. Are you insane? It's like right in front of your face. Desperado. This is wild. Embarrassing. The day of, minutes after Proctor calls her, she's Googling for attorneys. Yeah. But what's laughable is that you just want to bring in now. That should just tell you there was no investigating in this case. It was all planted in this case, and that's why there was no investigating. Because you can't investigate stuff that never happened. It's stuff that happened after the fact.
Advice of the jury. Hey, be seated, close back.
This is crazy.
Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr. Lally, you left your material here.
Thank you.
Mr. Lally, you left your.
Trooper Guarino, you've testified that you disagree in many respects with the findings of the defense expert, Rick Green, which he outlined in his affidavit submitted in connection with this case, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'd like to ask you some questions about your training and education and your qualifications in the area of computer forensics. You graduated from Westfield State University in 2003.
Yes, that's correct.
You majored in criminal justice and mass communications, correct?
Yes, I double majored.
You chose not to major in computer science, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
2 years after graduating, you became a patrolman in Norwood, correct?
Yes, that's right.
The town of Norwood is right next to Canton, is it not?
Yes, it is.
You stayed as a patrolman in Norwood for 10 years with the Norwood Police Department, correct?
Oh, minus a stint in the National Guard, but yes.
You then became a Massachusetts state trooper in 2015,
Yes, I did.
and you spent 4 years in the patrol division of the Mass State Police, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was until 2019?
Correct.
And 2019 was the first time that you took a forensic computer course. Would you agree with that?
No, that's not true.
Would you agree with me that since then, your training has mainly consisted of online courses and webinars?
That is also not true.
Okay, well, you list, with regard to your training, some in-person trainings, sir, but you list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, actually, over 20 online courses, do you not?
Yes, that was during COVID.
Yeah. Well, 2019 was not during COVID, was it?
2020 was
All right.
when I took most of them.
I got you, but you say 2019 to 2020 in terms of your online courses and webinars, correct?
There's quite a few, yes.
All right. And with regard to some of the courses that you were taking during that time period, would you agree with me that one of them was Introduction to Computer Networks?
So that course was through the NW3C.
I
They
didn't
just
ask
had
you
it
where it
multiple.
was from. I asked you whether one of the courses that you took was called Introduction to Computer Networks.
That's correct.
And another course that you took was Introduction to Cell Phone Investigations, correct?
Yes.
Introduction to Previewing, correct?
Yes.
You hold no degrees in the field of computer forensics, do you?
I hold certifications.
You hold no degrees in the field of computer forensics or computer science, correct?
Like college degree?
Correct.
Yeah, correct.
You have no publications in the field of computer forensics, do you?
No, not yet.
And you've never taught a course in computer forensics, have you?
No.
All right. Well, as a Norwood police officer for 10 years and a Massachusetts state trooper for 9 years, you would agree that you've written a lot of police reports over the years, have you not?
Yeah, you can say that.
Prior to becoming a Norwood police officer back in 2005, you attended a police academy, right?
Yes, I did.
And at the academy, one area of focus was the proper way to write a police report, was it not?
Amongst others.
You were taught that it's important to write police reports close in time to the events in question while they're still freshest in your memory, correct?
That's not necessarily the case.
Okay, so is it your testimony before this jury that it's preferable to wait months before you submit a police report on something that happened months ago, sir?
Well, it depends on the data that I'm using. If I can't get into a phone, then yeah, I have to wait months.
Okay. But once the information is received, that you need to write a police report. Would you agree with me that it's important to record it in a report as soon as you can?
No, I stand by my previous statement that as soon as the data is available that I can do it, I will. And if, things come up, then, I do it when it's able.
So I think you just answered my question. You said as soon as the data is available and you've completed your investigation.
I never said I completed. I said if the data is available.
Well,
then
let's say you've completed your investigation, sir. Are you going to argue with me that it's preferable not to wait to record that data in a report?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Yannetti.
You were also taught that it's important to include all the important details in your police report, correct?
Again, it depends on the report I'm writing.
Okay, so in other words, there are times when you're writing a police report when you intentionally leave out important details, Trooper. Is that your testimony before this jury?
Objection.
I'll allow that question. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Your Honor.
So you would agree with me, going back to my question, that it is important to include all the important details in your report, is it not?
Again, it depends on the report that I'm writing. There's some data that goes in, there's some that doesn't. I can't have everything in. Again, for phone, I'm speaking to technically phone reports or cell phones. Computers. I can't include everything. That's why we have the program that if I need to add something via Cellbrite or Axiom, I can create a report through that. If I did a handwritten report for everything, they'd be thousands of pages for the amount of data in these devices.
One purpose of writing a police report is to share information with your fellow investigators, is it not?
I suppose so.
Another purpose of writing a police report is to be fair to the people that you're investigating by explaining as best you can what happened, correct?
I don't understand that question.
Okay. The fact is you did write some early police reports in this case dated February 4th, 2022, just 6 days after John O'Keefe was found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
That is correct.
When you wrote those police reports, you knew this was a homicide investigation, correct?
I was told that it was believed to be yes.
So that underscored the importance of being accurate and truthful, correct? Especially in a homicide investigation?
I write my reports, no matter what the investigation is, the same exact way.
And the purpose of one of your February 4th, 2022 reports was to explain how you came into possession of John O'Keefe's cell phone and to note the extraction that you did on the phone. Do you recall that report?
Yes, I do.
And before writing that particular report, you spoke with Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I received the phone from him, but
I'm sorry?
I received the phone from him originally, yes.
And when you received the phone, the two of you did not remain mute, right? The two of you chatted?
I don't remember the exact conversation.
Here we go.
But there was a conversation, correct?
I'm sure there was.
And you recorded what Michael Proctor told you about that cell phone in your February 4th, 2022 report, did you not?
No, I didn't.
Michael Proctor told you that on Saturday, January 29th of 2022, he and Sergeant Buchanan had responded to 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Did he not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, he didn't.
Well, you wrote in your very first sentence in that report the following, quote, on Saturday, January 29th, 2022, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Those were your words, were they not?
All right, so the objection sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did Michael Proctor tell you that he had received or retrieved John O'Keefe's cell phone from 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, I didn't know where it was retrieved from.
You didn't know where it was retrieved from?
Correct.
All right. But you did include in your report that while Proctor and Buchanan were on scene, they retrieved the cell phone of John O'Keefe, correct?
At some point during the day, they did. I don't know where from. So there's multiple.
Yeah, I'm asking about your report, Trooper. You know I'm questioning you about your report.
No, I understand, and I'm explaining.
Yeah,
I don't know what scene.
You don't get to explain, sir, most respectfully, until Mr. Lally questions you.
Objection.
Okay, so no comments. I think to speed things along, do you have your report with you?
I do, Your Honor.
I think it'll make it easier, Ms.
Can you read the
Giannetti.
first two lines? of that?
Let him grab it.
This is going to be amazing. Remember, Lally always objects when he doesn't.
Go.
Can you read the first two lines to the jury, please?
Yep. On Saturday, January 29th, 2022, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Through his investigation was found O'Keefe was a victim of a motor vehicle homicide. While on scene, Trooper Proctor secured O'Keefe's phone and brought it to the Norfolk DA's office for forensic analysis.
Okay. So you'd agree with me that you included that clause, while on scene, they secured his phone, did you not?
I did write that.
Okay. And that was back on February 4th of 2022, correct?
Yes, it was.
Within 6 days of John O'Keefe being found mortally wounded on Albert's lawn, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you knew that the crime scene was 34 Fairview Road, correct?
No.
Yet you put in your report while on scene, did you not?
Yes, I don't know what scene they recovered from. I know they went multiple places
What?
on the 29th. They didn't get back to me till 7:30 that night almost, when I first got the phone.
Oh, you'd agree with me that the Canton Police Department wasn't the crime scene, correct?
I never said crime scene in my report. I wrote scene.
Okay. Well, Canton Police Department was not the scene of any crime, was it?
I don't know. I don't believe so.
You don't know if the Canton Police Department was the scene of a crime.
I don't think it was.
You don't think it is? Okay. Now, in that report, you were trying to establish the chain of custody of that phone, right? Because you described where it was found, where it was taken, and who had possession of it, correct?
I said it never said where it was taken. I said the phone was recovered on scene by Trooper Proctor. Again, I don't know where it was recovered from. I did find out later it was at Canton PD.
Well, hold on a second. We're focusing on your report.
I know, I'm reading it.
As opposed to details you want to fill in now, okay?
Okay.
With regard to, you just testified that you never said where it was taken, yet previously you said it was taken to you, was it not?
No, I said recovered from, like the scene location.
Did Trooper Proctor take the phone to you and
Yes.
hand it to you?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so it was taken to you, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So you described in your report where it was found because you said while on scene, correct?
Correct.
And where it was taken to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And who had possession of it, which was initially Trooper Proctor in terms of your observations, and then you, correct?
That is who brought me the phone to the DA's office, yes.
And you would agree with me that chain of custody of a piece of evidence is an important detail in any criminal investigation, isn't it?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that someone reading your report or listening to it as the jury listened today would understand you to be saying that Michael Proctor seized John O'Keefe's cell phone at 34 Road in Canton?
Objection.
All right. I'd like to ask you some questions about the extraction that you discussed in that same February 4th, 2022 report, the very same report. In that report, after you name the tools that you use to extract data from the phone, you indicated that a copy of that cell phone extraction was placed on a state police server, or was it a DA's office server?
DA's office server.
Okay, on a server so that it could be accessed there, correct?
That is correct.
But that extraction you placed on the server did not include all the potential data on John O'Keefe's phone, did it?
How do you mean?
Well, didn't you indicate in your report that the extraction was not inclusive of all potential data contained within the device?
No, that's not true.
Well, the extraction that you did contained communications, iOS messages, phone calls, social media communications between John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it contained communications between John O'Keefe and Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, that's true.
It contained communications between John O'Keefe and Kerry Roberts.
I can't recall.
All right. But it did not include any communications between John O'Keefe and Julie Albert, did it?
Again, I can't recall.
And again, I'm talking about that initial extraction. That initial one didn't include any communications between John O'Keefe and Chris Albert, did it?
I only created one extraction of John O'Keefe's phone.
Right. That extraction report also did not include any location data, did it?
No, it did.
You didn't note any location data in that initial report, did you?
In the February 4th report?
Correct.
I didn't go through the data at that point.
All right.
This is just my extraction report saying that I got the phone, it was extracted and placed onto the server. And then I wrote, this report is not inclusive of all potential evidence, potential data contained within this evidence.
When was the first time that you reported on location data in this case?
I don't remember.
Wasn't until April of 2023, correct?
Oh, there was a reason for that.
Well, I didn't ask you if there was a reason for it, sir. You understood my question, didn't you?
That's correct. My first report regarding was in January.
We're talking about John O'Keefe's phone now here.
Yeah.
You did not report on the location data on John O'Keefe's phone until April of 2023, correct?
I didn't look at the extraction initially.
And you also did not report on any Apple Health data until the spring of 2023, correct?
Again, I didn't look at the phone extraction. Trooper Proctor would have looked at it. I would have loaded it and given it to him.
Okay, so Trooper Proctor had access to the phone first, and then you took care of it, correct?
He had access to the extraction that I would load onto Cellbrite for him to look at, where you can't change the data. That is correct.
Okay. And you would agree with me that you didn't address John O'Keefe's health or location data in any formal report until that April 23 report, correct?
That is correct. I never went through it.
Right, and you submitted your report in April of 2023 after you became aware of an affidavit filed by the defense expert, Rick Green, in which Mr. Green extracted and analyzed John O'Keefe's location data and his movements according to Apple Health data. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Before Rick Green submitted that affidavit, no member of the state police homicide investigation team, including you, had ever looked at or at least reported on the location data for anyone present at 34 Fairview, correct?
For the devices that we had, sir?
For John O'Keefe's device, for Jennifer McCabe's device, etc.
I can't speak to that. I don't know.
All right, but you didn't, correct?
Again, I didn't look at the extractions until later.
Right. So you hadn't looked at John O'Keefe's location data in particular prior to Richard Green pointing out the location data in his affidavit, correct?
Again, I don't know. I wasn't asked to look for that data when I did look at it.
On it, correct?
Yes, there's no report until then.
Right. Same with Jennifer McCabe's location data. You didn't report on that either, correct?
I didn't look at Jen McCabe's phone.
All right. You didn't report on Brian Alberts or Colin Alberts or Brian Higgins' location data. Would you agree with that?
I didn't have any of their phone extractions to get that data, so I wouldn't be able to anyways.
But when you finally did check the location data, I want to ask you about your testimony on direct examination that you believe that at a certain point, with regard to John O'Keefe's phone, the accuracy of the GPS points was within 3 feet. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you show me where in any of your reports you specify that the GPS points are accurate within 3 feet?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me. In my reports or the accident report?
Yeah, no. Any reports that you have in front of you or any that you reviewed? Where is that?
What do you that I wrote?
Is it in writing anywhere, sir?
Yes, I wrote in my report that we believe we were within 3 feet of the latitude and longitude points that were mapped in Sartopo when we went to see him. That is the second report that I did, sir.
The May of 2023 report?
May 9th, 2023.
All right. Now, let me just have a moment.
Yep. It's page It'll be page 4 or 5. It should be in the top there. Paragraph 9. Can read it if you'd like.
Hang on. Would you agree with me in paragraph 9, there is nothing that mentions that the accuracy is within 3 feet?
From the program?
No, I'm asking you about a report that you authored, that you just mentioned to this jury.
It's in paragraph
Now,
12, I'm sorry. It says, true proctor began to measure.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I wrote, Trooper Proctor and I began measuring the approximate
I'm not
location.
asking you to read it.
Okay.
You're mentioning paragraph 12 and
Yes, sir.
you're talking about one particular spot in that, correct?
Yes, that is the spot that we
All right.
pointed on our
Now, with
location.
regard to John O'Keefe's phone, would you agree with me that it's important to properly handle and secure a cell phone that is seized in connection with a homicide investigation?
Yes.
Was it important in this investigation to properly handle and secure John O'Keefe's cell phone since he was the homicide victim?
I mean, it was. We locked it in a secure evidence lab.
All right. Well, you testified that the first time you reported on in your investigation or your evaluation of the location data, that was in your April 24th, 2023 report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that report, you revealed that you looked at his location data using Axiom software, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Axiom is a competitor of Celebrate?
Did you say that? Yeah.
And Axiom is relied on by law enforcement across the country?
I believe so.
And you relied on it here in terms of this issue of the location data, did you not?
I used multiple programs, but yes, I use Axiom as well.
And regarding the location data that you examined with regard to John O'Keefe's phone, you noticed, or you noted, I should say, that after a period of no speed having been registered for a period of time, John O'Keefe's cell phone started registering movement at 6:04 or 6:15 a.m.?
6:15 a.m.
6:15 a.m., and that's actually 6:15 and 36 seconds, correct?
I don't have it in front of me, but I believe that's correct.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
And at that point, his phone registered a speed of 0.0484 meters per second.
Just want to confirm.
Sure.
Is that the second report or the first report? I'm sorry. There it is. Yep. 0.0484.
0.0484 meters per second?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 and 36 seconds?
Yes, it is.
All right. So now, as you were examining that data, sir, you certainly knew from this investigation by that point that when the phone was moving according to that data at 6:15 and 36 seconds on January 29th of 2022, John O'Keefe had already been found mortally wounded and incapacitated, correct?
From the voicemail message, that's how I was able to. I don't know the exact timeframes that he was found and transported, but I know 6:08 from Miss Reed's voicemail that the 911 call is made, and
Okay,
they're on scene.
I think we're talking over each other here
Yeah.
because what I'm asking is, you knew that by 6:15 and 30 seconds in the morning on January 29th, John O'Keefe had already been incapacitated and mortally wounded. That was my question.
Oh, yes, that's sorry. I misunderstood.
So you knew from your investigation that meant it could not have been John O'Keefe moving with his phone at 6:15 and 36 seconds, correct?
That is correct.
It had to be somebody else, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that once investigators took possession of John O'Keefe's phone, any movement of his phone after that would not help in your homicide investigation, would it?
I don't understand.
So in other words, John O'Keefe's been incapacitated.
Yes.
Somebody from law enforcement seizes his phone. Would it help your investigation or the investigation of the Norfolk Detectives Unit to track and record location data on that phone after 6:15 a.m.?
Well, it's there. I did look at it. It goes to Canton PD and then later comes to the office.
I asked. I didn't ask if it's there. I know it's there. I'm asking you Does that help you in your investigation of a potential, of a homicide, to track the phone and have that location data recorded on the phone after John O'Keefe could not have been the one moving with it?
No, not necessarily.
In fact, if the phone is manipulated in some way after investigators take possession of it, that could potentially harm an investigation, couldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, to preserve the integrity of the data on the phone as it existed before the police took custody of the phone, there is a way to stop the phone from recording location data, again, after the police take custody of the phone, isn't there?
Yes, if you can, place it into airplane mode.
Yes, yeah, you mentioned on direct examination that it could be accomplished by putting the phone into airplane mode, correct?
That is correct, sir.
But when that phone was seized, no investigator put the plane into airplane mode that early morning because you know that location data was found on that phone, correct?
I don't know when it was placed in airplane mode,
But you know it wasn't by 6:15 a.m., correct?
that is correct.
How do you not know
And
that?
there's also another way to prevent any signal from entering or exiting the phone. You'd agree with that?
Yes, there is.
During your direct examination, you mentioned the concept of a Faraday bag.
That is correct, sir.
A Faraday bag has special fabric that blocks electromagnetic signals entirely, does it not?
Yes, sir.
So putting the phone into a Faraday bag would be another way to stop the phone from recording location data while the phone's in police custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you'd agree with me that during that early morning hours, as of 6:15 a.m. and thereafter, no investigator in this case put that phone into a Faraday bag on January 29th, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
In fact, after John O'Keefe's cell phone started registering movement at 6:15 and 36 seconds in the morning on January 29th, it continued to record location data the rest of the morning until 11:56 and 1 second a.m. on January 29th, correct?
I don't know the exact end time, but I know it does have GPS data points throughout the day.
This is why I'm here. This is why I've covered this case. I cannot wait to do this.
So you would agree with me that for several hours after the police had the phone, it was not put in a Faraday bag and it was not put into airplane mode, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, with regard to the voicemails that you've previously testified to and that the jury has heard and they've been introduced into evidence, you had testified on direct examination that Karen Reed's phone connected to the Wi-Fi at 1 Meadows Ave at approximately 12:36 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
So you can testify based on that by 12:36 in the morning, Karen Reed was not at 34 Fairview, correct?
That's correct.
And that was the first of those voicemails that you testified to, correct? That was the I hate you voicemail?
Yes, that's 12:37, correct.
Okay. And
Holy
that
shit.
voicemail and every other voicemail that the jury heard was left after Karen had left 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And except for the one at, after 6 in the morning, the 4-minute one when she went back, we heard that one. But all the other ones were apparently left when she was at 1 Meadows, correct?
I can't speak to where she was, but
But she wasn't at 34 Fairview.
yes, that's correct. She wasn't at 34.
And you would agree with me, based on those voicemails and what you know about them and what we've just discussed, that no one at 34 Fairview, including Jennifer McCabe, could have witnessed Karen Reed outside that residence at 12:45 a.m., correct?
No, I don't believe so.
So you would agree with me? No one could have, including Jennifer McCabe, could have seen her at 12:45 at 34 Fairview?
As I said, she auto connects to the Wi-Fi at 12:36, so no, she wouldn't have been there.
All right. Now, we've talked about the findings of, or the fact that you reviewed the findings of Rick Green by reading the affidavit that he submitted, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you learned in that affidavit that Rick Green was able to track not only when John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview, but also the route that he and Ms. Reed took to get there on January 29th, correct?
I don't recall his report fully, but
You learned that he was able to accomplish that by examining the data from the app Waze that you spoke of, correct?
yes, I did find that myself.
All right. And Waze is spelled W-A-Z-E, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you've previously testified it's a commonly used app for driving directions and navigation.
Yes, sir.
And regarding your analysis of the phone, you learned that there was Apple Health data from John O'Keefe's phone on January 29th of 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And Apple Health data can reveal a number of steps that a person has taken during a given time period, as well as whether that person is going up or down stairs, correct?
Yes.
And on John O'Keefe's phone, you learned that there was Apple Health data that tracked his steps from the time he's seen on surveillance video leaving the Waterfall Bar and Grill and moving forward after that, correct?
I don't know anything about the Waterfall Bar video. I just have the timestamp from the phone showing it at around 12:12 at the waterfall.
All right, and it actually was between 12:11 and 9 seconds, and then the ending period of that first time period was 12:21 and 5 seconds. And then you.
Oh yes, from the health. Thank you. Yes, yeah.
Okay, from the Apple Health. And the data showed that he took a total of 170 steps between that time period, correct?
That's what the phone registered. Yes.
All right, and regarding those 170 steps, isn't it true that this data from Apple Health signifies that 170 steps took place at some point during that 10-minute approximate time period?
No.
So is it your understanding that those 170 steps all took place at 12:11?
No. Again, like I said, the phone is a high-tech pedometer. It doesn't mean that steps were taken. It means the phone was manipulated in a way that it believed it was moving and taking steps.
Oh, I see your objection. Okay, so
sorry.
Yeah, let's assume there were steps for the purpose of this discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, and they could have been steps, correct?
They could have been, yes,
Okay,
but
all right. So let's assume
no way to prove.
let's assume that for now.
Okay.
Assuming there were 170 steps taken,
Her car wasn't walking.
that could have meant that John O'Keefe took 170 steps beginning at 12:11 within that time period, correct?
It's saying that again, the time frame that it gave me is 12:11 to 12:21.
Right. Yeah. So in other words, he could have started walking at 12:11, correct?
Yes.
All right. But he also could have taken that 170 steps closer in time to 12:21, correct?
Well, at that point, he's in the car.
I'm not asking about where he was.
Could not have been. No.
I'm just asking about with what the data shows.
And I would say no.
If it shows 170 steps between 12:11 and 12:21, then strictly based on the data, you don't know where those 170 steps took place within that 10 minutes, correct?
To a degree, yes.
Okay. And it's possible it could have been toward the beginning, toward the end, or maybe fairly evenly spaced, right? You just know that there were 170 steps that were taken in that 10-minute time frame, correct?
Again, that's assuming that they are steps.
Right. And again, I'm asking you from the data itself.
Again, the phone says it's steps, doesn't mean they are.
All right. Well, the Apple Health data also showed a total of 80 steps between 12:21 and 12:24.
Correct.
As part of your investigation of this case, were you aware that there was a 12:23 text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel in which Ryan texted his sister Julie he had arrived at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained, you can ask it differently.
In any case, you would agree with me that 12:23 is between 12:21 and 12:24, correct?
That is correct.
And that is the 12:21 to 12:24 time frame where the Apple Health data showed that the user of John O'Keefe's phone took 80 steps, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, John O'Keefe's Apple Health data also showed that he climbed up or down 3 flights of stairs between 12:21 and 12:24, correct?
Yes.
And that's the same period in which the data reflects 80 steps, correct?
It's off by about 12 seconds. 12:22, 22. That's right, 12:24 and 22 seconds was the ending for the stamps, but 12:24 and 37 seconds.
Okay, but approximately.
Yeah. Approximately, yes.
All right. And regarding going up and down those 3 floors, Apple does not provide data precise enough to determine when within that range the 3 floors were transverse, correct?
No. There was a second point at 12:22 and 14 seconds that had specifically on stairs.
Okay. And you would agree with me that, and again, assuming that they were stairs as Apple Health data reflects, those stairs could have been ascended or descended toward the beginning, toward the end, or throughout that 3-minute time period, correct?
In this case, no, because there's a set point that's in the Cellbrite report that shows it's 12:22 and 14 seconds.
All right. Finally, his Apple Health data also showed a total of 36 steps between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. So I would like to direct your attention to your May 9th, 2023 report, which was the second report that you wrote that we've already referenced.
Yes, sir.
Specifically paragraph 15.
Okay.
You wrote that O'Keefe's health data in Cellbrite shows him ascending, descending 3 flights of stairs at 12:22 and 14 seconds. Did I read that accurately?
Yes, sir.
And the native locations in Cellbrite and the cached locations in Axiom both show O'Keefe's phone location by the intersection of Oakdale Road and Pinecone Road, which is in front of 36 Oakdale, and which is approximately a little over a half mile from 34 Fairview. Did I read that essentially correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you stand by the statement that he ascended and descended 3 flights of stairs precisely at 12:22 and 14 seconds?
I'm going by what Cellbrite has given me from that time point, and that's what I used.
Isn't it true that what the Apple Health data actually state is that John O'Keefe's phone went up and down 3 flights of stairs sometime within the time period that began at 12:22:14 and ended at 12:24:37?
I can't speak to it. I don't know. This is what, again, I'm looking at the report. This is what the information that is parsed out of the phone is giving me.
Right. I'm just asking about the data itself. It gives you that time period and tells you 3 flights of stairs, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Assuming that those 3 flights of stairs were ascended or descended closer in time to 12:22:14, which was within that time period, that would still give him time to arrive at 34 Fairview within a couple minutes later, would it not?
I'm sorry, with the time?
Yeah, so we have a time period that you've agreed with, which is 12:24:14, ending at 12:24:37, right? A little over a couple of minutes, like 2 minutes and 23 seconds?
Yeah, about that.
All right. So the 3 flights of stairs, again, just according to the data, could have been ascended or descended at the start of that time period, correct?
No. I'm confused what you're trying to say. So you're saying that he's at the house already at 12:22?
I'm not asking about the house, I'm asking about the data.
No, I know, but I'm asking about when you're saying he arrives in that data range.
No, what I'm
confused.
I'm strictly asking you just to look at the data.
Yeah.
And you agree with me, whenever there's a time period and Apple Health returns either steps or stairs, you can't pinpoint just from the data when they occurred within that time period, correct?
Objection. Your Honor, may be helpful if counsel could refer to which data he's talking about and not just keep saying.
I'm
All I'm hearing is
Apple Health data. I thought that was
Do you know
clear.
which data Ms. Giannetti's referring to specifically?
I'm slightly confused. I know you said that time frame that I wrote in my report for that 12:21 to 12:24. And then, as I stated before, Cellbrite shows a specific time point of 12:22 and 14 seconds when the stairs are ascended, descended. So that's why I'm confused.
Right, we're going to get to that, but I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you about the fact that there's a time period and you can't place where within that time period, just based on that data itself.
Yeah, that's what's recorded and shown to me. So again, that's what it's shown. I can't say otherwise.
Your conclusion was that John O'Keefe could not have been at 34 Fairview Road at 12:22 and 14 seconds because Waze put him on Oakdale Road about a half mile away, correct?
12, yes, correct.
All right. And that caused you to disregard the Apple Health data or to attribute it not to steps or to stairs because he was a half mile away between that 12:22 and 12:24 time period, correct?
Yes, I attribute it to movement.
All right. So I want you to assume for a moment, Trooper, that John O'Keefe's phone location actually showed him on Oakdale Road 3 minutes earlier at 12:19 a.m. Okay, if you have that in mind?
You okay?
All right. With that assumption, would you agree with me that the Apple Health data about him taking 80 steps and climbing up or down 3 floors at 34 Fairview Road would make more sense?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
It's gonna get good. It's gonna get good. It's a very simple question. Here is the range that this happened. So it could have happened more towards the beginning of that time period or the end of it or sprinkled all throughout it, right? And he's like, no, because I have this other thing, Celebrate, that tells me this exact time. He's like, we'll get to Celebrate in a minute. I'm talking about the health data from Apple. Okay. I don't know what was so difficult about that question. Yeah. They give you this range. And in this range is when this, could have occurred and should have occurred. I cannot believe that this guy seriously wants to testify and say that you can go like this with your phone and it's going to count stairs. Flights of stairs. Flights of stairs. Interesting. I think a lot of people should be writing appeals immediately. Anybody that has been, anybody out there that's been convicted off of data like this, you're going to get yourself an appeal, boy. Or girl.
Sir, are you aware that apps on an iPhone may pull data from 3 different clocks when they're timestamping location data?
You mean like Mac absolute time or Apple
I'm
Coca-Cola
asking
time?
you. Are you aware?
Multiple timestamps that are in an iPhone, correct?
That's not my question. My question was, are you aware that an app on an iPhone may pull data by choosing from 3 different clocks when it timestamps location data?
Yes.
What are those 3 separate clocks?
Depends on the program. It could be Mac absolute time. It could be the Unix epoch time. And sorry, there's like 2 others. I don't remember them all off the top of my head.
With regard to John O'Keefe's actual iPhone, did you research what clocks were available for apps to pull data from?
No, I didn't.
Are you aware that those 3 clocks can vary in time?
Yes.
Sometimes for a matter of seconds.
What do you mean? So
In other words, the 3 clocks could be seconds apart, correct?
I would have to see the data.
And you would agree with me that sometimes the clocks could be off by 3 minutes, correct?
No, again, I would have to see the data.
May I approach?
Yes. Mr. Lally, did you get a chance to look at that?
Fuck you, Weldy. How would you ever get on the stand? You clearly know about this, and you don't think the defense is going to ask you about it. Then wouldn't you tell Lally, I think we should talk about this? I mean, I would be like, fuck no, I'm not going to testify this way. You're not going to leave me out to blaze. Like, I'm just sorry, but that's just.
Okay, Trooper, I'm going to place this before you and ask you to review it, directing your attention specifically to what is marked process 3434.
Okay. Okay.
Do you see the process 3434 highlighted in blue on what I've placed before you?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to the right side of that exhibit, do you also see process 3434 with more information on the right side?
Yes.
And do you see the 3 different clocks that are listed on that printout?
I do.
What are those 3 different clocks?
Sorry, it's a bit blurry. Monotonic date time, baseband date time, and then display date time.
And looking at that, and by the way, do you recognize that as being information that was available from John O'Keefe's phone from the extraction?
Yes.
I would offer that as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
You can't. There's no grounds.
What are we going to call that, Mr.
Oh,
Lally?
wow. Oh,
How are
wow.
we going to refer to that?
Oh,
It could be called, a printout regarding 3434.
Okay.
Or printout from John O'Keefe's phone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now you have exhibit 640 in front of you, sir. Looking at 640, is it clear to you that those 3 clocks were not in sync regarding that one process number?
Yes.
In fact, the monotonic clock regarding this particular Waze artifact from John O'Keefe's phone says 2:22 a.m., while the baseband and display clocks have timestamps 3 minutes earlier, correct?
Yes.
So if there's a 3-minute difference between the clocks, well, strike that. Do you know, with regard to that 2:22 a.m. location data on Waze, do you know which clock Waze was using for that? Or the iPhone was using with Waze?
I don't. I didn't look through Axiom. I was using Cellbrite for that.
Okay.
oh, so you just,
But certainly that would have been available to you had you looked at it, correct?
Well, but the artifact you show me is from the power log. It has nothing to do with the GPS, so it's not correct.
You could have looked at that exhibit, right?
Yes,
The
and
information in that exhibit to see the 3 different clocks, sir?
Yes, but I can explain why this is incorrect.
All right, maybe Mr. Lally will ask you.
Sounds
All right.
good.
But you would agree with me if there's a 3-minute difference between the clocks and you don't know which clock was used to put John O'Keefe's phone on Oakdale Road at 2:22 a.m., that could explain. Let me just have a minute. It's not 2:22.
No, I know what you meant.
Mr. Jackson, thank you. I'm sure everybody else did. With regard to the 3-minute discrepancy between the clocks, and you've said you don't know which clock Waze was using to put John O'Keefe's phone on Oakdale Road at 12:22 a.m. That could explain the discrepancy between the Apple Health data and the Waze data, could it not?
No.
But as you sit here today, you don't know whether Waze was relying on the baseband, display, or monotonic clock, correct?
Again, can't be used for that.
Now, you're aware that Jennifer McCabe signed a consent form on February 2nd of 2022 for her cell phone to be imaged?
Yes.
And a full forensic extraction was performed on that phone sometime shortly after February 2nd of 2022?
I don't remember the exact date. I didn't download her phone.
But in any case, you generated a Celebrite full file system extraction report on May 31st of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that that Celebrite report was the one that was turned over to the defense in this case, correct?
That is correct.
But you'd agree with me that that extraction report didn't contain anything close to the full file system, despite the name on it, correct?
It did.
Well, that report was filtered to return only Jen McCabe's communications with Karen Reed, Kerry Roberts, John O'Keefe, and Kaylee Furbish, correct?
That is not correct.
Did Michael Proctor instruct you to pull only those communications?
Objection.
You didn't seek to obtain any of Jennifer McCabe's communications with her sister, Nicole Albert, did you?
I didn't go through, like I said, didn't go through Jen McCabe's info.
And you didn't seek to obtain any of her communications with her daughter, Allie Albert, did you? I'm sorry, Allie McCabe.
Objection, may we approach?
Sure.
This is fucking sick. I'm curious because like with me right now, I have a phone, a couple phones, 15 phones that I have all the information that was extracted from them. None of it is just like, here, this is only with this person. Here, this is only with that person. It's their whole fucking phone. Oh, this is interesting. You better do what they taught you. I mean, these people are just sick. Yeah, let me just get up there. They're just all telling each other, it's fine. You're going to get hammered for about 3 hours. Don't worry. Internet forgets. It's going to go away. You know, the next person's going to be on there. I'm going to separate you guys enough so that we're not just taking a complete plow fest. Yeah, Lily. Yeah. If I would ever get embarrassed like this. Bring them to me. Bring them to me now. And so I'm not taking those.
You would agree with me that the full forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's phone was not shared with the defense until it was requested by us in October of 2022, sir?
That is not true.
When you wrote your report on April 24th of 2023, in response to an affidavit provided by Rick Green, the defense forensic computer expert, it was in that report that you finally disclosed for the first time the existence of 3 Google searches by Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection.
All right, so ask that differently.
Prior to April 24th of 2023, you had not reported in any formal manner with anything that was shared with the defense about the existence of 3 Google searches by Jennifer McCabe, correct?
I never looked at Jennifer McCabe's phone.
And so was there anybody else from your unit or anybody else that you worked on that provided that material to us?
Not that I know of.
All right. Page 2, I made some more. Your Honor, we don't have a printout, but I have it on a.
So don't approach the witness with that? Okay, show it to Mr. Lally first.
So I'm gonna place this before you without destroying the
I got it.
computer.
Yep.
Sorry, sir. You take a moment to familiarize yourself with that. Do you understand, or can you tell the jury what that is?
Yep. This is you could put in a PDF. This isn't one I gave to you. This is a PDF version of the UFED reader report that I gave. So I gave the portable Celebrite version to you. This is a copy of it, and I will not testify that anything in this is correct, because this could have been filtered.
But your name is on there, is it not, sir?
Yes, it is.
All right, and what's the date?
May 31st, 2022.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. You'd agree with me with regard to that April 24th, 2023 report. On page 2, you state, quote, in my initial Celebrate UFED reader report, and then you put version 7.53.0.29, that was created on May 4th of 2022, the search history for Jennifer McCabe's phone had 2 Google searches in Safari, correct?
Yes.
And you list out how long TI die in CIKD at 6:23:51 and Hoslong to die in cold at 6:24:37, correct?
That is correct.
And by the way, with regard to the timing of those 2 particular searches, you are aware, are you not, that Jennifer McCabe placed a call to Brian Albert at 6:23:0?
I don't have it in front of me. I don't.
Can I approach you?
Yes.
Thanks.
All right, sir, I placed before you a document. Could you familiarize yourself with that and then tell the jury if you recognize what it depicts?
I have a call log that says 20888 with no name at 6:23. That's incomplete because there should be 3 other records accounting for this call.
Okay, but that record itself reflects a call from Jennifer McCabe's phone at 6:23:0.
I don't know. There's no number on here, so I can't tell. It just says it's a call log with 1 call that's not answered at 6:23 in the morning with doesn't say who it's from or who it's going to.
Okay.
It also is incomplete because there should be 2 other records with this. This is from the call history stored data wall marked as deleted.
It's marked as deleted. Does it give a duration?
It just says duration 0 seconds.
Okay, and does it reflect that it was unanswered?
It does.
Okay. May I have that mark for identification, please?
Okay. Thank you.
Did you investigate whether a call was placed from Jennifer McCabe to Brian Albert at 6:23 in the morning and 0 seconds?
I didn't look at any specific calls that morning. I created a Cellbrite report. That's about it.
Did you ask either Ian Whiffen or Jessica Hyde to look into that issue?
Objection.
Sustained.
You would agree with me that that call and the record of that deletion of that call is nowhere in your April 24th report, correct?
I believe it's in my May 9th report.
All right, but I asked you about your April 24th report, sir?
I didn't address anything regarding phone calls in my April 24th report.
All right, now going back to when you began your examination around May 4th of 2022, you were looking for information on, did you look on Jennifer McCabe's phone back in May 4th of 2022?
Did I physically open the phone or did it?
Did you review the data at all?
I'm confused, on the cell phone itself or from the report?
Either way.
No, her phone was returned to her and then we had the extraction. I did not utilize the extraction at all.
You never included the 2 searches that we discussed, how long TI die in CIKD and Hoslong to die in cold, in the full file system extraction that was turned over to the defense, did you?
They were included.
Well, page 6 of your April 24th, 2023 report goes on to state that when you switch to a new version of Celebrite, and
sorry, that
dropped out.
Yeah, it was the phone call, the power log.
Page 6 of your April 24th, 2023 report says that when you switch to a new version of Celebrite Physical Analyzer, which was version 7.61.0.12, you found an artifact from the browser state DB wall file for a Google search of Hoslong to die in cold at 2:27 and 40 seconds, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Flipper, I'm placing before you what has been marked as Exhibit 99. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's the searches that were done at 623 regarding the misspelled how long to die in the cold.
Okay, and it's actually Hoslong to die in cold,
Yes.
right? HOS?
Yep, that was,
And that was marked by Celebrite as deleted, was it not?
yes.
All right. And your April 24th, 2023 report goes on to mention 2 deleted calls to Jen McCabe's sister, Nicole, who was saved as Coco in her phone, correct?
I'd have to see it, but I believe so.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh shit. These Coco calls. Let's go.
Thank you.
Showing you what's been marked Y for identification. If you familiarize yourself with that and look up at me when you're done.
Okay.
Does that show the 2 deleted calls to Jen McCabe's sister, Nicole, who was saved as Coco in her phone?
I don't know who it's coming from, but it does say it's going to Coco, and then again, coming from wall files, correct?
All right. And your report doesn't mention it, but what was the duration of those 2 calls according to that log?
On this sheet here, it says 9 seconds for the first one and then 7 seconds for the other.
All right. And those calls, both of them, which actually had durations, were marked answered by Celebrate, correct?
Yes.
May I offer that, Your Honor?
Do you need both?
Objection?
I believe it's already in, but
I'm sorry?
I believe it's already.
Why for identification?
No, I understand. I believe Ms. McCabe's phone calls and all of that is already marked as an exhibit months ago.
Your Honor, I don't think there's any harm in marking this, and I want to display it.
All right, I'll let you display it if it's already in evidence. I just don't want duplicates.
I understand.
So what I'll.
I don't give a shit what you
What I'll
have.
do is I'll let you display it, and then, Mr. Lally, at some point you find where this is, and we will mark this like A to whatever
Okay.
the
There
identity,
you go.
whatever the number is.
Thank you. All right.
What fucking-
Mr. Bates, if you could display what was marked Y for identification.
So he found it as well, and yet the
And,
experts came in and said that it
With regard to what is displayed on the screen now, is that consistent with what I had just handed to you?
Yes, it is.
All right. And with regard to the first entry there, you had stated that it doesn't say you said it doesn't say who was making the call. Was that your testimony?
Yes, just says right here,
Yep.
2. I'm guessing that's the last 4 of the number, since the rest are blurred, and then, yeah, that's it.
Okay. And you know that 0204 last 4 digits, that is to somebody who was listed as Coco in the phone, correct?
I don't know any of these phone numbers or people.
But you previously testified these 2 calls were somebody who was named Coco in the phone.
Oh, yeah, from the sheet you gave me that shows it.
Okay. And the time of the first call was 6:07:42, is that right?
That's correct.
And you testified that that's the one that had the duration of 9 seconds, listed as answered
Correct.
and deleted, correct?
Yes and no, and I can explain if you'd like.
It's listed as deleted, is it not?
There's a reason why.
Is it listed as deleted?
It is, but there's a reason why.
With regard to the second call, that appears to be to the same number, or at least the same last 4 digits.
Yes.
And in the sheet in front of you, that's also to Coco, correct?
Yes,
And that has a timestamp of 6:08 and 17 seconds, correct?
that is correct.
That also has a duration, and that's of 7 seconds,
Yes.
also listed as answered,
Yes.
and also marked deleted, correct?
Yes, and there's a reason.
And are you aware that Ms. McCabe made other calls that morning, which were in fact marked unanswered by Celebrate?
Again, I'd have to see what you're referring to.
So as you testified to here today, you have no memory as to whether or not she made a number of other calls that were marked deleted, sir?
There are a number of calls that morning. I have not memorized all of them.
And again, Your Honor, if I may approach the phone, something that's on a computer screen?
Jabroni. We have ourselves a jabroni, ladies and gentlemen. Jabroni. He ain't no mofo. He's a jabroni.
Okay. I've placed before you what appears to be a PDF document on a computer screen. If you familiarize yourself with it and look up at me when you're done.
Okay.
What does that appear to be, sir?
An incomplete PDF of the call logs from whoever's call log this is.
Okay. And do you see in that PDF that there were a number of calls that were marked unanswered by Celebrate?
Again, I can't testify to any of this because I can't confirm that where this data came from. There's no source file. This is completely, it's incomplete. So I do see what you're talking about in that column, but I don't know what any of this data is from or who made this.
Is your name on it?
At the very top, it would show my name no matter what because I created the UFED and the extraction. I did not create this PDF.
So the answer to my question is your name is on that document, correct?
It is, but I didn't create it.
Right. And with regard to the calls that were marked unanswered, would you agree with me that Celebrate had them with durations of 0 seconds?
Objection.
Can you agree with that? Can you answer that question? If you can, please answer it.
With the data given here, I can't because, like I said, I don't know where they got this from, Your Honor.
So who created that document?
I don't know.
So are you testifying that nobody in law enforcement created that document, or nobody, no forensic expert for the Commonwealth created that document?
I created the extraction and made a UFED reader report, which is basically a portable Celebrate version that I use at the office. I gave that to defense. I don't know who created this PDF version of data with specific things. I did not.
What?
Was it Michael Proctor?
No.
Was it Michael? Who
As I
created?
said, I was the only one that created any Celebrate related reports in this case.
Then where'd that come
Well, I'd like to ask you some questions about my client's cell phone, sir.
Okay.
On Tuesday, when Mr. Lally was questioning you, he had you point out and read some text messages that were on her phone between John O'Keefe and her, correct?
Those messages were taken from John O'Keefe's phone.
Okay. Would you agree with me when he was pointing out those text messages to you, he skipped about 40 pages of messages at one point?
I don't know. I believe their text messages went back all the way to 2020 or something ridiculous in his phone.
He started reading them and he skipped ahead about 40 pages. Did he not?
I have no idea.
Michael Proctor seized my client's phone on January 29th of 2022. Did he not?
He did.
And you would agree with me that certainly as of 6 days later, your February 4th report, you had not yet been able to access the content of the phone, correct?
That's not true.
At some point, you were able to access the content of the phone, correct?
Yes, on January 31st.
Of 2022?
Yes.
All right. You later became aware that Michael Proctor was searching through my client's phone in August of 22, correct?
The actual device itself? Or the extraction report?
Either one, sir.
I have, I'm sorry, Ms. Reed's phone?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we didn't.
Hey, John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, that's why I was
I
confused. Sorry.
apologize. I'm not trying to confuse
Yeah.
you. With regard to my client's phone, which is where we started.
Yeah.
You're aware that Michael Proctor was searching through her phone in August of 2022.
Of the extraction report created, correct.
Were you made aware that on January 1st of 2023, the defense requested a full forensic image of Karen Reed's phone, which was in your possession?
I don't know the date, but a request was made for the phone extraction, yes.
And have you seen a forensic image or Celebrate a report of the forensic image from Karen Reed's phone?
The redacted version that I received back from the AG's office, yes.
Okay. And would you please tell the jurors how many phone calls were deleted from Karen Reed's phone from January 29th of 2022?
None.
And if you'd please tell the jurors, other than to John O'Keefe, to whom did Ms. Reed place phone calls between 12 a.m. and 4:30 a.m. on January 29th?
Her parents twice. There 2 or 3 times there's calls to her parents, and that's it.
And how many Google searches did she do from 12 a.m. until 5 a.m.?
I don't believe there were any.
Okay. And how many Google searches were deleted by Ms. Reed at any point on January 29th of 2022?
I can't speak to that because we got a redacted version of the report, so I don't know what was taken out by the AG's office. I don't know what files they went in to remove, so I only have what I was given.
But leaving that aside, sir, with regard to all of the data that was provided to you, how many Google searches did you see or find that Karen Reed deleted from January 29th of 2022?
A few.
During what time period?
The afternoon, but again, there was artifacts that I found that weren't date and time stamped, and there were some that were with corresponding timestamps, but I can't say for sure when that was done.
Okay. But you saw no deleted calls, correct?
No, not that I know of.
All right. I may have a moment.
Yes.
Sorry.
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Guarino, you were asked about qualifications as far as certifications that you received in prior trainings, correct?
Yes.
What are some of the areas that you received certifications?
Cell phone report creation, extraction, cell phone repair, the Berlin motor vehicle forensics, advanced database, the class is called CASA, but it's a Cellbrite made class that goes deeper into the database searching, SQLite programming to write code to do your own searches, things of that nature.
Now, at any point in time, did Trooper Proctor ever tell you that he retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone directly from 34 Fairview Road?
No, he didn't.
Is it your understanding, or subsequently did you learn that Kerry Roberts actually recovered the phone from under Mr. O'Keefe's body, from the grass under his body at 34 Fairview Road when he was placed onto a scoop stretcher?
I don't know who recovered the phone that morning, but I know.
I'll allow it.
I don't know.
Your answer is you don't know who recovered it?
No, I just know that it was found underneath his body and then taken to Canton PD.
Now, with regard to that, as far as the location data post 6:15 a.m., what, if anything, did you observe in reference to that?
There was some intermittent native locations that showed at the Canton PD. It's there for a handful of different points, and then it shows it back at our office when I put it into the digital evidence lab, powered on to plug in.
You received the phone from Trooper Proctor. Was that either in airplane mode or Faraday bag?
I don't remember offhand.
But there were no locations or GPS locations that you observed from the phone from that approximately 11-something a.m. until you retrieved it or received it, excuse me, at 7:30 p.m. on the 29th?
There's, like I said, there's only the handful that showed it at Canton PD, and then when it's back at the office that night. And then if it wasn't in airplane mode, it would have been something I would have done. So I don't remember if Proctor did it before he gave it to me or if I did it after.
Now, the other troopers in your unit, in the detective unit with Norfolk DA's office, are they as well versed on cell phone extractions and cell phone data as you are?
No.
And so again, how many people within your specific unit actually perform data extractions or forensic analysis of cell phone?
Myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and everyone has been trained in how to use Cellbrite and to do these extractions. They all just sort of dump them on my desk and say, do this phone for me. So
now, as far as what you provide to one of the investigating troopers, such as Trooper Proctor. Can you explain to the jury sort of that process of how what if any differences there are between what you're looking at as far as the device when you're extracting the information and what you provide to the trooper?
So when I plug into Graykey or Cellbrite or whatever tool I'm using to extract the data, it creates that zip file, and then I open it up in Cellbrite or Axiom. The guys are only trained in Cellbrite, so that's what I open the extractions initially in for them. If there's something that we find that they don't understand and that I want to look more into, I'll load into Axiom as well. But that's normally how it would go.
Now, is there any way from the version or the extraction that you provide to the trooper, is there any way for that or any trooper to change or manipulate that data from what is initially contained on the phone?
Well, in essence, you could, but you'd have to go in. So once I create like that UFED reader, which is the portable case, you would have to go into the folders and then delete stuff, which would change all of the data. And then when I would load it up later, it probably wouldn't work right. But that's why we save the encrypted extraction onto the server. So if anything ever messes up, we can go back and reload it, and I can create whatever reports I need with it.
And so from your review of the data in the phones in this case, what, if anything, did you observe in regard to any manipulation of data or deletion of data or removal of data from what you observed? From the encrypted files that we have, none. And then we didn't have passcodes for the phones for John O'Keefe's until the 31st. And then again for Miss Reed's until, like I said, August, once the program was able to open it. Now, you were asking questions about Mr. Green's affidavit. Following your review of Mr. Green's affidavit, what, if any, steps did you take in relation to what was indicated in there? So as I said, I didn't really go through the phones much when we first got them. I don't know everything about the case as the investigators do. So I got his report and I went through it and basically just went step by step. So he says, this happened, I went to confirm it. If it didn't, then I need to find out why he was either incorrect or slightly off and either just completely wrong or just misinterpreted the data. And that was it. And in addition to yourself going through some of the data, who, if anyone, did you contact to assist or to also, in addition, go through the data specifically as it related to the searches for Mr. Case? So initially, when I first found it, I spoke with Chris Vance of Magnet Forensics. He's their head technical guy for Axiom. He's like their forensic specialist. So he was at the cybercrime conference. I brought him.
I'm going to allow this.
I brought the extraction there and I said, hey, this is what I'm seeing. This is what it parsed out. Why are we seeing it marked this way? And he goes, well, first off, you have to look exactly where it's coming from. The browser state.
So I'll strike that last part, what he told you.
Okay. Reviewing the data, we saw that it came from the browser state DB file and .wall file, I should say, at the end. So it set off a lot of red flags. And then from there, we contacted Cellbrite and ultimately Jessica Hyde. And ultimately Mr. Whiffen as well, is that correct? Yes, he came in after Cellbrite. I had reached out to them and they escalated it up and he reached out to us to help us. Now, with respect to the health data that you were asked about, again, if you could explain to the jury when something in there in the health data says steps, what exactly does steps mean? As I said before, the phone is seeing movement. Doesn't necessarily mean you're taking steps. If you have the iWatch paired to it, you're going to get a greater level of accuracy. And I would be more apt to believe that steps are being taken because it's going to also bring your heart rate. So if you're taking a large amount of steps, it's going to correspond. Now, you were asked a lot of questions on cross-examination about just the health data and just the health data. Why is it that you would look beyond just the health? Well, you have the GPS points as well as the health data. We're trying to look at everything together as a whole. You take one artifact and say, well, this means this, but you could have 5 others that disclaim it. So that's why we look at all of this stuff. Now, from that same information, as far as the GPS data, that indicated that Mr. O'Keefe's phone arrived at 34 Fairview Road at 12:25 a.m., correct? Yes. Now, as far as the
clocks or the 3 different clocks that was presented to you that's now been marked for identification. You indicated that those were not accurate, is that correct?
Well, the file that it's coming from is not accurate. So it came from a power log file. That's the database it pulled from. So that it's telling you the power of the phone. So when I looked at that, that also shows the battery level. And that's how I was able to show that, or see, I should say, that John O'Keefe's phone never turned off. It dropped down to about 17% battery level. From being under his body, it was actually saved it from dying overnight. Then it also shows the timestamps of when it gets plugged in and as it goes up. That has 3 different timestamps. That's what that is from. That is not when Waze is started. That is not when the address is put in. That is strictly for the power log. There's nothing to do with anything else.
And so, again, sort of to that point, what, if any, connection to those timestamps in the the document marked for identification Mr. Unetti showed you, what, if any, relationship does that have to the timestamps contained within either the Waze or GPS native locations or anything else that you were testifying about before?
It's literally showing that Waze has been opened and that it's pulling power from the phone, and that is it. That is nothing else.
Now, with regard to, you were asked some questions about Ms. McCabe signing consent for extraction on February 2nd, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Kerry Roberts, she did the same on the same date. Is that also correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Now, the entirety of those extractions from both Ms. McCabe's phone and Ms. Roberts' phones, those were both provided well in advance of the dates the council was indicating, correct?
That is correct.
Now, in regard to the Celebrite extraction, in regard to Mr. Green's affidavit, Celebrite has periodically updates the versions of their software, correct?
That is correct.
And if you could you speak a bit about sort of the update in those versions and how that pertains to this case and specifically Ms. McCabe's searches.
So the initial report that I created with version 7.53 did not have that item to be able to be taken out. I was told by Celebrite that 7.55 was the version that was enabled. Mr. Green used version 7.61. So that's why it presented itself then.
Can I just stop you there for 1 second? The version that Mr. Green used, was that available at the time that you did the initial extraction?
No, it wasn't available for like a year later. It was like 10 upgrades later.
Sorry, sir, continue.
So again, he did the extraction, he looked at it, finds this artifact that's parsed out, and then I had to go back in and scramble to say, well, why didn't I see it the first time when that report, why didn't it pull? So I reloaded the 7.53 version. It's not there. And then when I loaded into 7.61, it is. So there's just an issue with the software at the time.
So, sir, with regard to those Google searches, what, if any, opinion do you have as to when those Google searches were conducted?
When Ms. McCabe told us that it happened at 6:23 and 6:24. And then there was a third one later at 10:35 that, again, if she reopened that browser window, it's going to reload the search. And then that was it. Those are the 3 times that I saw in the phone extraction that were real searches.
And why is it that it's your opinion that they occurred at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning and not 2:27?
Well, it's physically impossible to search 2 things at once. Her phone, she's searching the daughter's basketball at 2:27, and then she's searching It's Raining Men and a few other things on her phone, listening to music. And I think then she goes to bed a few hours later. So I was told as
Raining
the
Men didn't happen. That's lies.
defendant asked her to search for those terms, that's when we believed that they were done.
Now, as far as all files are write-ahead log, having things listed as deleted, if you could just speak a little bit more about that as far as why would something be listed as deleted in a wall file and what does that mean?
Again, the user has no input on how a wall file is deleted. It's an automated thing that the database does to clean up. It auto deletes after either programs are closed, it reaches a max data allotment for that page. That is it.
And that would include any sort of call log history that was contained in the write-ahead log or the wall file as well?
That is correct.
And so what, if any, opinion do you have as to those phone calls that were shown in relation to the contact listed in Ms. McCabe's phone as Coco, as far as whether or not they were user deleted?
Well, again, what the defense showed me was limited thing. I know there's should be 2 other locations that phone call was listed from looking at it myself. So I don't know why they gave me just the 2 deleted things, but there should be other spots in the database where that phone call was there. So I don't believe that it was user initiated. It was phone initiated.
And that's in reference to the write-ahead log, sort of first in, first out as far as data that comes in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, again, as far as your unit was concerned, you were the only one who created any sell-by reports in relation to any of the phones. In this case, with the exception of the defendant's phone that was created by the Attorney General's office following their extraction of privileged material, correct?
So objection is sustained as to the form. This seems a good place to stop. So jurors, we'll take the luncheon break. There is a chance that we may be able to go a full day tomorrow. So just think about that at lunch. If there's any emergency that would prevent you from being able to go a full day.
Sir, it's closing it up. We'll leave on the chairs. All right, well, all right.
All right, Bev, give me a lunch break. Bev also wants to go full tilt tomorrow. Woo! Oh God. You guys, I get lost. I get lost in translation. I don't even know what to say. What's going on? I don't know. I mean, I may need to change the rules up a little here. When you have experts going on talking about the same thing, I think it should be like a.
This is another crime legal alert. Have you experienced severe?
Like a debate style. Like they should have to go at the same time, you know? You know, what do you guys got? Proctor told him things, and then he would go and then try to find those things, or if they weren't there, then he would, you know, say, hey, these aren't there. So very interested in the 17% battery level. That's interesting. Your battery level has a lot to do, though. You can have a phone at 20%. If it's a newer phone, if your battery's in good shape, that 20% is going to last you way longer than somebody that has like a shitty phone / you know, that battery. Yeah. Whew. I think it's very interesting, Yannetti, bringing about the 3 different phone times. And then it would put it then to 12:19. Very interesting. Which makes way more sense, like that, you know, your phone's not, you're going up and down hills or whatever they're talking about. It's wild shit. Let's take a look at, I want to show you guys something. I just personally think this is silly. Was I over there on that day?
Are you muted?
No, yeah, hold on. Actually, I'm going to try to get some medicine really quick in here, so I'm going to do all my talking points afterwards. So go ahead and eat your lunch. If you did not see me this morning with over there at the courthouse, Alan Jackson, nothing like a pirouette in the morning. I had to get that in. So I don't think, pray that the jury isn't buying. I don't think that the jury's buying anything. I think if anything, people are becoming confused. I think people are becoming confused, or more importantly, then the data is just not that important. Because what you're just showing me is that it's inconsistent. Okay. But guys, guess what? The time frames that they're referring to, let's talk about the time. What time do you think this happened? What time do you think Karen Reed backed into this mouth? That's what I want to know. I want to know when you think Karen Reed backed into John O'Keefe. What are the possibilities? You cannot say that it happened like at 11. So let's talk about this, because it was proven for the first time today that she connected to Wi-Fi. And yes, you can connect to your Wi-Fi like as you're pulling into your driveway and stuff like that. So I'll give you that. But she connected at, I want to say 12:36, 12:33. Let me double check. When they said that, I was like, wait a second. Because we didn't have that information. Like, it wasn't like, Also, the speed. What's the speed of that cell phone traveling at 6:15? He didn't have any of this in a report. It's just, you did all this shit after the fact. You didn't even look at any of this shit. You have no education whatsoever. While on the scenes, he secured his phone. Come on, there's no... I want to get the exact time, though, on that, which was... Okay. 12:33. Connects to Wi-Fi. 12:36, there was a call. 1:34, there was a call. 1:33, there was a call. Voicemail to John, the first one, 12:37. First voicemail call. But it was on Cross where you got him to say that. Here we go. Wi-Fi, 12:36 a.m. Karen connected to Wi-Fi, 12:36 a.m. 12:36 a.m. That is more in line with Karen leaving at 12:29, 12:28. Okay, so again, connects to Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. So that means in order for Karen to connect to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m., I'm telling you, she has to be like in the driveway right outside the house. So 12:36, she's connecting. Now go ahead and do it. There you go. So now, what I'm trying to say is that every single person at that party would have witnessed, like Yannetti said. So Karen couldn't have ran over John at 12:45 because she wasn't there, right? Boom. It's like ding, ding, ding. So what's everything that Jen McCabe has been testifying to, that she witnessed a car drive away at 12:45. Well, it wasn't Karen Reed's car because Karen was at home at John's at 12:36. Okay. And you're going to have to take into some account now, again, how does John's phone end up underneath him? Miraculously flies his phone underneath him. Okay. Give me a fucking break. No fucking way. You all are all smoking crack cocaine if that's what you think. So this also would mean that everybody who was at that party would have seen, absolutely 1000% would have seen Karen Reed literally backing up into John O'Keefe, because it would to have had it happen. And if you're going to give any, you'd have to say that it was between the 12:31 and 56 seconds and 12:32 and 16 seconds, where there was 36 steps taken. But how do you account for the 80 steps that were taken at 12:23 and the 3 flights of stairs? Now, could it be that he actually did come back out and say, hey, I'm gonna stay here, or hey, Higgins just said this to me, and she's like, you know what, fuck you, whatever, I'm leaving? Could that have happened? Could John and then Higgins had words right outside there? But if you want me to think that a police officer is going to stand there and let somebody run over him, no, I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. He also takes a break of 5 minutes before he starts walking those 36 steps between 12:24 and 12:31. This is absolutely wild. Nobody believes this shit. It's impossible. I think it's more likely that at 12:21, he gets out of the car, he goes into the house, just as the data says, and then he's up and down because they were downstairs. But I'm really interested in the whole pervert thing. But her being back on the Wi-Fi at 12:36 means that she had to have hit him, if she did hit him, before 12:30. And everybody would have seen it. And then how do you explain John's phone moving after 12:30? If he's already down for the count. Who moved his phone and who took the steps from 12:31 and 56 seconds to 12:32 and 16 seconds? Who took those 36 steps, because John would have been incapacitated with the phone underneath him? So then, I'll write on. Like I said, I just wanted to hear this guy's testimony, and now that we have his testimony, I can take all the information that he kind of gave and just show what they're trying to say happened. And there's just no way that you're working with, okay, so if you're saying you got the house at 12:25, so then therefore John was hit between 12:25 in the morning and 12:31 and 32. And I just believe it is physically impossible for Karen Reed then to be on the Wi-Fi. You don't have enough time. I will drive it and I will go fast. There is no way in hell you can get from 34 Fairview to John's house and be on the Wi-Fi by 12:36 if you hit him between 12:31 and 12:32. That's the impossible part. So in order for their shit to work, in my opinion, the hitting of John O'Keefe would have had to be between 12:31 and 56 seconds and 12:32 and 16 seconds, because his phone takes 36 steps if he came back out. So 12:31, 56 seconds, 12:32, he takes 36 steps. All right. And if you're going to say that that's when she had hit him, that is after he already went into the house, Up, down, up, down. Okay, I'm gonna go tell Karen to come inside because we're gonna hang out in menage a trois land, right? He comes out. Karen's like, fuck this. I'm not doing that. You're a pervert. I'm not watching some gay guy give guys, head or whatever it could have been. Okay. Whatever was going on, I'm telling you, for Karen to use the word pervert, something is up about that word. All right. So she's like, and he wanted to stay, and he's like laughing or being like an asshole or whatever. Because remember, he answers Jennifer McCabe's phone call at 12:29 for 9 seconds. But right here, this is the time frame that, in my opinion, this is the only way that you could try to say this. But then now we have to get Karen Reed back over to One Meadows. And I don't believe that it is possible for her to get back to One Meadows at 12:32 and get on the Wi-Fi in 4 minutes. That's not possible. So that's why I think that's where it's improbable. And everybody would have seen this, okay? Nagel and all those people coming and going and sitting there and waiting for, if Julia then comes out, has a 5-minute conversation, possibly 10. All of this, it's just like I would have literally had a front row seat to it. It would have been right in front of me. I've been there. It's so tight. There's no way you can miss this. There's no way you can not see somebody flying backwards at that type of speed and to do it right in front of you, and then you would see this and you just be like, I'm just going to drive away and be like, oh, I think he's fine, or he got out of the way, so I didn't really think he was hurt. Okay. So, but hear me out. I'm trying to say that their theory is not, you can't prove their theory. I'm trying to play devil's advocate with my own data. And I'm saying that the only thing that would make sense to me is that if he already went inside the house, okay, at 12:21, he's going inside. He's checking out to see who's in there. He has, wait, what's going on? Oh man, yeah, like, hey, and then he goes back outside to tell Karen, because Karen doesn't make any text messages to him. Karen doesn't call him. Okay, so Karen doesn't call him to say, what the hell? I'm standing out here waiting. Is this the right house? Are we staying in here? Like, what's going on in there? I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. There's none of that, which I think that's interesting that there wouldn't be that. That to me could tell me there could have been some type of communication or something where he just looks back and, maybe Karen just forgot and he's like waving, just like, go, I'm just going to stay here, whatever. Or when he got out of the car, that she's just like, I'm leaving. I don't want to go in there. I'm not interested in, like, in which makes way more sense to me because of Higgins being there. Like, what the fuck? That's about to be a blow up. I don't want any part of that if that comes out. Especially if John looked down at his phone. He's like, oh, Higgins just said, where are you? And then she's like, holy shit, Higgins is here. Okay, because she doesn't know what his cars are. Maybe she does, maybe she doesn't. And that made up her final mind at 12:20. If John mentioned that he got that text message, oh, Higgins is asking where I'm at. You know what I mean? Or where we're at, whatever. So, hey, where are you? Hey, where are you? So then right there, she's like, oh shit, Higgins is going to be here too. I'm not, fuck no way. I'm not doing this. This is going to go down. Okay. So then hey, have one of those people drop you off. Okay. Or she wanted to leave and not go in and he wanted to stay. And she's like, I'm not going in. But come on, we're here already. Let's just go in for a little bit. We'll just have a drink and leave. No. And she didn't want to say why. And then maybe John teased her about the whole Higgins thing. Oh, what, your boyfriend, something about Higgins or whatever. But at the end of the day, there's no way in hell that she could possibly have made it back to 30 or to One Meadows if she hit John O'Keefe between 12:31 and 56 seconds and 12:32 and 16 seconds to then try to get back to be on the Wi-Fi at 12:36. I just don't think that that's possible. So I don't believe that Karen was going to be the plan to frame until a little bit later. They were going with it. This was going to be a plow. I think that it was probably somebody else that said, oh God, I hope he didn't get hit by a plow. I think Karen texting or Googling for a lawyer. Oh my God, give me a break. Presumption of innocence. You have to go call yourself a lawyer. Look up a lawyer. And she could play that game. She could have typed up lawyer, and then in the search bar, you know how it all drops down. She hits it hit DUI lawyer. So did she really type in DUI lawyer? Whatever the fuck they're saying. How do you not know that even existed until right now? That's how shitty of an investigation you did. Okay? There's no way in hell you can convict this woman. Okay? And I think the guy up there just bullshitted, so I don't believe him. I don't believe that you guys didn't do any reports for a whole year, that you guys didn't try to put a case together, but yet you're charging somebody with murder, but you're not even going to look at the data for over a year. You know what it starts smelling to me like? Delphi, Idaho. And it's either these guys are corrupt or they're just incompetent. Either way, they should not be working in the positions that they're working in. And we're going to see so many more cases that come out from this. And I'm here for it because I think that idiots, they need to find other careers. But let's say that he gets there. Let's go by his theory. John doesn't get to the house till 12:25. When does Karen Reed hit him? He gets there at 12:25. Well, yeah, he hit 12:25. Yeah. When does she hit him? Everybody is there. Whack, wild. Titus, that lawn's so tiny. You would have seen a baby on that lawn laying there. You would have seen a toy. Okay? You would have seen a stuffed animal. All right? It's crazy. Crazy. And you know what's great? The jury went there, guys. The jury's there, and anybody that visits that property is never in a million years going to believe that none of y'all motherfuckers saw that man on that lawn. No, I don't care if anybody says it. You weren't looking. Oh, and then Jen McCabe just is like this in the back. You know, get out of here. You are wild. Get out. No way. No way. And he has to be in that yard. Think about this. He would have had to be laying there in that position by 12:29, 12:28. He would have had to be in that position because you have to give Karen Reed time to get on the Wi-Fi. So now you just shrunk this time, this window. And give me a break. Give me a break. And then fuck the people at the party. What about the people that don't even go to the party and they just live over there, or that they're just cutting through to go to their house? Like, what? Nobody drove by that? Nobody drove by that property? Nobody drove by that property? Screw the people that were at the party. Nobody drove past that property. I think we should set up I think tonight I should set up I should sit out there from midnight until 6 o'clock in the morning, and let's count how many cars come by. So, all right, guys, we'll see you back here after the lunch hour. I'm gonna go hang out with Lally. These people, no way I'm believing this shit. They will say the snow covered him up. Impossible. Impossible. Even if the snow covered, there was no snow until after 5 o'clock in the morning. Impossible. Impossible. Even with the snow, again, there's no snow. There's no snow. And especially where you see them giving and doing chest compressions on John. I'm going to lay in the spot. I'm going to lay in the spot and take a picture. Okay? And I want a car to come on down the street, and I'm going to lay in all green. I'll have a green hoodie on, I'll have green pants on, and I'm going to lay in the grass with my green on. And let's see. Well, we're gonna be back here. They said that they're starting at, so we'll be back at 150. 150. Sorry, I only recently. No, Julie, you're great. That's what they've been saying. They've been saying that nobody saw them because of the snow. They're out of their minds. That's why they think they can't say. Well, I went ahead and said no. Let's talk about when Karen would have possibly been able to do this. She would have had an audience, everybody, an audience just watching this. It's such. This yard literally is the size of this hotel room. Imagine like you not being able to see somebody in a hotel room laying in a bed. Get the fuck out of here. I mean, they're wild. But I'm gonna put on all green, just lay out in the grass right where it was, totally visible. And I could see a little bit. It's human error, human inconsistencies, or whatever. Every single person they put on the stand has a fucking explanation for something. It's like not everything can be like that. Okay, there can be a couple abnormal things, but no, not what they're claiming. Not with everybody. 65 witnesses, and literally all of them suck. There is no case here. I feel bad for the taxpayers, period, because there's a lot of cool ass people here in this town, and I feel bad. I feel bad for the area too. Nobody asked for the McCabe's and McAlberts and Alberts to act like fucking fools on a night, and to get this bad publicity, like, sucks. I'd be pissed if this was my town, because I'm telling you, there's a lot of cool people. I've had dinner at the Waterfall Bar a couple nights. Awesome food, awesome people. So, all right, guys, we'll see you in a bit. Make yourself known. I might just have to start drinking. That's how you get rid of the lallies. Let's see. It would be ways. Oh, what was it? Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, whatever you got, girl. Make it pop up. Make it pop over there. Here. Thank you for your help. I got something for you. Hold on one second. Come here. Let's see. Here you go. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Appreciate your help. Let me make sure I got this all. You gotta take that off. If anybody is in the area and knows this place well, what do you guys recommend to go for like good seafood? Just curious. Any of our locals out there, so do it. Where do you recommend? Again, it's 1:45. I think she's having people back in at 1:50. Who knows? It's Bev. I can't get any of the lights to work on in here. Just making it work in the dark. But please let me know what time, because I'm taking number 2. Let's pick 5:30 arrival. Hope you are feeling a little better after. And then thank you guys there for the cash apps. Thank you, Miss Julie. Julie, thank you, Julie. I'm gonna be coming to your neck of the woods, because guess what? Karen Reed's not the only person that's getting royally shafted. There's a lot of people out there getting shafted. People like Dr. Moore out in there in Idaho, he's getting shafted. People like again, I have to reserve everything until I would see the evidence, but in order to have a fair trial, you must have an impartial tribunal, and unfortunately in Delphi, I feel like that's a problem. So I believe that Richard Allen and his defense team are getting the shaft. Again, if he is guilty and if he did it, it'll all come out right, but everybody deserves the right to a fair trial. And I just don't see that. That's not what's happening over there. Just like it's not happening here. You can see the bias kick in with Bev. So we'll see. All right, guys, we're back. Sorry, I felt bad. I didn't want her to have to be seen on the big screens at home, cleaning Lana's room. Look out. There's nothing really to clean. Oh, God, I cannot believe I got Lally's cold. Oh, speaking of which, I got soup coming. Lana, your order. Yes, soup. I'm a big soup person. Anybody like soup out there? Soup it up. Oh yeah, we get delivery. Get DiGiorno. Split pea soup. Okay. Lobster. I asked somebody, I said, where can you get all you can eat crab legs? They said, not anywhere around here, unless you want to go to a Chinese buffet. I said, excuse me. They're like, that's like East Coast. That we got lobster. And I just started dying. So I was like, oh, snap. I always, pickle bills, man. Down on the flats, we used to pay, it was like on Sundays, I think it was like $75 all you could eat. Shit, some of the places used to like the snow crab, that'd be like $50, but I was like, yeah, like $100 all you can eat. They're like, yeah, maybe a Chinese buffet. I was like, excuse me? So they're like, no, lobster up here, lobster. I got my food delivered. The Flats, Cleveland, yeah, that's where I was born and raised. Ohio, baby. I'm a Cleveland girl. On my Cleveland sports teams. Oh, tomorrow is the Celtics parade, by the way. I hope that Karen and her team plan for that. It's gonna be crazy in Boston with that parade. That parade kicks off at 11, but they're gonna be closing down all the roads. So I think like you can't get through anywhere after 8 a.m. So I think that Karen's team should pay attention to the whole Celtics parade that's going on. But I think it starts at 11. And then she's just talking about that she wants to have a full day. I think they're going to have a hard time getting into back into Boston. Make sure maybe somebody can just drop them a little note, let them know maybe it might be worth their while to stay way away from Boston. Wait, how can they go all day on Friday? I thought they were sentencing someone Friday. I don't know. Maybe Bev doesn't even know what she's talking about. Maybe there's no sentencing. Maybe
they can't do full day. She's also doing a trial where she's sentencing someone.
She just asked if the jury can go all day tomorrow. I don't know what that means. Okay, I'm only relaying what Bev says. Bev is off her rocker. I'm so excited. You guys have no idea. I've gotten to hang out with a bunch of the mods of the channel, like sporadically, but guess who's in town? Guess who's in town and who made it? Dr. Latina! Dr. Latina! So she's on site right now. So Dr. Latina! She's been interviewing people. She's a hell of a human. So Casino down here has a buffet with crab legs. Oh, okay. Lollygag. Let's see. Oh, is it here? For fudge's sake. God, I would just love it if what if my DoorDasher was I almost ordered D&Es. I didn't think I don't know if I could trust them. They probably put some Lally in my food. Oh man. Come on, get going. How many times have you guys ever ordered DoorDash and your DoorDasher gets in a car accident? Is that like a big thing that happens? Excuse me? A phone?
Yeah.
If it rings, someone's calling?
Yeah, they're calling with the pizza.
Oh, with the pizza. Chris Albert. Did you order from D&E's?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
No, you didn't. God, I hope Chris Albert shows up here for my delivery.
I asked for him.
I hope if he comes, I'm just gonna ask him to sit in my lap.
Maybe he'll have you serve him.
Maybe. I'm gonna ask if he'll take the rest of the day off. Come in studio. Look at that. Did you say we'll pay extra if it's Chris Albert?
No, I said I'll pay less. Can you please have Chris Albert come? Give me a discount. Have him deliver it. And he was running for some.
Oh, there we go.
I bought a shirt then.
You bought some merch?
Yeah.
What does it say?
That one that's good. I'll fuck you up saying name on that. Alan.
No.
Thank you. Please be seated close to session.
Go, Bev. Get it, baby. Woo! I gotta find my.
All right, so jurors, when we were doing scheduling, and I know scheduling has changed a lot in this case, but my main goal is to get this case to you folks by next week, when we all want the case to you by next week. So originally on the 21st, we were either going to do a whole day and then we couldn't do a whole day, and there was all of this back and forth, and it was a half a day, and it was because I had something scheduled in this courthouse that was not going to be continued through forces that we weren't aware of. It is going to be continued tomorrow. So in light of that, I would like us, and we will be doing a whole day. I understand that for one of you, that we planned on an earlier start to the weekend or a vacation day or something from the afternoon on. But really, all I'm asking of you is to go from, instead of a 1 o'clock stop, to a 4 o'clock stop. And where I guess 14 of you are able to do that, we're going to do that. So tomorrow will be a full day. Okay, I don't know who I'm inconveniencing, but I apologize for that. Because when I said emergency, an early start for the weekend is not an emergency.
An early start for the weekend is not.
Call the witness back, please.
God bless it, Beth.
Trooper, same thing. Just be mindful of the stuff.
Bev is on one already.
Thank you. No, it's okay.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So with reference to this case, this investigation, who, if anyone besides you, created any Cellbrite reports or extractions from any of the phones involved in this case?
Other than the AG's office, it was just myself.
And now you had mentioned that there was some deleted material from the defendant's phone from the afternoon of January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was that was deleted?
There was some search items that were not there in the phone, but found cookies related to said searches and websites visited.
So as far as search terms or web history, were those the areas that were deleted?
Yes, that's correct.
I have nothing further on.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we brought you back for that, Trooper. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
What a joke.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Dr. Renee Stonebridge to the stand.
Okay.
Okay. Stupid. This would be witness 66 on day 28. Wow.
Please watch it.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you.
Great. So once you sit, I'm going to tell you that you have to keep your voice up. We want to keep our air conditioning on, so just if you'd speak loudly into the microphone, that would be great. Yes, thank you.
Oh my God, she's setting it up.
Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, my name is Renee Stonebridge, last name Stonebridge, Stonebridge.
And what do you do for work?
I am employed through the Chief Medical Examiner's Office at Boston as Director of Cardiac and Neuropathology and Medical Examiner.
Now, if I could ask you just a few questions about sort of your educational and work history background, if that's all right?
Yes.
Starting with your bachelor's degree, where did you go and what, if any, area did you receive a degree in?
So I went to SUNY at Stony Brook in New York. I was a double major in biology and Germanic languages and literature. I graduated with a Bachelor's of Science degree. After that, I went to the American University of Antigua for medical school, and I graduated with honors, magna cum laude. After that, I did a 4-year combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency program at NYU Winthrop Hospital in Long Island, New York. After that, I did a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Boston office of the Chief Medical Examiner. And after that, I did a 2-year neuropathology fellowship program through Brown University at Rhode Island Hospital.
And doctor, are you board certified?
Yes, I am board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, forensic pathology, and neuropathology.
And if you could just explain to the jury a little bit about what does board certified mean?
Board certification means that every medical specialty has their own board. So for example, the American Board of Pathology dictates whether or not you can be board certified based on certain criteria. So you have to meet certain criteria, meaning that you have to complete a certain number of surgical specimens, a certain number of autopsies. And then once you meet that criteria, you can take an exam, which if you pass, leads to your board certification.
Now, if I could ask you just a couple, and your board certification is up to date at this point, is that correct?
Yes.
In each of those areas that you just spoke of?
Yes.
Now, if I could ask you some general terms as far as if you could define them for the jury. First of all, what is pathology in a general sense?
Pathology is essentially the study of any sort of disease or abnormal state of the body tissues. So anything that can go wrong in the body and any of the body systems is essentially the study of pathology.
And now starting with anatomic pathology, what is anatomic pathology more specifically?
Anatomic pathology consists of the study of surgical specimens. So for example, if someone goes to the hospital to have a tumor removed, that specimen will go to pathology. The pathologist will look at it, cut it, look at specimens under the microscope, order any ancillary tests if necessary, and then make a diagnosis, which is then conveyed to the clinician. Anatomic pathology also consists of cytopathology, which is looking at individual cells. And then it also consists of autopsy pathology.
And as far as clinical pathology, what is that?
Clinical pathology is anything that is lab related in pathology. So if you have to get blood drawn and then the results come back, that is clinical pathology. If there's any sort of blood work that needs to be done, for example, if you're going to have a surgery and they have to cross-match and type you in case of a blood transfusion, that's considered clinical pathology. Also microbiology, so anything infectious. So essentially anything that goes through a lab is clinical pathology.
And what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is the study of autopsies in a medical legal sense. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's always going to be something that is legal. Sometimes it may be just a person who has not seen a doctor in many years, dies at home. There's no physician that is willing to sign a death certificate. So we work on those types of cases plus anything that is non-natural.
Now, neuropathology, what is that?
Neuropathology is the study of the brain, spinal cord, eyes, muscles, and nerves.
And if you could, just again, in general terms, as far as casework is concerned, related to your work as a director of the neuropathology, can you explain to the jury sort of what it is that you do with respect to neuropathology?
Yes, so my job primarily entails me to be a consultant for the medical examiners. So the medical examiners have a certain set of criteria that they follow in order to determine whether or not a brain needs to be saved for a neuropathologic analysis. So upon following that criteria, if the brain is saved, it gets put into formalin, which essentially fixes the brain so it firms it up, so it makes it easier to analyze. So after the brain has been fixed, I usually let them fix about 2 weeks. Sometimes it could be a little more, a little less, depending on circumstances. I will then look at the brain, take photographs of it from all sides, and then cut the brain, take photographs, document any sort of abnormalities. And then if I feel the need to take sections to look at under the microscope, then I will take those sections. They will be processed through histology. I will look at the slides. Sometimes you may have to add in additional testing, for example, immunohistochemistry, to see if there's anything in particular that you cannot maybe diagnose solely on looking at the histology. And then once that is done, I will issue a report to the medical examiner, and then they use it in terms of determining their cause and manner of death, if necessary.
Now, as far as that formalin process, as far as the solution is concerned, is there a typical time period that the brain would have to be in that solution prior to you examining it or cutting it or any of those other things?
Usually about 2 weeks, give or take maybe a few days here and there, but I usually try to let them fix at least 10 days minimum.
And again, in general terms, with respect to the types of cases that are referred to you, what types of cases are typically referred to you?
So part of the criteria that we use is that any cases for children or babies under the age of 2 years, those always come to me. Also, if there is any cases that have blunt head trauma that may be suspicious or homicidal in nature, those will typically come to me as well. Some of the other cases may be just a difficult neuropathologic entity that a non-neuropath trained medical examiner may not be able to really diagnose. And then sometimes there's cases that are just surprise cases where the medical examiner opens up the head and they see something interesting or abnormal, and they decide to save that case for me to look at further.
Now, with respect to the cases that you do see, at some point did you become involved in analysis or testing of a brain belonging to John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And was the doctor that was the medical examiner that made that referral in this case?
It was Dr. Guarino Bello.
And with respect to your analysis here, obviously you looked at the brain. What, if any, other sources of information did you review, or did you look at in ultimately formulating your opinion in this case?
So at the time when I was able to cut the brain of Mr. O'Keefe, I had information that was relayed to us from our intake department. So when a case gets called into the medical examiner, it gets taken by the intake department and they're given kind of just a rough summary of the case. I also had the police report, I had the EMS report, I had the medical records from when Mr. O'Keefe was in the hospital. I also had medical records from the primary care physician. I had autopsy photos, and I also had, I believe just refer to my notes here because I had a lot of notes. I also had the inventory and tracking sheets, which are notes created by the medical examiner, and the neuropath request itself.
Now, are you familiar with some terms in relation to injuries that you would observe as far as from a neuropathological perspective, as far as injuries being acute, subacute, or remote?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what those are and what those mean?
So it depends on circumstances. Acute generally is something that it happened within a very short time frame. So when I refer to something as being acute, I usually refer to that as something that's occurring from the time of an injury to maybe a day or so afterwards. As I said, it's variable dependent on circumstances. Subacute is something that has not happened within the last few minutes, few hours, maybe even a day, and maybe something that is now in the process of healing. And then chronic is usually something that has happened a while ago in the past. You may see some sort of evidence of some type of injury in a chronic state. You may also not see any evidence because it may have completely healed by that point.
And so from your analysis in this case, how did you characterize in your opinion, from everything that you reviewed as far as the injuries you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
The injuries I observed were acute injuries, meaning that they probably occurred minutes to hours.
Now, if I could turn your attention to your findings as far as when you conducted your analysis and your testing in this particular case, what, if anything, did you find as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
So when I look at the brain, what I do is I look at all surfaces from all sides. And one of the things that I look for is anything grossly obvious, meaning anything I can look at the brain and see that there's something there that shouldn't be there. So one of the first things I noticed was a subarachnoid hemorrhage. And subarachnoid hemorrhage is something that occurs when you have bleeding within the leptomeninges. The leptomeninges are a very thin membrane that encase the brain and the spinal cord, and there should not be blood freely floating within the leptomeninges. So if you have a subarachnoid hemorrhage, most of the time, the causes are either a ruptured aneurysm, which is something I would see upon cutting the brain, or some type of trauma. So that was the first finding.
Can I stop you there just for a second? Of those taking notes and for our court reporter, could you spell the type of hemorrhage and the membrane?
Yes. Subarachnoid is SUBARACHNOID. And leptomeninges, LEPTOMENINGES.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Now, with regard to anything related to the aneurysm that you indicated that you would have seen, what, if anything, did you see during the course of your review or testing or analysis of Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
So aneurysms are typically seen in the cerebral vessels that sit around the base of the brain. So there's something called the circle of Willis, which is the main arterial supply. It sits around the base of the brain, and it's kind of shaped like a circle that has vessels that come off that extend to other areas of the brain. So typically, if there is an aneurysm that is ruptured, it's going to be located somewhere in one of those vessels. So upon observing those vessels, I did not see any evidence of any aneurysm or any sort of natural disease state that might have led to a rupture in one of these vessels. Also, Sometimes these vessels, since they do go deep into the brain, you may only see the rupture upon cutting the brain. And I did not see any evidence of any rupture of any of these vessels anywhere in the brain.
Now, as far as the subarachnoid hemorrhage that you observed, where was that located within the brain, and if you could?
So the subarachnoid hemorrhage was on the frontal poles, which is essentially right here in the front of the brain. So the frontal lobes obviously sit in the front, and then the poles are the very frontmost portion of the brain. So it was on the frontal poles. It was also on the left temporal pole. So the temporal region is right here in the temporal region. And because of the way that the temporal lobe is shaped, it kind of has a little loop right in the front. So it has a pole as well. So it was on the left temporal pole. And then it was also in the left lateral fissure. So you have a frontal pole here. You have the temporal lobe right here. And then the lateral fissure goes kind of in between the temporal and the frontal lobes. So you have the hemorrhage here, and then hemorrhage right there. So it's kind of all concentrated almost in one area. But then there was also hemorrhage of the posterior surface of the right temporal as well. So on this side.
Now, doctor, I'm probably going to butcher this horribly, but just as far as the bilateral unci, are you familiar with that?
Yes. So the unci are the medial portion of the temporal lobes. So the brain is essentially oriented in a way that each hemisphere, the right and left hemisphere, are the same. The unci are the most inner portion of the temporal lobes. So the unci sit just next to the brainstem. So if you have anything that causes herniation of these unci, they start to push inwards onto the brainstem. So say this is the brainstem, here are the unci, they start to push in. And because the brain is within the skull is hard, you have no room for any sort of expansion of the brain. If there is herniation, it will start to push in that area because the brainstem turns into the spinal cord and goes out of the skull through the foramen magnum. So you have this hole about this big or so at the base of the skull where the brainstem turns to the spinal cord, then comes out. So that's one of the only areas in which the brain can actually move because it's encased in the hard skull. So if you have herniation, it'll start to push and then push downwards.
Could I ask you to spell UNCI?
UNCI.
And with reference to this bilateral unci area, what, if any, herniation did you observe?
So when the unci herniate, it can be subtle. Sometimes if it's herniated enough, you may see hemorrhages in the brainstem. And this happens because this tissue is now pushing on the brainstem and it's essentially being compressed. So there was herniation noted, and then there was hemorrhage within the brainstem.
Now, if I could ask you, doctor, just to be familiar with the term or medical term known as a contusion?
Yes.
And can you explain just in general terms to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
So a contusion is essentially a bruise. It's blood that's coming out from a blood vessel. It's a blood vessel that has been broken in some way, and now there's blood coming out.
Are you also familiar with another term, part of that term, known as a punctate contusion?
Yes, so punctate is essentially just a way to describe the size of a contusion. When I say punctate, I mean something that's very, very tiny, almost just like a dot.
And with respect to punctate contusion, what, if anything, did you observe in this O'Keefe sprain, and where was it located?
So there were punctate contusions in the frontal and temporal cortices. So frontal, once again, is the front portion right here. Temporal is kind of right behind it in this area. And the cortex is the gray matter of the brain. So it's a thin strip that kind of just goes around the brain. And then the white matter is underneath all that. So in traumatic injuries, you can see punctate contusions or even larger contusions in the cortex. It usually indicates that the brain has been pushed against something, which is now causing these little blood vessels to rupture hence seeing the contusions because the blood is no longer contained in the blood vessels.
Now, doctor, with regard to the subarachnoid hemorrhage, is there anything that you're able to do as far as measuring that?
It's hard to measure because it's usually pretty vague. It's not usually something that is a well circumscribed, meaning I could say it starts here and ends here. A lot of times with subarachnoid hemorrhage, because it's sitting in this space that it's not supposed to be in, it can spread. So it may be thicker in one area, thinner in another. So you may have some that may appear just as a very faint hemorrhage, and then some that might be very thick, which you can physically measure. So I usually just give an area where it is and say it's here, it's there, because it's almost like measuring something that has blurred edges. You can't really get a completely accurate measurement.
And what, if anything, were you able to observe or measure with regard to the subarachnoid hemorrhage in the area of the left prefrontal lobe?
So it appeared thicker in that area, meaning that as opposed to it looking just like a faint red color that should not be that color, it was actually thick enough that it was obscuring the underlying brain parenchyma.
If I could turn your attention, doctor, just back for a moment to the punctate contusions that you were testifying about before.
No, that was a word.
As far as your observations of those, was that one or more than one, or what? How many did you observe?
So there were multiple. There were multiple contusions to the point where it's not something that you can count. I mean, you could count it, but it would probably take a very long time. If it had been something like 1 or 2, 3, 4, maybe a handful, it would probably be something I would say there are 3 here, 4 there, but there were so many that it didn't serve a purpose to count.
And the number of those, what, if any, significance did that have in regard to your analysis, your observations, or your opinion?
So given that there's multiple, it means that there's enough pressure in the brain that there were many surfaces that were pressing on the bony prominences of the skull, which was leading to a lot of blood vessels rupturing, causing these contusions.
Now, I think you've talked a little bit, but just in general terms, if you could describe for the jury, what is a hemorrhage?
So a hemorrhage is essentially blood that's coming out from a vessel. So it's like a bruise. Hemorrhage, bruise, contusion, they're fairly similar. Some people use them interchangeably, but it's essentially blood that's no longer contained in a blood vessel.
When something is termed medically, based on your training experience, as a diffuse hemorrhage, what does that mean?
So diffuse means it's over a very large area. It's not something that's just a tiny little area. You could say, okay, I'm looking at this person's, let's say, liver, and there's a 2 by 2 centimeter hemorrhage sitting right there in the right lobe of the liver. Diffuse would mean there's hemorrhage throughout nearly the entirety of the liver.
Now, with regard to, you made a note as far as there being a diffuse hemorrhage within the pons, P-O-N-S, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that means and where is that located within the brain?
So the pons is part of the brainstem. So the brainstem starts right in the middle of the brain, and you have the midbrain, the pons, the medulla, and then it turns into the spinal cord. So the pons is kind of in the middle of the brainstem. And when you have hemorrhage in the pons, in this circumstance, it was because there was the herniation of those oci, which began moving closer and closer towards the pons, pressing on it, causing hemorrhage, because now the tissue is compressed. The blood is not going to be able to flow in and out freely, therefore hemorrhage.
Now, with regard to the totality of what you reviewed in this case in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to form any opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty in regard to the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
I was able to determine that these are acute traumatic injuries. I know that based on what I observed and in combination with the autopsy findings, that this is due to some type of trauma.
If I could ask, as far as you have certain findings as far as an intraventricular hemorrhage and occipital horns of the lateral ventricles, correct?
Yes.
If you could, please explain to the jury what exactly does that mean?
Yes. So the ventricles are almost like a tunnel system of the brain in which the cerebrospinal fluid flows through. So the cerebrospinal fluid serves as a fluid that nourishes the brain. It provides a flow of nutrients, oxygen, things like that. And it starts in the frontal portion of the brain, and then it goes backwards towards the occipital, which is the back. And it also flows downward through the brainstem and then into the spinal cord as well. So the occipital horns of the lateral ventricles are in the back of the head, and having hemorrhage in those areas, and in any area of the ventricular system, is usually indicative of some type of trauma. So there should not be blood freely flowing within the ventricular system.
Now, Dr. Stonebridge, with regard to your findings, you mentioned that your findings were that the injuries were acute and that the injuries were the result of trauma, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, can you say or can you opine as to the mechanism for those acute traumatic injuries?
It was something that required some type of force, given that there were skull fractures. I can't say what type of force or how much force, but it was definitely something that caused some type of force, which led to the skull fractures and then the subsequent brain findings.
And the brain findings in particular that you made, were those consistent with the fall?
They can be, yes.
Can they also be consistent with being struck by a vehicle and then going to the ground?
Yes, they can be.
Thank you, Doctor. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Cross-examination?
No questions, thank you.
You're welcome.
Doctor, thank you very much. You are all set.
Oh
Thank
my
you.
God, no questions. I love it.
Mindful to step down. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Dr. Irene Scorti-Bello to the stand.
All right, here we go. I think this is the last
And Your Honor, as
witness.
she's coming in, may we approach briefly?
Sure.
I think she might be the last witness. I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't know. God, you know what? Again, I want to welcome everybody to Truth and Transparency. 759 of you guys in here. Make yourself known at some point. Thumbs it up, thumbs it down. You can hit that little button when you're looking at the screen. We've been in Dedham since the beginning of the week. When was it? Something like that. Weekend? I can't even remember. Shit, it's been a long time. I think this is the last witness. Can I get a witness? And this is the this is good. This is the coroner, right? No, we might have two. I wouldn't have any questions for that witness either. She didn't testify that this was from a car accident. You know what I mean? Like, we're not disputing anything you said. We agree with all your findings. You know what I mean? That's exactly what happened to him. All of those things that you found. Amen. Amen. If she would have had, I think probably maybe a question they could have asked there, and I think that's probably why they were debating, is to say that, can you solely rule this as a, suffering from a car accident? But I'm telling you, they're playing checker or chess, and they don't want to give away some stuff, and so therefore I think that they're not asking certain questions because of that. Oh boy. Oh, Deanese, what's up? What's up, Chris?
Madam Court Reporter, what was previously marked SS for identification is now the next exhibit in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was getting excited that Liza was gonna ask questions.
All right. So are you looking for my instruction now, Mr. Lally?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
All right. So jurors, I gave you a similar instruction before about photographs. So the Commonwealth intends to introduce into evidence through the next witness certain photographs showing Mr. O'Keefe post-mortem. You'll have those photographs with you in connection with this case. I understand that they will be, some of them will be shown up on the screen, and that's why I want to sort of give you a warning that that will happen. When they come to you as exhibits, they'll be placed in an envelope. You can, look at them briefly. They'll be covered, is what I'm saying to you. So the photographs are not pleasant. They can be described as graphic. And I instruct you that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs will be unpleasant, perhaps sad and graphic. The defendant's entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for Mr. O'Keefe, which might be occasioned by the photographs. So please consider those photographs only as they draw your attention to a clinical, medical status or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injury or to the nature of the incident itself. Okay. All right. Now your next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes.
Ask you, Michael, to step up.
Could remain standing, please.
Oh, gosh. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Irene Scorribello. My last name is spelled SCORDI-BELLO.
And how are you employed, ma'am?
I am employed as a medical examiner.
And for whom are you employed?
I am employed by the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
And how long has it been that you've been medical examiner for the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Massachusetts?
I have been with OCME in Massachusetts since December of 2016.
Now, ma'am, if I could take you back and just ask you a few questions regarding your educational background, work history a little bit prior to working at the OCME in Massachusetts. If I could start with your undergraduate work, as far as where did you go and what, if anything, did you receive a degree?
I completed a bachelor's degree in microbiology at the University of California.
And after receiving that degree, where did you go from?
I went on to the University of Miami, where I completed my doctorate degree in immunology. And following that, I moved up to New York City, where I went to medical school. I completed 4 years of medical school at the Mount Sinai School of Medicine. And following medical school, I completed 3 years of pathology residency at the Mount Sinai Hospital.
And then following your residency at Mount Sinai, where did you go from there?
And from there, I went downtown in New York City, and I completed a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the City of New York.
And following that 1-year fellowship there, where did you go from there?
I worked in New York City until 2016 when I moved here to Massachusetts.
Now, are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
What are you board certified in?
I'm board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
And if you could explain to the jury just briefly, what does it mean to be board certified and sort of what is entailed in that process?
Board certification is actually a voluntary process that a physician decides to go through. It involves completing an accredited program in the specialty of choice. In my case, it was pathology and forensic pathology, and then completing a number of requirements as well as taking and successfully passing exams, and then being able to say that you're board certified.
And is that certification at this time, is that up to date?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the time that you've been working as a forensic pathologist, are there any organizations that you belong to in relation to your work in that field?
Yes, I am a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners.
And that's an acronym as far as name.
Name.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that time frame as well, what, if any, experience do you have in regard to teaching the areas related to your field?
I have always been interested in teaching. I started teaching as a pathology resident, teaching other residents and medical students. And during my time in New York City, I enjoyed teaching medical students and residents. We had a very active education program in New York City. So I've always been involved with teaching both pathology and forensic pathology.
Now, to those terms themselves, if I could ask you briefly just to describe to the jury as far as pathology in general sense, what is pathology?
Pathology is a specialty of medicine, and pathology looks at disease processes and as well as trauma and the effect they have on the human body.
And what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology looks at disease processes and injuries in the human body and tries to determine the cause of death in deceased individuals.
And as far as anatomic pathology, what exactly is it?
Anatomic pathology, as opposed to clinical pathology, is it has to do with any organ that is in the body, versus clinical pathology that deals with fluids and blood analysis and things like that. So anatomic pathology, a lot of anatomic pathologists are surgical pathologists. That's another term that you will hear. These are pathologists in the hospital that look at tissues under the microscope, and they come to a diagnosis, whether something is benign or malignant. And forensic pathology takes anatomic pathology to another step, to another level, by looking at the whole body and trying to determine the cause of death instead of organ specific. Instead of just looking at one organ, forensic pathology looks at the whole body.
Now, you're also familiar through your work and training experience in regard to forensic pathology with a term called autopsy?
Yes.
And is that something that typically you would do in the case of sort of your investigation and your analysis in regard to pathological analysis when it came to a body or a patient that comes in?
Yes, an autopsy is a procedure that we do to determine the cause and manner of death.
And so, doctor, with respect to an autopsy, may be a term that's pretty well understood, but if you could explain in general terms as far as when a body or a patient comes in to the OCME, as far as what is an autopsy, what is involved in it, and sort of what does that consist of?
Yes. When a case, a death is first reported to the medical examiner's office, we make a determination as to whether that death falls under our jurisdiction. Cases that fall under the jurisdiction of the medical examiner include all violent deaths, all deaths that are due to not natural causes, all accidents, intoxications, deaths of babies and children, and deaths in individuals that were not under the care of a physician when the death occurred. So once a case is accepted and it falls under our jurisdiction, it is given a numerical number, and then the body is transported from either the location of the death or the hospital to our facilities. We have 3 facilities in the state of Massachusetts. Once the body comes to our facility, then there are a number of steps that are taken. The body is processed. What that means is that their pictures are taken, a weight is taken, a height is taken. Everything is input into our computer system, and then a determination is made as to whether an autopsy is required in order for us to determine the cause and manner of death. If the answer is yes, then we proceed with the autopsy.
Now, as far as an autopsy is concerned, there are 2 sort of primary components of that, as far as an external examination and an internal examination. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you describe to the jury, again, in general terms, sort of what the process is in reference to both external and internal?
Yes. So the autopsy or the post-mortem examination has 2 main parts. The first one is the external exam, and it is basically what it sounds like. We do a very thorough exam of the outside of the body. We document physical characteristics, eye color, hair color. We document any scars or tattoos that may be on the body. We take pictures, we make notes, we look for any signs of disease and any signs of injury. All that is, as I mentioned, documented. And once we're, during the external examination, sometimes we will take evidence. We will collect hair and nails from the body if we think that is necessary or warranted. And once the external examination is done, then we proceed to the internal examination. That involves making surgical type cuts on the body, what's known as the Y incision that goes from shoulder to shoulder and down the middle of the body, and the organs of the neck, the chest, the abdomen are examined thoroughly, again, looking for and documenting signs of disease or signs of injury. We do the same thing with the head. The head is open, the brain is removed, and we document any disease or injury.
Now, turning your attention to January 31st, 2022, did you have occasion to perform an autopsy in regard to a patient or a body of John O'Keefe?
I did.
And do you recall which of, you mentioned there were 3 different offices of the chief medical examiner within the state of Massachusetts, correct?
Yes, it was in the Cape Cod office.
Is that the office that you typically work out of?
No, that's not the office I typically work out of. My permanent position is in the Westfield office in Western Massachusetts. I was covering the office that day because we were short-staffed.
And in the reference to the autopsy that you performed with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, was that in conformity with what you were speaking about just before, generally as far as how you conduct autopsies?
Yes.
Now, during the course of the autopsy that you performed in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, during the course of the external examination, what, if anything, did you note in reference to that external examination of Mr. O'Keefe?
First, I noted that there was evidence of medical intervention. Mr. O'Keefe's body was transported to our facility from the hospital, and he had evidence of attempted resuscitation. After I documented that, I proceeded to document some injuries that I saw on Mr. O'Keefe's body.
And before we turn to that, if I could just ask you a couple more general questions. You've made some mention earlier in your testimony as far as the cause and manner of death in general. That's 2 things that you're trying to determine during any sort of forensic pathological examination, correct?
Yes.
And what I'm going to ask you first is just in reference to manner of death. Can you describe for the jury sort of what are the different types of manner of death and how are they sort of classified from a perspective from your office?
Okay, yes. So the manner of death are the circumstances that led to the cause of death. The cause of death being the disease or the injury that initiated the sequence that led to the fatal events. So the manner of death is circumstance dependent. There are 5 general manners of death, or 5 umbrellas. The first one is natural. When we determine manner of death to be natural, it means that the death was caused exclusively by natural disease. That would be heart disease, liver disease, cancer, aging, Alzheimer's, dementia, etc. The second manner of death is accident. That means that the cause of death was due to an injury or due to an intoxication, either a physical injury or a chemical injury. But the circumstances show little or no evidence that intoxication or that injury was intentional. So most motor vehicle accidents, most drug overdoses, most elderly falls are classified as accidents. The fatal outcome was not intentional. Homicide is a manner of death when there is injury inflicted by another person, but there is evidence that there was intent to cause fear, harm, or death to the other individual. And suicide is due to either an injury or an intoxication. And again, the circumstances and the evidence suggest or point strongly to the fact that that was a self-inflicted, intentional act on behalf of the person with the intent to cause harm to themselves or cause death to themselves. So most hangings, intentional overdoses by prescription medications are classified as suicides. And then we have, one more manner that we call undetermined. Some jurisdictions, they call it could not be determined. That means that evidence pointing towards one set of circumstances or one manner is no more compelling than evidence pointing towards another manner of death. So if we don't have enough information to know whether something, or to be able to determine the circumstances, then we are left with an undetermined manner of death.
Now, am I correct in stating that the cause of death is something that's more like a medical determination? Is that correct?
Yes, the cause.
So watch the leading questions, Mr. Larry. It's sustained.
How would you characterize the determination that you make in regard to a cause of death?
The cause of death is based on my findings at the time of autopsy, along with any medical information that I may have on that deceased individual.
Now, as far as the manner of death, how are you making that determination?
The manner of death, as I mentioned, is circumstance dependent. I make that determination based on investigative information that is provided to me by law enforcement, by the people who did the investigation.
And what, if any, legal determination are you making as far as when you classify something as either of those 5 categories in a manner of death?
I am not making a legal determination. I'm making a medical determination.
And so as far as the medical determination is manner of death, specifically when I'm talking about something that could be ruled or listed as manner of death as accident, is that, what if any determination are you making as far as that is concerned?
I'm making the determination that the information that I have either shows no evidence or very little evidence that the injury that led to the cause of death was intentional. So I don't have any information to suggest that that was an intentional act.
And am I correct in saying that routinely people charged with, say, motor vehicle homicides, it gets classified as a manner of death as accident, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Miss Little on the cross, baby. Woohoo!
Doctor, I'm showing you the documents. Ask you to review it, look up when we finish.
Yes,
And do you recognize that document, Doctor?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
This is a copy of the death certificate for Mr. John O'Keefe.
That's signed by yourself, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the listing related to cause of death, what did you list as cause of death on Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his death certificate?
Cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia.
And with reference to manner of death, what, if anything, did you list on Mr. O'Keefe's death certificate in relation to manner of death?
I listed could not be determined.
And as far as that listing for could not be determined, if you could explain to the jury why it was that you have that listed as a manner of death with relation to Mr. O'Keefe.
Again, the cause of death is something that I can determine by the autopsy. I did the autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe and determined that he had injuries to his head as well as signs of hypothermia. So the combination of those two was the cause of death. The manner of death has to do with the circumstances under which Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries. And I did not have enough information to be able to determine whether those injuries were accidental or not. And so my manner of death was undetermined or could not be determined.
And just from the spectrum that you had just talked about, sort of the 5 different manners of death, fair to say that you did not determine that this was either suicide or natural causes, correct?
Correct.
And so as far as your determination of manner of death being could not be determined, which of the two were you sort of in between?
The 2 manners of death that remain are accident and homicide.
Now, may I approach?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
Objection.
Now, Dr. Scortibelli, you had made reference as far as cause of death being a blunt force injury. Is that correct?
Correct.
At least one of the contributing causes. If you could explain to the jury sort of what you understand that to mean as far as what is a blunt force injury.
Blunt force injuries are caused by any blunt object. That is a very big category of objects. A microphone could be a blunt object. This bottle, if heavy enough, could be a blunt object. The ground can be a blunt object. So anything that doesn't have a sharp edge or a razor edge, not a knife, not a scalpel, is a blunt object. Blunt impact injuries are categorized into contusions, which are bruises, abrasions, which are scratches, fractures, which are a break in the bone, and lacerations, which are tears in the skin. So when we say blunt impact injuries, we could be referring to any of those or a combination of those 4 types. And all those are the result of impact of the body with a blunt object.
Now, we'll get more into specifics in a moment, just in general terms as far as from your external examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body, where whereabouts sort of geographically on the body did you observe these blunt force injuries?
The majority of the blunt force injuries were to the face and the head, as well as to the upper extremities, the arms.
Now, starting with Mr. O'Keefe's head, what was it specifically, or where was it that you observed blunt force injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Okay. I observed a number of different injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's head, starting with his eyes. He had hemorrhage or bleeding on the upper eyelids of both eyes, as well as swelling of the eyes. He had a small laceration, a small tear in the skin on the right eyelid, again associated with the bleeding. He had some abrasions. Abrasions are superficial scratches on the skin on the left side of his nose, I believe. And when I looked at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, he had a laceration. It's a tear in the skin that was surrounded, or it was associated with an abrasion, a scrape.
Now, in terms of the extremities, and I'll start with upper extremities as far as his arms, what, if anything, did you observe in regard to blunt impact injuries to his arms?
He had, on the right upper extremity, he had a number of somewhat linear, somewhat patterned abrasions, scrapes, varying sizes, ranging from small 2 to 3 millimeters to, I believe, 5 or 6 centimeters, both on the upper arm and part of his forearm. He had some contusions or some bruising on the dorsal aspect of the right hand that I measured and documented. He had he had a very small abrasion, I believe, on the lower extremities near the right knee, but I would have to look at my notes to be absolutely sure.
You can go ahead and look at your notes anytime you need to, doctor.
Okay? I can go into my notes?
Yes.
Okay, let's take a look at that right knee.
Oh, good. Perfect.
Let's take a look at these notes. Let's take a look at his right knee.
Ooh.
Dorsal is defense injuries, right?
Dorsal means inside closest to your body. Dorsal. Dorsal is this part. No, dorsal might be outside shape.
Outside.
Yes, outside. Dorsal is outside the body.
Yeah. You want to hear about this knee, baby? Come on now.
So as far as his extremities, I noted a 3 centimeter superficial abrasion to his right medial upper arm. That would be the medial aspect, would be the inner aspect of the right arm. I noted the abrasions on his posterior right arm and forearm. Those ranged from 3 millimeters to up to 7 centimeters. I noted 2 red contusions on the dorsal aspect of the right hand. Again, that's the back of the hand. A faint abrasion, a faint scratch on the dorsal aspect of the left hand, and a small 0.5 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee, on the side of his knee, on the right side.
Now, I think you've defined it fairly well so far, but I'm just going to ask you, just for delineation purposes, if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the difference between an abrasion versus a contusion versus a laceration.
Okay. An abrasion is a scrape. It's a scrape of the superficial layers of the skin. A contusion is a bruise. So if I hit myself hard enough on my nightstand, and I break blood vessels and under the skin, then I can end up with a bruise or a contusion. A laceration is a tear, not necessarily a cut. There's a distinction between a cut and a tear. A tear in the skin is due to a blunt object, maybe the corner of the nightstand that's sharp enough to tear my skin, but not so sharp as a blade that would actually cut the skin smoothly. So we differentiate between lacerations and cuts because cuts are due to sharp objects, lacerations are due to blunt objects. And fractures are basically a break in the bone, again, due to blunt trauma.
I'm familiar with what is termed as an incised wound.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Incised, I-N-C-I.
Incised, yes.
If you could explain the difference between sort of the mechanism and sort of what you observe between a laceration and an incised wound.
Yes, so an incised
And an incised wound.
Yes, so an incised wound is what I previously called a cut. So the analogy I like to give is if you have a loaf of bread and you're trying to cut the bread. If you take a very good bread knife, sharp knife, you will be able to smoothly cut the bread. If you take a hammer, which is a blunt object, and you try to cut the bread, you're going to shred it up. So an incised wound is a smooth cut. Knives, razors will cause incised wounds on the skin. A blunt object will cause a laceration. It will break the skin, and the edges will not be uniform, and there might even be some bruising around it.
Now, with respect to the injuries that you talked about as far as the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, how was that located in reference to sort of the circumference of the arm? And what I'm asking there is, was it on top, on the bottom, or everywhere?
I describe them as being on the posterior right arm and forearm. So when we examine a body, we examine the body in what's known as the anatomic position, which is the body on the table with the palms upwards. And so the posterior right arm and forearm would be what would be facing the table as the body is laying on the table, the back side of the arm and the forearm.
So the opposite of posterior would be what?
Would be anterior, and it would be this area right here that points up.
And as far
or
as
forward.
the interior of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what, if anything, did you observe as far as injuries there?
Again, I noted in my diagrams and my charts that they were mostly on the posterior right arm and forearm.
Now, Dr. Scotti-Bell, if I could turn your attention to the internal examination as far as the injuries that you observed there, what, if anything, did you observe during the course of your internal examination of Mr. O'Keefe?
Okay, the internal examination, I will start with the head. Once the skull was open and the head was examined, I noted that there were skull fractures in Mr. O'Keefe's skull, both in the back and the front aspect of his skull. I noted that there was recent subdural hemorrhage. That is blood that is under the dura, and the dura is a very tough protective cover that sits over the brain. I noted that there was subarachnoid hemorrhage. That's hemorrhage that is directly on top of the brain under the leptomeninges, which is a very thin membrane that covers the brain. And at that point, I removed the brain, and I, instead of examining it right then and there, I saved it in a special solution, and I sent it to our office in Boston for a neuropathologist to fully examine.
And is it your understanding that a neuropathologist ultimately conducted a fuller examination of Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
Yes,
And who is that neuropathologist within your office?
Dr. Stonebridge.
Now, with reference to the head, as far as the skull, you indicated that there were fractures as in plural, correct?
Yes.
And with reference to the fractures, what, if any, relationship did you know between the fractures that you observed and the laceration to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head that you spoke about in your external examination?
So the laceration on the scalp that I observed was overlying the area of the skull that appeared to be fractured, or at least appeared that the fractures were originating from that point of impact and extending into the rest of the skull.
Now, one of anything as far as your observations of the skull on that point in the, I'm sorry, which part of the skull was the originating fracture?
This would be on the back of the skull, slightly right of midline.
Is that the medical term that that's referred to as?
I'm sorry?
Is there a medical term that that's referred to as far as the right rear sort of?
It's the right occipital.
And what, if anything, led you to that opinion that that was sort of the originating source of the multiple fractures in the skull that you observed?
Again, observing or looking at the skull fractures and their pattern, there appeared to be a central point with fractures radiating or originating from that central point and going into other parts of the skull.
Now, in reference to that laceration in the area of the originating fracture in the back of the skull, what, if anything, did you determine in regard to impact in regard to that area of the head?
Well, the laceration along with, so the tear in the skin along with the scrape, because they were adjacent, are both evidence of blunt impact. So I knew at that point that Mr. O'Keefe's head had come in contact with a blunt object.
Would that be sort of the point of impact between the blunt object and Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Right.
Now, with reference to the fractures that you would observe, how extensive were the fractures that you observed, the multiple ones?
Well, there were multiple fractures. So by definition, multiple fractures in multiple chambers or parts of the skull. So I would say they were extensive.
Have a moment, Sharon.
Yes.
Now, when you're conducting this internal examination, is there sort of a division of the body that you're doing as far as what you're examining and in what order and sort of things that you're looking at from the internal examination?
Well, we examine everything, and usually we start in the external examination, we start from the head and work our way down. During the internal examination, we're doing two things at the same time sometimes. And so I start with the chest, move to the abdomen, and then the pelvis, while at the same time, we're working on the head.
All right, I'm going to pause you there for a minute. We're going to take a short recess and we'll be back.
Dorothy, you can step down if you'd like to. You don't have to, but you can step down if you want to, and I'd ask that you just call over the jurors.
I'll just, thank you.
What's going on? Okay, what's going on? Does somebody, what happened?
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Okay, what? What's going on? Oh, God. Oh. Well, looks like he was fighting, and then somebody decided to whack him over the back. Okay? That's what it looks like to me. I have no idea who asked for the sidebar.
All rise for the court, please.
You are muted.
All right.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. This is another law and crime legal alert. Have you
Oh, shit, Bev. Oh, shit. I don't know. Ooh. I mean, they have to have questions for this person. I think Little's going to be doing it, and she's taking notes. I think she's going to be asking questions. I don't think she's just going to say no question. We have nothing for this witness. I think that I don't know if you'd want to go and ask about, have you ever felt pressured by these people before to change reports or talk you into reports? Would it surprise you if they were texting about you? I mean, I don't know what you're gonna say. I want to know why she didn't determine why, you said that you work with the investigators. So in direct examination, you say that you work, your manner of death, its circumstances dependence, and that includes the investigation. So you work with law enforcement. So therefore you would have talked to law enforcement. Isn't that correct? Yes. Okay. So when you talk to law enforcement and they were telling you, hey, this is a crash. This person ran this guy over. He did all this. He did all that. You didn't see it that way, because otherwise you would have said, you would have done undetermined. So that's probably how I would go about it, is I would talk about the fact that she works with the law, she works with the investigators. She would have talked to law enforcement, and it's circumstances or dependence, and basically what they told you, you weren't buying. And that's what it's going to have to come down to. What did you ask for? Like, when you say that you talked to the investigators, like, what did you ask for? What did they provide you with? Maybe she's going to say, they didn't provide me with shit. They provided me with witness statements that weren't witnesses. We had no eyewitnesses, They provided me with some taillight. They provided me with there was some breakage of taillight out there. If you think about when she did this autopsy, though, January 31st, 2022, y'all didn't have dick out there, and then you want to come back in talking about, hey, we keep finding these sprinkles, damn. Excuse me. I don't know. I would say that, so you can't rule out that John was in a fight. You can't rule out that, if John's having these defensive wounds or fighting wounds on his hands, how does he suffer? He's not protecting. Is he protecting the back of his head, or is he protecting the front of his head? So then somebody could come behind him and whack him, you say, she wants to keep saying this is an object that hit him versus him falling into something, I think they should talk about the patterns. Can you realize this is going to be amazing? This is going to be amazing cross. Yeah, guys, a little under the weather, but I'm making it. Thank you for your concern. I appreciate that. Yeah, I would agree. I think that her name's attached to a ton of shit. And I would be like, fuck y'all motherfuckers. You ain't fucking my name up. Think about this. She was not supposed to be at the Cape Cod. She was not supposed to be there. Who was supposed to be the medical examiner that was supposed to get this? But she was looking over, like, was that person on vacation? And it was like, thank God that, you know, I mean, who should have gotten this? I'm curious to know who's the other, who was at the Cape Cod? Whose office is that? Allison, I think people are going to go down, at the very least. I'm sorry, but perjury. We need to start making perjury a thing. If we keep letting people get away with perjury, like, that has to come back. I think there's going to be I think there's a ton of shit that's coming after this case. That's what I think. I think if people don't, if people aren't starting to be held accountable for perjury, then what the hell's going on? Like, people have literally straight up went in that courtroom. Like, Colin, you committed perjury. You said that you never fought before in your life except with your brothers. We've been pulling out video after video after video of this motherfucker fighting. He not only did he lie to officers, police officers, okay, but he lied under oath. I mean, come on. I mean, that's a fact. So I think people should go down for perjury. At the very least. I mean, I think that all these people should be at least perjury, and I think that you should talk about charging them with conspiring. It holds its own charge. They were all conspiring together to literally, like, frame Karen Reed. That's a crime in itself. You don't have to even do anything. If you're conspiring with somebody and you don't even go forward with something, you are still conspiring, and that is a crime in of itself, even if nothing happens. And you should get in trouble for that. And then maybe people can wake up and say to themselves, you know, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. No, motherfucker. Conspiracy is a crime. You can call it whatever you want, but let's not get it twisted. Then they need to take away a charge of conspiring. Conspiracy holds its own fucking charge. Conspiracy to commit murder. Then there's murder, you know? So I just hate when people talk about your conspiracy. Well, conspiracy is a motherfucking crime. So I think people should be in trouble for conspiring. Okay? I think Carrie Roberts is going to get toe tagged like a motherfucker. I think the defense has a little something special for her. And if they don't, I'm going to be really, really pissed. I think that the path has been laid out. The defense would like to recall Carrie Roberts to the stand. Call Courtney fucking Proctor. Let's go. The other thing is that the prosecution stayed away from calling Lucky the plow driver. Why? Because Lucky is going to blow it all up out of the water. I do believe that somebody was blocking to get through on that street. There is no way that you're going to drag or carry a human body and not have a lookout. You steal a bottle of something from the store. You take a hairband. Y'all have a lookout. Hey, make sure nobody comes down this aisle while I stuff my backpack full of condoms. I mean, you're not going to have a lookout for dragging a dead body? Get out of here. When Lucky is going to testify that road was blocked off at 4 o'clock in the morning, And the officers, that officer wanted to say, yeah, well, we just, Tully, we just didn't find him to be credible. No, it was blocked off at 4 o'clock in the morning, but not in the way that y'all think. It was blocked off so that nobody could see. And they knew. They've lived in that town. They're well aware of the town. They know that, okay, the plows are going to be coming down. People are going to be coming down these streets. They're going to be whatever the sanding, salting, whatever the fuck they do over there. We can, like, I think these people are sick. Not officially blocked off because of the police and everybody being there at 6:10. I'm talking about unofficially blocked off, as in, and I want to hear what Lucky has to say about that. They have a ton of witnesses that, they're going to call the people, the defense is going to call the people that Chloe attacked. They're on their list. Who else did I see that? Oh, yeah. Kelly Dever is on the list. Kelly Dever is the one that supposedly got the phone call from Gallagher saying, oh, where am I supposed to go? And he went to One Meadows instead of going to 34 Fairview. Remember, then he went to Canton to go get his winter clothes, but doesn't grab gloves. Get the fuck up out of here. It's going to be amazing. Looking at the defense witness list, looking at who the state has called, or the Commonwealth has called, their ass is grass. Their ass is grass. And if they were given the mirror image, if they were given the images of the cell phones, if they had Kerry Roberts' cell phone, they had John O'Keefe's cell phone, ooh, daddy. Why has not been talked about who Kerry Roberts has called? Kerry Roberts said that she called hospitals looking for John. I don't know if that's true. Oh, here we go.
Thank you, be seated, go back to session.
Okay, let's do it.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Now, doctor, as far as the internal examination was concerned with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, starting with his stomach, what, if anything, did you observe of any significance in that area?
I observed that there were some small hemorrhages, small areas of bleeding in Mr. O'Keefe's stomach.
And are those described in medical literature as a specific type of spot?
They have a name. They're called Wisniewski spots. WISCHNEWSKI. And they have been associated with cases of hypothermia.
And how so? How have they been associated with cases of hypothermia?
They have been seen in cases of hypothermia. It's one of the findings that supports the diagnosis of hypothermia. They are not always there, and their presence doesn't definitively diagnose hypothermia, but they are one of the findings that, if present, suggest the diagnosis of hypothermia.
And based on your training and experience, based on other types of literature that you've reviewed in regard to hypothermia, what is, as far as these Wisniewski spots, and thank you very much for saying that until after you had said it, with regard to that, what if anything does it say as far as the causality of that, or how that occurs or is related to hypothermia?
We don't really know the pathophysiology of these spots. There have been various hypotheses. People have suggested that they are a response to stress. Some people have suggested that hypothermia increases secretion of acid in the stomach, and that leads to these spots, but their exact pathophysiology is still under investigation.
Now, in addition to these areas of small hemorrhage in Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, what, if anything, did you observe in the pancreas?
In the pancreas, I again observed some more diffuse hemorrhage of the pancreas and the tissues around it.
And same question with regard to the spots or the hemorrhages you observed in the stomach. What, if any, relationship do the hemorrhages or the bleeding in the pancreas have in relation to hypothermia?
Again, it's one of the findings that, if present, should alert the medical examiner to consider the possibility of hypothermia.
And as far as the observations that you made, as far as the hemorrhages in the stomach area of Mr. O'Keefe and the hemorrhages in the pancreatic area of Mr. O'Keefe, the sort of juxtaposition of those, what, if any, significance did that have in regard to your hypothermic diagnosis?
When the case was called into our office and when we accepted the case, it was reported to us that this was an individual that was found in the snow, covered with snow, and it appeared that he may have been there for a period of time. So one of the questions for me as a medical examiner is to determine whether there are any signs of hypothermia in addition to what I had already observed, which was the blunt impact injuries. And the combination of the gastric, the stomach, and the pancreatic hemorrhages strongly suggested, given the circumstances and how the body was found, that hypothermia did in fact play a role in his death.
Now, probably should have asked this first as a precursor, but when you use the term hypothermia, what do you understand, what does hypothermia mean from a medical diagnostic?
Right, hypothermia is a term used to describe low body temperature, by definition, 35 degrees centigrade or below. And there are levels of hypothermia, from mild hypothermia to severe hypothermia. It just basically means the body is losing heat faster than it can generate it.
And typically, what would be the sort of core body temperature that would determine someone as hypothermic versus not?
We're usually at 98 degrees or 37 degrees centigrade. So anything higher than that is considered a fever or hyperthermia. Anything lower than 35 degrees centigrade or 95 degrees Fahrenheit is considered hypothermia.
Now, if you could explain to the jury sort of a little bit about the type of diagnosis that is involved in hypothermia, and sort of what other sort of types of information you would be looking at in order to make that diagnosis.
Hypothermia is a difficult diagnosis to make, and sometimes it's a diagnosis of exclusion, meaning that all other possible causes of death have been ruled out and you're left with hypothermia. So a body that is found in the snow or in a cold environment and has a core body temperature of 85 degrees and is unresponsive or asystolic, meaning that there is no heart activity, could be a hypothermic death, or it could not be a hypothermic death. And it's up to us to determine by doing the autopsy what other factors are at play. So the example I like to give is a person with severe coronary artery disease, goes out to shovel their driveway, suffers a heart attack, and drops to the ground and is dead within seconds. And no one discovers their body for a few hours during the storm. When they're found, they're asystolic, their core body temperature is 80 degrees. But the autopsy shows another reason for their death. It shows a massive heart attack, which is what killed them. They just happened to be outside after they died and they lost heat and their body temperature dropped. Doesn't mean they died from hypothermia. However, if you take a person, an elderly person, or any person, an intoxicated person, a person who is intoxicated with drugs, that goes out into bad weather, gets confused, loses their direction, isn't able to get to shelter, and they die, their body temperature starts to drop, they get more disoriented, they get more confused, their organ systems start to shut down, and eventually they die from hypothermia. So that person will also be found in the snow with a core body temperature of 80, 85 degrees. But when we do the autopsy, if we see those gastric hemorrhages, if we see that bleeding in the stomach, if we see the bleeding in the pancreas, if we look at their toxicology and we see that they were intoxicated with multiple substances, then we can determine, or we can opine, that the cause of death was at least partly due to the hypothermia, because they were still alive when they started losing heat, as opposed to someone who had the heart attack and was already dead when they started losing heat from the body.
Doctor, when coming to your opinion in relation to the cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe, in addition to your autopsy, your internal, your external examination, what, if any, other materials were you provided, and what, if any, other materials did you review in relation?
I was provided with a police report, an investigative report. I was provided with some of his prior medical records. I was provided with records from the hospital where he was first taken by emergency medical personnel. And during the course of the autopsy, of course, I forgot, I didn't mention this, we also, during the autopsy, collect fluids from the body that are sent to the lab for toxicologic analysis. And after a few weeks after the autopsy, we get a report from the toxicology lab. And in this case, I looked at the toxicology report. As I mentioned, all the information from the investigators, the autopsy findings, the neuropathology findings, and came to a conclusion as to the cause.
Now, as part of the documentation that you received from the investigators, did that include photographs of the scene as well?
Yes, it did, some photographs.
Turning back to the toxicological findings that you received, what, if any, indication did those findings have, or did they indicate in regard to blood alcohol concentration with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
Mr. O'Keefe had alcohol in his system, and I do believe, I don't have the toxicology in front of me, but in his blood at the time of autopsy, the level was 0.21 grams per deciliter.
Now, contained within those toxicology findings, there's also something listed as a vitreous humor, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that is, where that sample is taken from, and why?
Yeah, that sample, the vitreous humor, is taken from the back chamber of the eye. It's one of the routine samples that we take in addition to blood from the body and urine. And it's again, used to look for the presence of different drugs. In cases of alcohol intoxication, sometimes we will get a value for the vitreous, and sometimes that value might not be exactly the same as the value that we get for the blood. It gives us an idea of where in the curve of alcohol metabolism, the individual is.
And so based on sort of the disparity between the vitreous humor level and the, I'm sorry, I may not have asked, what was the level in the vitreous humor?
I believe it was higher. Sorry, I just have to find it. I think it was 0.26. I'm sorry, I can't find it in these notes. I don't know if you have the. Yes.
Oh, yeah, copy of the toxicology.
Yes. It was 0.28.
Now, doctor, with respect to the disparity between what was contained as a BAC in the vitreous humor versus the other number from his blood, what, if anything, does that indicate to you as far, or what, if anything, do you take from it?
That suggests that the level in Mr. O'Keefe's blood had been higher than 0.21, and that's reflected by the 0.28 that was in the vitreous. The vitreous metabolism of alcohol lags. It's a little slower, lags behind that of the blood and the circulation. The alcohol is metabolized in the liver, but the fact that it is higher in the vitreous suggests that the level in the blood was also higher at some point prior.
So at some point, whenever Mr. O'Keefe died, his level of alcohol was on the decrease. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, with respect to, you mentioned that you had reviewed the EMS reports for Mr. O'Keefe as well as his medical records from Good Samaritan. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if you could just briefly for the jury explain your understanding as far as some of the terms within those medical records. Are you familiar with your review of Mr. O'Keefe's medical records that he was labeled as being in cardiac arrest?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that means?
Yes, he was labeled as asystolic or in asystole, which is basically a flat line. So if you attach leads to the body, there is no electrical activity coming from the heart.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, as far as certain vital signs were taken in the course of his treatment at the Good Samaritan, is that correct?
Yes.
Including a core temperature, is that correct?
Yes.
Would you recall what that core temperature was?
Yes. It was noted as 80.1.
And that was a temperature reading that was taken at 7:19 a.m., is that correct?
It was taken, actually, this temperature reading in the records that I'm looking at was taken at 6:57 a.m.
And with respect to that 80.1 degree temperature, that's in Fahrenheit, is that correct?
Yes.
And so what, if any, relationship does that have, or what, if any, relationship does that have to your hypothermic diagnosis?
Well, that is the temperature. At this point, Mr. O'Keefe is asystolic, meaning he has no cardiac activity. That is the temperature of his body at the time that he was taken to, that he was examined by EMS and taken to the hospital. So it is a very hypothermic temperature. It is well below the 95 degrees, which we consider hypothermia.
Now, I believe you alluded to it earlier in your testimony, but with respect to hypothermia, what are some of the manifestations of that type of onset as it progresses?
Well, the first evidence of hypothermia, which we have no problem in this room, is shivering. When someone starts to get cold, they start to shiver to conserve heat. But then as the body loses more and more heat, there are neurologic consequences. People can get confused. We see this in the elderly all the time. They can get disoriented, and eventually at very low temperatures, below 90 degrees, everything ceases to function. The heart stops.
And would physical weakness be, or lack of strength be one of those manifestations as well?
Yes.
And how many different sort of stages of hypothermia are there from the beginning of or onset of progression to the end?
There is mild hypothermia to extreme severe hypothermia.
I may have a moment, John.
Yes.
Now, with regards as far as the type of clothing that someone is wearing when they're outside in these types of conditions, what, if any, relationship would that have with regard to the quickness or the rapidity of the onset of hypothermia?
Clearly, the more layers someone has, the slower they will lose heat from their body. The fewer layers, the faster they can become hypothermic.
And what, if any, information did you have as far as how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed when he was found in the snow on the morning of the 29th?
The information that I was given stated that he was wearing a pair of jeans and a long sleeve shirt.
Now, with respect to someone as far as that hypothermia onset and rapidity of it, what, if any, relationship would the condition of the clothing? What I'm asking there is more sort of the dryness versus wet clothing. What, if any, relationship with that?
Well, again, wet clothing or wet conditions will speed up the rate at which the body loses heat.
Now, lastly, with regard to this area, Doctor, in regard to Mr. O'Keefe having sort of alcohol on board in the system at the time that hypothermia onset, what, if any, relationship does that have in respect to the onset of hypothermia and the rapidity of that?
Alcohol intoxication, it has been shown to inhibit some of the mechanisms that the body uses to maintain heat. So it's definitely a factor that is a negative factor when it comes to hypothermia.
May I approach?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you a single-page document. You could just review that, look up when we finished. Do you
Yes.
recognize that, Doctor?
I do. It is a photocopy of the exam notes that I took at the time of autopsy.
Okay. Does that also contain a body diagram with relation to your notes as far as where you observed injuries on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm off the seat to introduce the minutes of next exhibit.
No objection. Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish that for the jury at this time.
Okay.
Doctor, there should be somewhere before you on the desk over there, laser pointer. Coming, if you could, Martha, just a bit, if you could focus in sort of towards the top and the head area. Now, Dr. Scortibello, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
Yes.
And on this, as far as the examination that you conducted, that also included certain measurements as far as height, weight, things like that you did with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
And if you could, what did you record as your measurements for both height and the weight of Mr. O'Keefe?
He was weighed by our staff as 216 pounds and measuring 73 inches, which is 6 feet 1 inch.
Now, doctor, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to starting with the front or the facial area and then to the back of the head, but just with reference to the head area, directing their attention to what, if anything, you observed in the area of the head of Mr. O'Keefe.
In terms of injuries,
yes.
You'd like me to point out the injuries? So as I mentioned, there were ecchymosis, that's another word for collection of blood under the upper eyelids. On Mr. O'Keefe, the ecchymosis on the right eyelid was also associated with a very small laceration. Then there was an abrasion on the left side of the nose. And then on the back of the head, there was a 3 centimeter laceration. So this is the right side. It would be towards, the back lower side on the right side of the head.
And that laceration on the black lower side, or right side of the head, is that in the same area that you observed what you described as sort of the originating skull fracture?
Yes, when the scalp was reflected, there was bleeding under the scalp in that particular area. And then when the skull was opened, that's the area that appeared fractured and appeared to have other fractures originating or radiating from it.
Ms. Gilman, if you wouldn't mind scrolling down sort of in the middle of the torso. And Dr. Scortibello, if you could again, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if any, injuries you noted in this sort of middle torso or upper extremity portion of Mr. O'Keefe.
So on the right upper extremity, and again, this is the back of the body. We have this collection of linear abrasions. I think the battery is dead. That measured up to 7 centimeters.
Mally's running out of battery.
And extended from the upper arm down to the middle of the forearm.
If I could interrupt you for 1 second, may I?
Thanks. This would be the abrasions.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to scroll down for the lower extremities. Again, Dr. Scortibello, if you could, again, using laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if any, injuries you observed on the lower extremities in regards to Mr.
The lower extremities didn't have a lot of injuries. There was a small abrasion on his right knee area on the side. And if you don't mind pushing the diagram just a little bit more up to see the hands, there were some contusions or some bruises on the dorsal aspects of the right hand and some very faint bruise on the left.
Thank you, Dr. And Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Nora, may I approach again?
Yes.
Doctor, if I could show you what's a 2-page document, ask you to just review that a couple of minutes.
Yes.
And do you recognize what that is?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
These are copies of diagrams that I used at the time of autopsy to document some of the injuries on the face and the skull.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
Any objection?
Objection.
Thank you.
Exhibit 644.
And Your Honor, may I return that to the witness?
Yes.
With the court's permission, if we could publish that for the jury.
Okay.
Only Lally would find a way to make this like ridiculously long. Like, why wasn't he showing this at the beginning?
Ma'am, one moment, Your Honor.
Yep. Like, what are you doing? Unbelievable.
Again, Dr. Swingle, you recognize what's depicted up on the screen is the next exhibit before you.
Yes.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observed or noted of significance in these particular diagrams.
So the upper eyelids, the areas of the upper eyelids on both sides had ecchymosis or blood under them. On the right side, there was a very small laceration or a small tear associated with that. Both eyes had some swelling to them. And then on the nose, there were two abrasions, two scrapes. One was small at 0.5 centimeters. The other one was 1 centimeter, and it was linear. And I noted them right there.
Coming up, you're going to scroll down a bit. And again, from the bottom right diagram for you, Doctor, if you could use the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if any, injuries of significance you noted in that portion of the diagram.
This is the area where I noted the laceration to the scalp. I noted something called tissue bridging, which is a morphologic feature of a laceration. Is what makes it different from an incised wound or from a cut, because again, the skin is crushed, and now it's more irregular. The edges are more irregular, and then above that laceration, I noted that there was a scrape as well associated with it. So that was one injury.
In this film, if I could have the next page of that. Doctor, if I could direct you to the next page of that exhibit before you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could, really sort of the mark on the top left diagram.
Yes.
Now, Doctor, before we get into the diagram that's up on the screen, if I could ask just a bit more, if you could expound upon when you use the term ecchymosis, what exactly does that mean in specific reference to the area of the eyes?
Ecchymoses are a word that we use to describe bruising. Orbital ecchymoses or periorbital ecchymoses or supraorbital ecchymoses just refer to the location of the bleeding in relation to the eye. And when we see ecchymoses or bleeding around the eyes, one of the differential diagnoses, one of the etiologies is blunt trauma to the head, and specifically fractures to what is known as the base of the skull. And this, what you're seeing here, is the base of the skull.
Now, Doctor, if you could, using that diagram up on the screen, explain to the jury, when we ask first, as far as what, were you able to formulate an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to how the injuries within the skull and the brain sort of interacted with each other, in particular interacted also with the ecchymosis that you're describing in the orbital region?
So the injuries inside the skull, this is the base of the skull. This is think of it as the tray where the brain would be sitting on top. The brain has been removed, and now we're looking at the bones. Right here is where I noted the skull, one of the skull fractures to be originating or starting with fractures. These are linear fractures that are extending or radiating from this one point of impact. This is known as the posterior fossa of the base. These two chambers are known as the middle cranial fossa, and this area is known as the anterior cranial fossa. As you look at this, the eyes would be sitting back here. So the eyes are actually very intimately associated with the anterior cranial fossa, which is very thin, and the bones are quite thin and friable. So an impact to the back of the head, as was in this case, because we do have a laceration and we do have an abrasion. So we know that the head impacted something blunt with enough force to break the skull and enough force for those fractures to propagate or radiate into the middle cranial fossa and also the anterior cranial fossa, which is the front chambers of the base. When the anterior cranial fossa are fractured, as I mentioned, they are very thin bones. Blood can seep from this area into the soft tissues and manifest as hemorrhage or bleeding or a contusion or an ecchymosis around the eye when you look at the person face, when you look at their face. So it is a well-known fact that fractures to the base of the skull can present with orbital ecchymosis, and that particular manifestation has a name. It's called raccoon eye because it resembles, I guess, what raccoon eyes look like. But emergency room physicians are always very alerted to any hemorrhage and any bleeding around the eyes, because it could signify or it could mean that there's a much bigger injury inside the skull, and that is not just some bleeding around the eyes, that it actually is associated with a skull fracture.
So the ecchymosis itself, as far as the sort of drainage or seepage of blood, that's coming into, that's what causes the eyes to sort of swell up, is that correct?
Correct.
And Doctor, if I could ask you with reference to, if you could illustrate with the laser pointer on the diagram up on the screen, as far as the subarachnoid hemorrhage, subdural hematoma, as far as the bleeding within the brain, what, if any, impact that has on the skull as far as the fractures are concerned, or this building up of pressure itself?
The subarachnoid hemorrhage is a thin layer of hemorrhage on top of the brain, directly on top of the brain under the leptomeninges. The main effect, or I guess one of the effects that subarachnoid hemorrhage has, is that it is very irritating to the brain and can lead to seizures. Subdural hemorrhage is hemorrhage that is due to veins in the dura, that very tough protective cover on top of the brain, that are broken and leak blood into the space between the dura and the brain. That kind of injury, given enough time, you can have accumulation of the blood, and it can cause significant shift into the brain. That's not something that we had here. Here we had some subdural hemorrhage, but not enough that it was what we call space occupying. But it was present. So it was due to bridging veins in the dura being injured from the trauma, from the fractures. And in terms of the effect that all these injuries have, the subdural and the subarachnoid and the skull fractures, anytime the brain is injured, it responds by swelling. And the skull is a closed space without the ability to expand, unlike the skin, where you can have a bruise or a significant amount of blood accumulate under the skin. In the skull, once the brain starts to react to the injury and it starts to swell, there's nowhere to go except for down. And that's the foramen magnum. That is the area where the brainstem and the spinal cord will run out. You know, spinal cord connects, obviously, the brain to the rest of the body. And this is one of the few spaces that the brain can try and squeeze into because he has nowhere else to go. So herniation, brain swelling and herniation are a general response that the brain has to any sort of trauma.
And Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can, so we can have the lights back on. May I approach just to retrieve?
Yes.
Doctor, with respect to the head injury, specifically the fracture, what, if any, opinion can you give or can you say in regard to the type of force or amount of force necessary to cause the fracture to the skull that you observed with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I can't really give you a number. I'm not a physicist. I can tell you that the skull is a pretty thick bone. It takes considerable amount of force to fracture the skull. So that was a pretty considerable impact.
Now, with respect to the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's head and the onset of hypothermia, what, if any, opinion do you have with regard to the timing of those respective to each other?
Well, I do believe the injuries, the blunt impact injuries were sustained first. These are not injuries that are immediately lethal. This is not something that would cause death in seconds. And therefore, Mr. O'Keefe may have been incapacitated by the injuries or knocked out, if you will, and was not able to get himself into a warmer environment, and therefore hypothermia set in, given the environmental conditions and given the clothing on the body, or the lack of clothing, I should say, no big jacket or anything like that.
Now, when you say something as far as some type of injury being immediately lethal, you give an example of that?
The one that forensic pathologists like to use is a gunshot wound to the head that goes from one side to the other, disrupting the neural systems of the brain and causing the person to immediately drop and die within seconds or milliseconds. This is not that kind of injury. This is an injury that took a little bit of time to develop, as is manifested by the fact that we have some bleeding, which means that the heart is still pumping and blood is still coming out of the vessels.
And so I guess to that point, as far as what was it from your examination and your findings and your review of sort of the overall materials that leads you to believe that the head injuries happened prior to hypothermia setting in?
again, the findings of hypothermia, the blunt impact injuries, if someone is, it's not completely out of the realm of possibility that someone becomes hypothermic and then falls as a result. But the hypothermia would continue along with, the brain injuries that took some time to develop. So in my opinion, I believe the impact, the injury to the head came first. Mr. O'Keefe was most likely incapacitated or unable to move into a warmer environment, and then the hypothermia set in.
And if you can, what, if anything, can you say as to the sort of, in contrast to sort of the bullet to the head or the instantaneous death, what, if anything, can you say as to the time that this would take to manifest itself as far as the injury to the head and the hypothermic state?
Again, I can't give you specifics. I would say this was definitely in the matter of minutes, many minutes, or hours.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, Doctor, you had mentioned that at some point you had reviewed some photographs from the scene where Mr. O'Keefe's body was recovered. Is that correct?
Yes, I was shown some photographs.
And from the photographs that you were shown, what, if anything, of significance did you observe or lack thereof in the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was recovered?
Well, based on those photographs, limited number of photographs that I saw and I was shown, there didn't appear to be a lot of disruption around the area where I was told that Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And that lack of sort of disruption in the snow around where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, what, if any, significance would that have to you as far as from a diagnostic perspective?
Well, it suggests that he really didn't travel a very long distance once the injury was inflicted.
And as far as anything related to footprints, drag marks, anything like that, did you observe anything like that in that area?
On the pictures that I saw, no.
Now, from your extent of your examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body, what, if anything, that you observe that would indicate any sort of altercation or a fight or anything like that that Mr. O'Keefe was in?
I didn't see any major signs of what I would call a significant altercation.
And with regard to that, as far as signs, what are some of the signs, and what would you be expecting to see, and what was lacking as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe?
I looked at Mr. O'Keefe's hands. As you saw on the diagrams, I did document that there were some contusions on the dorsal aspect, very vague and faint contusion on the left, and contusion on the right hand. That particular contusion has a central little pinpoint mark that may suggest that it was due to attempts to get IV access on his hand. That's a very common place, but I didn't see any bruising on Mr. O'Keefe's knuckles. His nails were intact. I didn't see any breaks on his nails, and I didn't see any fractures or feel any fractures on any of his hands.
Now, with respect to the diagrams that were up on the screen before, as well as your observations from internal examination, you observed some fractures to Mr. O'Keefe's ribs, is that correct?
Yes, he did have some fractures, I believe, to the 4th and 5th ribs near the sternum. It's a very common location for CPR-associated fractures.
And so I believe you just alluded to it right there, but as far as any fractures to Mr. O'Keefe's ribs, what, if any, opinion do you have as to the origination or causality of those rib fractures?
as I mentioned, those are very consistent with the resuscitation. We see those quite often. Given the history that I was provided that extensive resuscitation was attempted, I documented those as most likely due to resuscitation.
Now, doctor, with regard to the, just by way of contrast, you talked a bit about the significant impact or the thickness of the skull. How does that relate to the area of the ribs that you're talking about as far as can be fractured in resuscitative efforts?
Well, I don't understand the question.
Let me rephrase. What is the difference sort of between the thickness of the bone in the skull versus the thickness of the bone in the ribs?
The skull in general is a thicker bone. It requires more force.
Now, doctor, if I could, are you familiar with a medical term known as vasodilation?
Yes.
And can you explain what that term is and how it relates to Mr. O'Keefe's condition?
I can explain what the term is. Dilation means opening up. Vaso refers to blood vessels. So vasodilation is the opening up of blood vessels to bring more blood to the extremities or any part of the body.
And again, that's a bit of an unfair question as far as the relations, but so how does that manifest itself as far as someone who's in colder conditions or has that sort of onset of hypothermia? What, if any, relation does the vasodilation have to that?
Well, you can see vasodilation. You can see vasoconstriction and vasodilation in hypothermia. Initially, the blood vessels will constrict in an attempt to reduce blood flow to the extremities so there's no heat loss. Anyone who has Raynaud's knows what that feels like. But then ultimately the blood vessels will dilate, bringing more blood to the extremities. Again, the normal regulatory mechanisms that the brain has to maintain our body temperature are disrupted when you get into those very low temperatures. And therefore, sometimes in hypothermia, you can see very, very red extremities due to vasodilation.
And with regard to the redness due to vasodilation, is there also a whiteness, sort of discoloration to the extremities that can be observed in hypothermic patients as well?
That's been described as well, yes.
Now, with reference to when you make your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, why is it that, well, let me ask you this. You didn't see any signs of vasodilation or white fingertips or anything like that, is that correct?
Correct. I rarely see signs of vasodilation, especially if someone has died in the hospital.
And can you explain to the jury sort of why that is?
So for two reasons. In this particular reason, Mr. O'Keefe was taken to the hospital and attempts were made at rewarming the body. So he was given warm intravenous fluids and attempts were made to bring the body temperature up with the hope that the heart would start working once that happened. Also, I did not physically see the body until Monday morning. And therefore, I can't really comment on vasodilation or any effects that hypothermia may or may not have had acutely on the body, because I'm seeing the body hours after death, and already the body has been transferred from the scene to the hospital, stored at the hospital, and then transferred from the hospital to our facility. So there's just too much time between when the body was discovered to when I looked at the body to make any reasonable comments on whether there was vasodilation or not.
Hey, Protron?
Yes.
She's looking at the pictures. She's looking at the pictures going to show. I wonder if they're going to show these pictures. Okay, look at Bev. Look at, she's going all the way to 4:30.
Doctor, I'm showing you a series of 5 photographs. Ask you to review those with confirmation.
I'm actually going to see counsel at sidebar for a minute, please.
Well, all right, guys. Well, Bev asked for her own sidebar, so she needed a break. I don't know if she's going to say, is this a good time to take a break? Is this where we should stop for the day? How much longer do you have, Mr. Lally? Things like that. The Emmy looks like she's, I don't know, maybe it's super hot in there. You know, I don't know. Maybe it's hot. So, again, I don't know. But she looks flushed. She looks kind of sick.
Area, and having looked at the photographs, it makes sense that we break for today, and we'll start fresh with this tomorrow rather than showing these two folks now. So, thank you. So we are going to end for today. We are on track. Maybe we are definitely on track for finishing this case next week, partly because of staying all day tomorrow and some of the work we did today and on Tuesday when we all went. So please follow the 3 instructions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it. Let us know. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Sure, don't tuck your chins, take all your belongings. All rise, jury up.
Doctor, you can file out right after.
Thank you. Mark.
You may be seated.
Thank you. It does seem like the appropriate place to stop.
Does anybody, so we're still in session? Does anybody need me for anything now?
If we could just approach briefly,
Okay.
just regarding scheduling, Your Honor.
Yeah.
The only question I have is this the Commonwealth's last witness? Is the defense getting the case tomorrow? You know? So for me, that's all that's my only question. This examiner wasn't the one Proctor called a whack job. How? She was super smart and knowledgeable. Or was Proctor just mad she didn't say what he wanted her to say? I think we all come to the conclusion that Proctor is the only whack job around. Does anybody know if Mr. O'Keefe was in the courtroom today?
Yes, he was. Yes, he was there. He was looking over to the left and the right. You don't know what's going on.
Well, I want to know if he went to John's on the 28th. Karen Reed's family is amazing. They're such sweethearts. Thoughts and prayers go out to, honestly, everybody's families that are involved in this. This has been a long process. I think that the only real people that we can blame for all of this is law enforcement, though. Because this is just horrible. Do your jobs, law enforcement. We wouldn't be here. Proctor gives no woman any positive remarks, and yet his wife's out there trying to get brownie points before he gets home from work. She a dumb broad. All right, Bev, what do you have for us? Is that a day? Is that a wrap?
All rise in court, please.
All right, guys, that's a wrap for today. From the live trial aspect of things, we'll see if I can muster up anything to come back later and talk a little bit about it. I want to say thank you. Make yourself known on the way out. You guys rock. All of you guys. Karen Reed trial watchers, go get your shots. All right, guys. Thumbs it up. Check for your notifications. We're going to talk about how far away 138 Denham is. Truly. Ooh, ciao, everyone. Ciao, says Boston. Ciao. H-bag. H-bag, pull up. H-bag, pull up. Pull up, bitch.
Like her voice and like her style.
Again, my girls from Italy. Woo! Thank you guys. Much love. Peace out.